Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Using Vamana, the incarnation of God, Lin Xiu only needed a few strides to collect every experimental subject and teleport them into his personal space. Inside, several uniformed girls lay bleeding on the floor, their wounds slowly closing under the glow of the healing array. Among them, Lin Xiu noticed a face he only vaguely recognized. This one, isn't she from Lincoln High School? His eyes narrowed. So the timeline connected to the fallen dog god is already diverging. The girl's name was Sae Tojo, a second year at Hara, Ryoka High School, neighbor and childhood friend of accused Tobio. In the original story, her family had looked after Tobio after his grandmother's passing, and she and Tobio were destined to end up together. But fate was cruel. During the Hollow Cicada incident, Sae was kidnapped and transformed into the host of the lion who lost his courage. When Tobio confronted her, she nearly killed him before awakening mid-battle. To stop the beast from harming him again, Tobio had to pierce her with the Godslayer blade. She survived only thanks to the protective relic he carried. Eventually, she chose to keep her memories and join the fallen ones at Tobio's side. Here, though, things were different. This Sae had only just been attacked. She hadn't undergone the artifact transplant yet. Her injuries were severe, and without immediate treatment, she would die. Lin Xiu finished stabilizing the captives, then turned his attention back to the battlefield outside. Blue-purple waves erupted into existence, flooding the area in an instant. Hua! This is the dissolving sea? Kateria muttered, eyes widening. Lin Xiu's reply was calm. No, the heaven-eating sea. What nonsense is that? Himejima Tondi barked, sending his divine weapon users forward. Don't move recklessly. Kateria shouted, but it was too late. The sea itself writhed like a living thing. It ignored their attacks and struck their artifacts directly. If the dissolving tide only corroded flesh, the heaven-eating sea dissolved the soul. One by one, the wielders screamed, forced to release their weapons as their spirits buckled. Kateria's stomach dropped. The heaven-eating sea? That was an unfinished art even our ancestors failed to complete. How? Because I've already surpassed the first Leviathan, Lin Xiu said simply, spreading his hands. It was the truth. With the knowledge of the God of the Bible and his own mastery, Lin Xiu had not only learned every ultimate technique of the Leviathan book, but had begun forging his own paths. Dissolving tide, dissolving sea, heaven-eating sea, abyss serpent, three-headed abyss dragon, 10-headed Leviathan, water burst, magic burst, urgent burst. Kateria's face twisted. That their ancestral techniques had been perfected by an outsider was unbearable. She raised her staff, summoning her own monster. Three-headed dragon of the abyss. Lin Xiu only smiled. You're courageous, I'll give you that. But courage doesn't change reality. With a flick of his hand, the ground roared. A titanic form, larger than Kateria's summon, rose from the depths. 10-headed Leviathan. Kateria froze. She had studied this beast all her life in the Book of Leviathan. To see it here, alive and answering to Lin Xiu, shattered her composure. Impossible, impossible. She lashed out desperately. Water Demon burst, but Lin Xiu didn't move. His Leviathan tore apart her summon in an instant. The difference was too vast. Her strength lingered at the level of a super demon king, while his approached a lord gods. Explosions shook the space, but Lin Xiu emerged unscathed within the Leviathan's water. Then Tondi made his move. A poison arrow tipped with Samuel's bane cut through space, striking Lin Xiu's armor. For a heartbeat, hope flared, only to die when the arrow bounced harmlessly away. You thought a dragon slayer poison would work on me? Lin Xiu's tone was scornful. My divine weapon erased all weaknesses long ago. He spread his arms. It's time to end this. The heaven-eating sea sealed the battlefield. Teleportation magic fizzled the moment it formed. Then Lin Xiu unleashed another trump card. Frost spread, freezing every drop of magic water. Ice demon burst. Explosions followed, ice and water erupting together. Kateria and her water snake froze solid before shattering under the blast. She fell broken to the ground, overwhelmed by despair. Lin Xiu had not only perfected her clan's arts, but had created his own techniques to counter them. Snarling, she used a rare teleportation artifact. Energy surged, space rippled, and she vanished, slipping past even the heaven-eating sea. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed. Through the eye of truth, he saw the difference. This wasn't a normal array. Another world's technique. DxD world, no doubt. That explained everything. Their sniping of the god of the Bible, their distortion of timelines, and now their teleportation. Truly a super world, standing far above DxD. Lin Xiu sighed. So be it. I won't wait for them to strike me. I'll take the initiative. He turned to the dying Tongdi, throwing down a healing field. Kateria had escaped, but Tongdi remained, leader of the Hollow Cicada organization, and a vault of secrets tied to the disaster group. Lin Xiu placed a hand on his head. Soul-searching began. Moments later, every secret Tongdi carried now belonged to him. On the other side, in a quiet love hotel, while Lin Xiu was handling Kateria and Himejima Tongdi, Amano Yuuma clung to him in the deepest sleep. From start to finish, he had never left her side. When she finally stirred awake, the first thing she saw was Lin Xiu's familiar face. For reasons she couldn't explain, he seemed even more magnetic than before. "Good evening, Yuuma," he said gently, brushing her long black hair. "Evening already?" she murmured, shifting slightly. Her body reminded her of their closeness, filling her with a mix of peace and unease. Relief washed through her. If she had woken and found Lin Xiu gone, she didn't know how she would have borne it. Instead, she moved closer, matching his rhythm with hesitant determination. Lin Xiu only raised a brow before stroking her hair again. "That's right. Evening. You seemed flustered when you first woke. Worried I wouldn't be here," he teased, lightly catching her sock-clad feet in his hands. Yuuma shot him a glare, fighting back a smile. "I was just wondering if Lin Xiujun was the kind of man who abandons a girl after taking what's most important to her." Her newfound boldness made him laugh. "Yuuma-san is too cute. So even a fallen angel can be this innocent. Don't laugh at me. I've read enough romance manga to know how men can be," she retorted, cheeks flushing. "You've never dated, but you studied romance comics to understand love." Lin Xiu grinned. Her glare deepened. "What's wrong with that?" "Nothing. It just makes you even cuter," he said honestly, his smile softening. Yuuma puffed her cheeks, half irritated, half shy. Then Lin Xiu's tone shifted. "By the way, did you know I stepped out while you were sleeping?" "What?" She frowned. She had felt him near her the whole time. "Let me show you." With a wave of his hand, images flooded her mind. His incarnation soaring above Lincoln City, shattering the old Demon King faction schemes, capturing prisoners, forcing Katlia, Leviathan herself, to flee through a strange formation. Yuma's breath caught. That formation, she recognized it. Katlia had once been her superior, the one who had assigned her missions. And yet, even empowered with an evolution core that should have put her on par with the strongest, she was still crushed by Lin Xiu. Her heart pounded. Even Katlia wasn't his match. Lin Xiu's voice cut through her thoughts. "After this, the faction may abandon the base in Zhuang Town. They might even silence you. Yuuma, you have no way back now." Her lips curved in a bitter smile. "And you're offering to take me in?" "No," Lin Xiu said quietly. "I'm saying you can stay with me." She stared into his steady eyes, torn between pride and vulnerability. "When did you realize what I am? If I said I knew from the very beginning, would you believe me?" Her eyes widened. "From the beginning, the day I confessed?" "Of course," he replied, touching her lips with his fingertips. "Because I liked you from the start." Yuuma froze, mind blank. He continued, voice calm and sure. "If I didn't like you, why would I accept your confession? Why would I date you at all?" Her heart flipped. She wanted to argue, to accuse him of manipulating her. But the more she thought, the more she realized it. he had known all along and still chosen her. He had confessed, dated her, and treated her not as a disguise, but as herself. Her chest grew hot. She covered it with defiance. Don't think sweet words will fool me. But the corner of her lips betrayed her, curling upward despite her glare. Lin Xiu only thought she looked even cuter, too cute to resist. Finally, she let her pride give way. Lin Xiu-jun, if I stay with you, can I find happiness? I can't guarantee it, he said honestly, but I'll try my best. That was enough. She exhaled softly, then straightened. Very well. My name is Linali, the fallen angel Linali. But if you prefer, you can keep calling me Amano Yuuma. That name still carries the weight of our first meeting. Her eyes softened, her lips trembling as she confessed again, not as a disguise, but as herself. Lin Xiu-jun, I've liked you for a long time. Will you date me? Lin Xiu's heart stirred. He gave her the same answer as before, without hesitation. Yes, I've liked you for a long time. I'll gladly date you. Her violet eyes shone, heart-shaped glimmers blooming in them. With trembling joy, she threw her arms around him, kissing him with unguarded passion. Lin Xiu returned it, holding her waist firmly, pulling her closer. This time, there were no secrets left between them. This time, Amano Yuuma showed her whole self in front of Lin Xiu. After a thorough showdown with Lin Xiu, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief and release. 14. The fallen angel's wings spread out, completely enveloping Lin Xiu and Amano Yuuma. Amano Yuuma sat on Lin Xiu in a squatting position, showing off her perfect back curve, while her toes in her white socks kept curling up and completely turned over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement. The complete conquest of the fallen angel Linali, compared to conquering the body, is more difficult to conquer the heart. With the passage of time and the host promotion, finally completed the physical and mental conquest of the fallen angel Linali. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 12-winged fallen angel bloodline gold. 12-winged fallen angel bloodline. This is not a fallen angel bloodline formed by the fall of an angel, but rather a fallen angel born similar to Himejima Yuri, and has a mutually beneficial and counteractive nature with angel bloodlines. Ding! Having obtained the bloodline of the 12-winged fallen angel, the host's essence has been enhanced, and his strength has been raised to that of a high-level demon king. So, I have the triple bloodline of devil, angel, and fallen angel. Add to that the immortal bloodline that enhances the essence, and you can even have a whole table of hemp. Lin Xiu felt the three bloodlines in his body that balanced each other, and complemented and restrained each other. If it were a normal person, he would have exploded and died by now. Only Lin Xiu, who possessed the system, could allow these three bloodlines to remain peacefully in his body. The power of angels and fallen angels lies on the positive and negative sides of light, and can be divided into holy light and dark light. The power of the devil is the addition of the devil attributes of Lilith, the mother of devils, to the original attributes of the great Tao of heaven and earth. If it's just the power of a demon, it would be very difficult to merge it with the power of an angel or a fallen angel. However, if you add another bloodline that is mutually beneficial and mutually restraining, then the situation will be different. Originally, Lin Xiu was still worried about how to fuse the demon blood and divine blood in his body. Now, with the addition of the fallen angel blood, he finally found the right balance. With the power of angels and fallen angels forming the yin-yang fish and the demonic power and immortal bloodline carrying all the myriad paths forming the array plate. With a few more adjustments, the power within me should be perfectly balanced, and I should be able to exert my power simultaneously. However, to achieve complete fusion, one needs a very strong foundation, at least a super demon king level, or even a main god level of strength. In this way, Lin Xiu soaked in Amano Yuma's body while adjusting the blood in his body. Normally, Lin Xiu would first use the immortal bloodline to increase his vitality and origin, and then use the amplified Leviathan bloodline for attack and defense. However, If the new three-line blood circulation can be successful, the three mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining bloodlines in Lin Xiu's body will be able to exert their full strength at the same time. If the three bloodlines can be used at the same time, it means that Lin Xiu's output can be increased by at least 3 times. If the three bloodlines were to merge perfectly in the future, becoming indistinguishable from each other, the magnitude of the improvement would be even more terrifying. While Lin Xiu was adjusting his power, the expression on Amano Yuma's face changed from time to time, because she could feel the changes in Lin Xiu's bloodline power through the contact with his dragon pattern. When switching to the demon bloodline, Amano Yuuma was not calm. When the bloodline of the fallen angel was transformed, a relaxed and happy smile appeared on Amano Yuma's lips, and she subconsciously hugged Lin Xiu tightly to allow Lin Xiu to penetrate deeper. When she switched to the angel bloodline, Amano Yuuma frowned and tried to break away from Lin Xiu. However, this time, it was Lin Xiu who wouldn't let her leave and instead held her waist. This made her show an even more painful expression of resistance. Fortunately, Amano Yuuma was so tired that she showed no sign of waking up even like this. Amano Yuma's strength is not strong. Even after practicing with the evolution core for so long, she has only gained the strength of a superior demon level. If it was Lin Xiu who had just awakened, Amano Yuuma could still barely handle it. But now, Lin Xiu's strength has been upgraded to the Demon King level, far beyond the level that Amano Yuuma can handle. So, she slept very soundly. It wasn't until Lin Xiu gave her an extraordinary chess piece that she woke up from her slumber. However, as soon as he woke up, Amano Yuma's face turned gloomy, because she saw her best friends, Middle and Calvana. At this time, the blonde, lowly fallen angel Middle was wearing white silk and sitting on Lin Xiu's waist, looking quite cute. Looking at the few centimeters torn off on Matilda's white silk stockings, Amano Yuuma felt that her decision to wear the JK uniform she wore when she first met Lin Xiu yesterday was a clear one. Opposite Matilda, the blue-haired fallen angel's sister Calvana, wearing black stockings, sat opposite Calvana. The two of them clasped their hands together, looking like a loving sister. "Oh, Linali, you finally woke up." Middle noticed the awakened Amano Yuuma raise his beautiful hand wrapped in white sleeves and smiled happily. "Don't call me Linali. I've given up on that name," Amano Yuuma said with a gloomy look. "Huh? If not Linali, what should I call you?" Middle tilted his head. "Shoma. Call me Amano Shoma. This is the name I used when Lin Xiujuan and I met." For Amano Shoma. This name symbolizes her inner voice. Is that so? Well, after all, we are now comrades sharing the same bed. Matilde waved his hand and agreed to Linali's request. Of course, what actually happened was that she slowly pushed down, making the already protruding white silk stockings on her lower abdomen appear even more protruding. Normally, in order to prevent it from falling down, pantyhose are designed to be above the waistline. This practical and convenient design, coupled with Matilde's petite figure, gave Linali an unprecedented visual experience. Middle, if I'm not mistaken, you should have already defected to Lin Xiujuan a long time ago, right? Amano Yuuma asked with a frown. Looking at Matilde's proactive attitude, it didn't look like he was being forced by Lin Xiu at all. In such a short time, it was impossible for Lin Xiu to completely conquer her two best friends. Then, there was only one possibility left. Long before the showdown with her, Middle and Calvana had already joined Lin Xiu's army. She was asking why she often heard their insinuations. It turned out that they had betrayed her a long time ago. At this moment, what undoubtedly made her more angry than Lin Xiu sleeping with her best friend was her best friend's concealment and betrayal. She had long known that Lin Xiu had 2 fiancés, and that the underworld seemed to be planning to arrange a fiancé for him. Sharing Lin Xiu with other women always had psychological implications. But Middle and Calvana are different. They had been deceiving her for a long time. Well, you guessed right. After the plan to recapture Saint Asia failed, we were restricted by Lord Lin Xiu. Matilde nodded. Originally, they chose to submit to Lin Xiu only because their lives were threatened. But later, As Lin Xiu showed more and more strength, Middle and Calvana gradually felt that it was not a bad idea to join Lin Xiu. Compared to becoming a peripheral member of the trouble group, it is more cost-effective to join Lin Xiu's team when he is weak. Later, after obtaining Lin Xiu's pawn, Middle and Calvana's favorability and loyalty towards Lin Xiu's sword to the point where they were ready to sacrifice themselves at any time. The only thing that made them unhappy was Linali, or rather, wild hemp. Originally, Mathilde and Calvana were ready to sacrifice themselves to Lin Xiu the night they got Lin Xiu's chess piece. However, Lin Xiu rejected them with the excuse of wait until Amano Yuma's affairs are over before getting together again. When she thought about Lin Xiu favoring Amano Yuuma over them, Middle was so angry that her teeth were itching. That's why she did something to P*** off Amano Yuuma after meeting her. Although Calvana's words did not particularly provoke Amano Yuuma, after seeing Amano Yuuma wake up, she served Lin Xiu even more attentively. It is obvious that Mathilde and Calvana are the type of people who are afraid that their best friend is suffering, but also afraid that their best friend is driving a Land Rover. The next second, Amano Yuuma noticed 2 extra bloodstains on the bed, and also noticed Mathilde's slightly furrowed brows. So that's how it is. Amano Yuuma now understood why Middle had such a strong grudge against her. When he thought about how Mathilde and Calvana had pledged allegiance to Lin Xiu a long time ago, but did not receive as much favor as himself, Amano Yuuma could not help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. In front of Mathilde, kingly, Amano Yuuma quickly came to Lin Xiu. Xiu Jun, although you are a playboy, I will accept your playboyishness. After all, Xiu Jun likes me the most, and I like him the most too. After saying this, Amano Yuuma hugged Lin Xiu's head and kissed her deeply in front of Mathilde. Middle? Mathilde had never thought that Amano Yuuma would want to take revenge on her in this way, but because Calvana was sitting on Lin Xiu's chest, standing between her and Amano Yuuma, she couldn't even stop Amano Yuuma. The only thing she could do was to hold on to Calvana and use her as support to continue pressing down. Amano Yuuma has challenged her. She must respond. In this way, Mathilde and Amano Yuuma, 2 fallen angel girls, competed for Lin Xiu and started an extremely fierce competition for the female. Calvana was helpless and could only act according to the situation. The most comfortable one was, of course, Lin Xiu. Because of the competitor, Amano Yuuma became much more relaxed. The final result is out. The winner is Lin Xiu. Through the 3 fallen angel girls, Lin Xiu experienced 3 different styles of lowly, young girl, and mature woman. It can be said that his practice is perfect and his thoughts are clear. After subduing the 3 fallen angels, Lin Xiu completed a lot of trivial tasks before the 3-party talks officially began. For example, with the encouragement of Lin Xiu and Rias, Gasper finally trained himself to the point where he could use divine weapons even when facing holy swords. For example, according to Jidao Tongdi's memory, Lin Xiu began to liquidate the strongholds of other Shuchan organizations and rescued many girls from them. For example, with the advice of Middle and the consent of Amano Yuuma, Lin Xiu successfully subdued all the fallen angel girls except the 3 in the Juong town stronghold. On the night of the party, a system notification sounded in Lin Xiu's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement, collecting all the fallen angels in Juong town. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Bloodline Evolution, Fallen Angel Bloodline Gold. Ding! The host's 12-winged Fallen Angel Bloodline has evolved into the Fallen God Bloodline. But isn't there a bloodline that can evolve to the red level? It's true. According to the system's rules, 3 gold-level bloodlines must be created to combine into 1 red-level reward. If there are only 2 levels of rewards, it's not yet at the stage of advancement. According to the system, the bloodline of the God of the Bible is an evolved form of the angel bloodline, and this fallen God bloodline is an evolved form of the fallen angel bloodline. The bloodline of the God of the Bible doesn't have much remaining power, so its level isn't very high. But this is just right. The bloodline of the previous god of the Bible was higher in level than the bloodline of the 12-winged fallen angels, making it very difficult to balance. Now, the fallen angel bloodline has finally completed its advancement. Just a little bit of balancing will reach the equilibrium point. After more than 10 seconds, Lin Xiu opened his eyes excitedly. Just as he thought, the two bloodlines that previously required a lot of effort to balance could now be balanced in just a few breaths. This ability to start quickly is extremely important in combat. The other side, on the side of Himejima Tongdi, Lin Xiu first searched Jidao Tongdi's soul and then brainwashed him. After swallowing the core of evolution in Himejima Tongdi's body, Lin Xiu's evolution direction, Dragon Eater, was also upgraded to gold quality, and he was promoted to Dragon Beast with evolution direction shift, with an additional direction that could devour beast souls. However, what made Lin Xiu happiest was the new task he got after brainwashing Jidao Tongdi. After brainwashing Himejima Tongdi, Lin Xiu thought a lot about the future of Himejima Tongdi and the Shuchan organization. In the end, Lin Xiu decided to continue to let Jidao Tongdi, the brainwashed leader of the Shuchan organization, live there. Letting Jidao Tongdi continue to serve as the leader will bring many benefits to Lin Xiu. First, Lin Xiu can mobilize the resources of the Shuchan organization to do things that are inconvenient for him to do. Second, Lin Xiu can let Shuchan's organization infiltrate the Huazichuan and obtain the necessary information, so that they can anticipate the enemy when they are about to attack them. Third, the Shuchan organization has a large number of artifact users for Lin Xiu to study. Although Lin Xiu will not brainwash them first and then kill them after using them as before, he still needs their cooperation in his research. The knowledge of the God of the Bible contains many parts related to divine artifacts. In order to reach the 5% knowledge level of the God of the Bible as soon as possible, Lin Xiu is practicing the knowledge of the magic weapon. After all, a skill as useful as multi-mind communication wouldn't be a waste if it weren't used. Then, while Donqing Satsi was still unconscious, Lin Xiu directly took away the girl's purity. Originally, Lin Xiu was not used to using force, but considering that Tojo Se was Akai's Tobio's childhood sweetheart, although they did not have a close relationship, the feelings of childhood sweethearts still existed. Thinking that he might have to compete with accused Tobio for women in the future, Lin Xiu directly refused. In this way, under the dual effects of blood infusion and the special chess piece, the soul-damaged Tojo finally woke up. After waking up, Tojo Se's body trembled for a while, and then tears of pain and pleasure flowed out. After realizing what had been done to her, Tojo immediately refused. But after Lin Xiu's repeated conquests in the Akame Slayer world, under the influence of Lin Xiu's, "I'm doing this to save you Pua and the succubus bloodline," Tojo finally chose to accept it after being filled up countless times. While completing the strategy for Tojo Siki, Lin Xiu also plans to study the Lion of Courage, a divine weapon that Tojo Siki already possessed in the original world line. With his knowledge that surpassed that of the Shuchan organization, Lin Xiu easily removed all the drawbacks of the lion who lost his courage and transplanted them into Donqing Se. After that, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. "Bite! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission, The Ultimate Beast. Task level, red dot. Task description. In order to transcend the world, you must first reach the limit of the current world. To reach the limits of the current world, one must have a deep understanding of and the ability to influence the world's infrastructure. Dragon and beast are already the pinnacle of power in the DxD world. If one wants to transcend the DxD world, one must obtain the experience of dragon and beast that can build the foundation of the world. The 4 great beasts and the 5 great spirit beasts are the foundation of the power of beasts. Quest requirements. Use the Red Dragon Emperor's Cage to devour the 4 evil artifacts, the 5 great spirit beasts, Warcraft creation, Typhon, etc. Note, the creation of the 4 great ferocious beasts, the 5 great spiritual beasts, and the demonic beast is required. Beast-attributed gods, such as Typhon, are not required, but absorbing them can speed up the process. It is required to devour at least 3 main god-level beast gods. The system has provided the names and affiliations of the hosts of the 4 great beasts and the 5 great spirit beasts. 4 evil artifacts and their owners. Taotai. Chi launcher praise for a child, female. The strange, Managawa Natsum, female. Taowu. Samejima Tsuneo, male. Chaos. Gusienhaiji, male. 5 great spirit beasts and their contractors. Suzaku. Himejima Suzaku, female. Xuanwu. Tongmin Xuanwu, female. Azure Dragon. Jiqiao Azure Dragon, male. White Tiger. Shinra White Tiger, male. Huanglong. Huanglong. The god among all ghosts, male. After completing this mission, Lin Xiu began to collect the 4 evil artifacts and the 5 spiritual beasts. However, since Lin Xiu did not have much time, he only collected 3 of the 4 evil artifacts before the trilateral talks began. They are Taotai, Nana Takashikuzi, female, Cheongchi, Minakawa Natsum, female, Hundun, Gusienhaiji, male. First up is Natsum Managawa. Managawa Natsum is a second-year student at Hara Ryoku High School. She possesses the Cheongchi, one of the 4 evil gods. During the Hollow Cicada incident, Natsum Managawa awakened her own independent artifact, the Eagle Griffin, from an egg given by Aazelle. During battle, Natsum Managawa can transform into the monster Cheongchi, which has the upper body of an eagle and the lower body of a lion. In the original plot, Natsum Managawa rescued Tobio, accused who was attacked by Hollow Cicada, handed him the egg given by the governor, and took him to the refuge apartment provided by the son of God's Monitor. Like Natsum Managawa and Sei Tojo, she had just been injured and had not had time to awaken and study the artifact. Therefore, Lin Xiu chose to use his symbiote to help Managawa Natsum awaken the artifact. Different from childhood sweetheart-type JK girls like Tojo Essie, Managawa Natsumai has a more cheerful personality, so she quickly accepted Lin Xiu, who seemed like a good match. Requesting flowers. 014909-322, Feilu 1410-31461. The only thing that made her unhappy was that Lin Xiu was a married man with several fiancés. In the end, after Lin Xiu's hard work, Managawa Natsumai finally accepted Lin Xiu. After all, Lin Xiu is the heir of the Demon King Leviathan, and even the Demon King Lucifer accepts the fact that Lin Xiu can marry multiple partners. In addition, Lin Xiu also promised to marry her, so Managawa Natsum can only accept this boyfriend who forced himself on her before they even met. After Managawa Natsum, it was Nanatake Yutaha who prayed for a child. Nanatake Shikiko is also a second-year student at Hara Ryoko High School. Like Managawa Natsum, Nanatake Shikiko is also a holder of the 4 evil sacred gears. Her artifact is one of the 4 evil artifacts, Taotai, an independent materialized artifact that can devour everything including objects or spells. Nanatake Shimoko is a girl with short hair and twin ponytails, wearing a combat dress and black stockings. As a child of mixed Japanese and Western European descent, Nanatake Shikiko not only has long dark blonde hair, but also possesses quite charming heterochromatic eyes. Her left eye is black, her right is blue, reflecting the sun's light, giving people a strange charm. Because of the Taoia's nature of devouring everything, Kalangshi Chiozi has a huge appetite. 0. Also because of the Taoia's characteristic of devouring everything, it is difficult for Chilong Shikuzi to gain weight no matter how much she eats. Her slender waist is bounded by her formal dress, and the wide skirt spreads to both sides, which makes her look both noble and suitable for fighting. During the battle, Nanagi Shikiko can summon a small monster with a Taotai mask on its face. Nanagi Shikiko named the small monster Xiaobo. This small monster is none other than the strongest Taotai among the 4 evil monsters. In the Shuchan incident of the original plot, Nanotake Shikiko awakened the artifact Taotai and was captured by the Fallen of the Abyss. Different from the Fallen, it is a more vicious faction among the fallen angels, together with the Chaos Holder Koken Hygia, so he once refused the help of the son of God's Monitor. While escaping from the pursuit of the fallen ones of the Abyss and the Witch of Oz, Nanotake Shiko received help from accused Tobio and others, and used Xiaobo to eat the stone statues formed by the artifact, the cursed statue of Hui Shi, and the purple flames emitted by the god-destroying tool, the disc of the purple flame priest. During the battle, Nanotake Shimoko regained trust with accused Tobio's team. After the battle, she joined the Fallen organization and continued to provide support. And now, Lin Xiu is here. Like Nanotake Shimoko and Minagawa Natsum, she failed to awaken the artifact during the Shuchan incident, so unfortunately, she was captured by the Shuchan organization. At that time, Lin Xiu was completing the step of attacking the body first and then the mind on Minagawa Natsumai. When he saw an Anataki, sure, seeking a child, being sent in front of him, Lin Xiu was dumbfounded. Fortunately, Lin Xiu has never been picky about food. No matter whether it is a relationship that he has fostered or a beautiful girl that comes to him, Lin Xiu never refuses anyone. That night, Lin Xiu soaked in Qi Longshi Chiozi's body and helped her complete the awakening of the artifact. All I can say is that he was right to keep the Shuchan organization. Most of the time, villain organizations are much more efficient than decent organizations. Nana Takishi's problem of having a child is much easier to solve than Minagawa Natsum's. Due to the Taotai as characteristic of eating a lot, Nana Takishi will always be hungry when trying to have a child. She found that every time after having S*X with Lin Xiu, she could often maintain a feeling of fullness for a long time as she was filled with Lin Xiu's symbiote. After some hesitation, she accepted Lin Xiu. Gu Xian Ling Introduction. Brief. By the time the three holders of the four evil artifacts were gathered, several days had passed. The day before the trilateral talks, a system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's head. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline mission, the three-party talks. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline mission, the three-party talks. Quest level, gold. Mission description. Thousands of years ago, the three major tribes of demons, angels, and fallen angels fought a protracted war until all three sides suffered heavy losses, and further war could lead to genocide. Only then did they finally cease fighting. Over the past thousands of years, due to the significant loss of power, the three forces have shrunk compared to their previous power. In order to continue the ethnic group and move towards a better future, the three forces chose to unite. However, it was clear that many of the three factions disagreed with this and were preparing to stir up trouble in Zhuang Town, the meeting place. Task requirements: facilitate the tripartite talks and obtain the highest possible status at the end of the talks. Is it finally here? The trilateral talks. Today is the school visit day, and tomorrow is the trilateral meeting. In order to pile up tasks until the system evolves before completing them, Sushio has not been completing system tasks very quickly recently. The reason for doing this is that, according to the system, after completing the third copy world, the synthesis function of the system reward can be activated. Obviously, 3 low-level rewards are not as good as 1 high-level reward. Therefore, before the synthesis function was enabled, Lin Xiu's enthusiasm for completing tasks was not very high. Of course, no matter how low the price is, if there's a task, it still needs to be completed. Visiting day. At the entrance of Zhuang College, Lin Xiu watched as students and their parents walked into the school gate one by one, feeling a little sad. He has been an orphan since childhood. Therefore, he spent visiting days alone from childhood to adulthood. However, Lin Xiu vaguely remembered that someone had taken care of her. Unfortunately, at that time, Lin Xiu was still in her infancy and had no clear memories. She only felt that she was surrounded by unprecedented maternal love and warmth. That kind of motherhood and holiness even surpassed the God in the Bible that Lin Xiu had ever perceived. Since he only had a general impression at the time, After Lin Xiu gained self-awareness, he only knew that his parents had died early and left him an inheritance. However, today, everything is different. A few days before the visit, Villain, the current head of the Gremory family, told Lin Xiu that she planned to attend Lin Xiu's visit as a member of her family. From a distance, before Lin Xiu even entered the school gate, a beautiful young woman with flaxen hair and a formal dress was waving her hands and greeting Lin Xiu. Lin Xiujuan. Villain waved her slender hands and white sleeves, with a gentle smile that was both warm and polite. Ms. Villain, there's no need to greet me from such a distance. Lin Xiu smiled helplessly, hurried into the school gate, and headed towards where Villain was. As soon as she saw Lin Xiu, Villain held Lin Xiu's hands with both of hers. Why is Lin Xiu so distant? When he and Rias were arguing with me at the Gremory house and kept me awake, you weren't distant at all. Perhaps because she had given birth to a child, Villain was very open-minded in some aspects. Lin Xiu didn't expect Villain to be so open-minded and could only respond with a helpless smile. He had set up a soundproof barrier, but Villain didn't know what he had done. This only proved that Villain had been eavesdropping that night. However, Lin Xiu didn't expect that Villain would dare to take the initiative to expose the fact that she had eavesdropped and even use this matter to tease him. I can only say, maybe this is the margin of freedom for adult women. Because Villain was wearing white sleeves, Lin Xiu did not really touch Villain. However, even so, feeling Villain's body temperature transmitted through the white silk sleeves, as well as the top-grade texture of the white silk sleeves themselves, Lin Xiu's heart was still moved. After a few seconds, Lin Xiu smiled and reached out her hand, moving Villain's arm away. At first glance, this is Lin Xiu rejecting Villain. In fact, Lin Xiu's action of pulling Villain's arm away was precisely an act of offense. Because, when pulling Villain's arm away, Lin Xiu bypassed the white silk sleeves that Villain usually wore and made physical contact with Villain. While making contact, Lin Xiu also deliberately stimulated his succubus bloodline to the maximum extent. Nowadays, Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline has been upgraded to purple quality, reaching the minimum requirement to have an impact on the Gremory family. Although Villain is very powerful, the quality of her bloodline has not reached gold, and is within the influence range of the purple quality succubus bloodline. This feeling it was just the most ordinary contact, but Villain felt an unprecedented excitement. That was the feeling a woman feels towards a man, a female towards a male, during mating season. Instantly, Villain's body temperature rose by a few tenths of a degree, and her hormones rapidly secreted, quickly preparing her for reproduction. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Xiu has reached the point where he can influence Rias and me. Villain looked at Lin Xiu with surprise and joy, mixed with a hint of barely perceptible desire and possessiveness. After all, Lin Xiu was the first person of the opposite S*X who made her body glow with female instincts, so it was normal for a female to subconsciously desire a male. Unfortunately, Villain's condition did not last long. In just 2 or 3 seconds, she broke away from Lin Xiu. The reason was very simple. Lin Xiu had already taken Villain's hand away from him, and if he continued to touch her, it would inevitably be seen as taking advantage of her. After the contact was broken, Villain's throbbing body and heart quickly calmed down, and she could no longer feel the wonderful feeling before. After thinking about it, Villain felt that she should confirm it more. So, while Lin Xiu wasn't noticing, she took off her white silk sleeves and held Lin Xiu's hand again. Feeling this familiar feeling, Villain subconsciously exerted force with both hands, completely holding Lin Xiu's hands in hers, presenting a loving look with their fingers intertwined. Judging from the way Lin Xiu and Villain looked, anyone would think they were siblings, not son-in-law and mother-in-law. However, since Villain was born into the Gremory family, her ideas are different from those of normal humans, let alone normal demons. To put it simply, Because the Gremory family has never had the custom of marrying out of the family. Every generation of the head of the family has never developed any romantic feelings for anyone. This has led to the current situation where Villain is too conservative in some aspects and too open in others. Note, in this book, Villain is a member of the Gremory family, not some daughter of the Ball family who married into the Gremory family. The flaxen hair is because each generation of the Gremory family head may have different hair colors and even different abilities due to the different bloodlines in his body. Rias and Alice's destructive magic is the result of their bloodline splitting towards the great King Ball family. Holding Lin Xiu's hand completely in her own, Villain asked with a smile. Lin Xiu-kun, you should now have the ability to help Rias give birth to offspring, right? Villain knew very well that what she was feeling now was the same as what the maid of the Gremory family had felt before. In other words, she, like the maid, was affected by Lin Xiu's physique and entered estrus. For Villain, today was truly a joyous day. Being able to participate in Lin Xiu's visit as an elder and confirming Lin Xiu's advanced abilities was a double blessing. However, Lin Xiu poured a bucket of cold water on her the next second. I'm sorry, I don't have the ability right now. Lin Xiu sighed. Huh? What? Villain frowned in confusion. Under Villain's gaze, Lin Xiu slowly said, because Rias's bloodline has evolved again. If it was the old Rias, I wouldn't have had any problems. But now, thanks to me, Rias's bloodline has evolved again, reaching a level that's strong enough to rival the original 4 demon lords. Wait. What do you mean because of you, Lin Xiu-jun, Rias's bloodline has evolved again? Villain asked. Actually, it's like this. Soon, with Lin Xiu's explanation, Lana completely understood the whole story. It turns out that in addition to being able to mutate and evolve himself, Lin Xiu can also cause those with whom he has a substantial relationship to mutate and evolve. It was because Rias and Lin Xiu were too intimate at this time and were watered too many times that she evolved into her current appearance. Lin Xiu's statement was half true and half false. Being intimate with him could indeed improve blood circulation. After all, the blood perfusion method had the effect of subtly transforming the physical condition of the girl who had intercourse with him. However, Rias joined the group because of the blood infusion method. Nowadays, the main reason why Rias's bloodline can be upgraded to golden quality and her strength can be upgraded to the quasi-demon king level is still due to Lin Xiu's extraordinary chess piece. If only relying on the blood infusion method, with Lin Xiu's current golden blood, he could at most allow others to upgrade their blood to purple quality. Is that so? 973-inch. Villain was a little amused and helpless. Although she was happy about her daughter's improved strength and bloodline, Villain couldn't smile at all when she thought that her daughter would be infertile for a long time because of this. Then, Lin Xiu-jun, how long will it take you to advance your abilities again? Villain asked tiredly. It may take a long time. Lin Xiu gave another answer that disappointed Villain. This ability of mine is actually related to the opposite S*X with whom I have a close relationship. The more opposite S*X people I have close relationships with, the stronger my bloodline becomes and the faster this ability evolves. The reason I was able to advance so quickly before was because of Rias, Ravel, and Ravel's many followers. But now, on the one hand, I've already advanced once, and if I want to advance again, the difficulty will be much higher than before. On the other hand, I don't want to devote all my experience to entanglement with female demons. So, Miss Villain, I have to ask for your forgiveness. This may take some time. At first, Villain thought Lin Xiu's statement was ridiculous, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that it made sense. This ability to attract the opposite S*X and bring them into reproductive mode can only be advanced through more intercourse with the opposite S*X. Seems pretty normal, right? Etc. A brilliant idea suddenly popped up in Villain's mind. Didn't Lin Xiu-jun say that in order to advance his bloodline again, the demon he was mating with needed to have a very strong bloodline power? and Alice, it seems like we meet this requirement. Even if Alice isn't up to par, there's still so many generations of female heads of the Gremory family who have inherited the family lineage. If we can compensate for quality with quantity, it should be possible. If we help Lin Xiu and advance together, then he can... That's it. What on earth am I thinking? After realizing how crazy her idea was, Lana quickly threw it out of her mind. Due to Lin Xiu's guidance and succubus bloodline, Venelana came up with the crazy idea of letting the entire Gremory family help Lin Xiu advance. Fortunately, Venelana was still rational and threw this idea out of her mind in time. However, some things cannot be completely forgotten by just throwing them out of your mind. Since Venelana was still holding hands with Lin Xiu, the crazy idea she had finally gotten rid of came back just half a minute later. Lin Xiu is right. If he wants to evolve his abilities, he'll have to marry more female demons. However, if he marries more female demons, Lin Xiu will no longer be the son-in-law of the Gremory family, but the son-in-law of the underworld. This will definitely make things difficult for Rias. However, in order to give birth to offspring, Rias must work hard to advance Lin Xiu's abilities. When you have to make a choice, why not keep the wealth within the family? Venelana knew that a large number of pure-blooded demons in the underworld were eyeing Lin Xiu. As long as Lin Xiu was willing to express her stance, most of them were willing to give up a female pure-blooded demon from their branch family or even their own family. In order to prevent Lin Xiu's harem from becoming overcrowded, Venelana felt that she needed to do something. Venelana didn't know that her current emotional changes and general thoughts were actually the result of Lin Xiu's influence and induction. After advancing to purple quality, Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline gained some very practical functions, such as sensing the emotional changes and general thoughts of the people he comes into contact with. Although Lin Xiu didn't know what specific crazy ideas Venelana had, he knew that Venelana was in a very agitated mood and that she had just developed some desire for him. What Lin Xiu did was to amplify the most terrifying thoughts deep in Venelana's heart, and then suppress Venelana's normal thinking pattern, so that Venelana would continue to think wildly and eventually leave an indelible impression in her mind. These ideas may not necessarily be put into practice, but they will definitely leave a deep impression on Venelana's mind and play a role in the future when Lin Xiu may need them. Lin Xiu didn't know what Venelana was thinking about, but he noticed the blush gradually rising on Venelana's face. Obviously, his inducement worked. Just like that, Lin Xiu held Venelana's hand and they walked together in the school, just like a couple taking a walk. However, because her mind was in a mess, Venelana did not actively say much to Lin Xiu, but only passively answered Lin Xiu's questions. Like what? This is the honor roll of Kyoto Academy. Ms. Venelana can see my name and Sona's name here. Rias's ranking is also good, but she is not in the first row. Normally, I usually eat with Rias and her family, either in the old school building or on the rooftop of the teaching building. Looking south from the rooftop of Jiwang College, you can see the iconic clock tower of Jiwang Town. If Ms. Venelana is interested, you can come with me to visit the clock tower after the visit day. As she walked, Venelana's mood gradually became peaceful. She decided not to think about those messy feelings anymore and just concentrate on enjoying the present moment. When Venelana thought about how she, who had never had any feelings for men, actually had such a throbbing feeling towards Lin Xiu, she felt her Gremory blood boiling. Very happily, the two of them walked to the front of the teaching building. In front of the teaching building, the devil Lucifer and Grayfia were waiting for Venelana. Long before Lin Xiu and Lias C went to school, they entered the school and advanced to visit. During this time, Venelana took the initiative to propose to block Lin Xiu at the door and give her a surprise. Because today, not only do they have to attend the school's visit as Rias's family, they also have to attend the school's visit as Lin Xiu's family. However, the situation seems to be different from what Alice thought. Why is Mother holding Lin Xiu's hand? Could this be the surprise that Mother mentioned? Demon King Alice looked at Venelana and Lin Xiu's tightly clasped hands and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Holding hands is holding hands, but what the hell is interlocking fingers? Is this a gesture that an elder should use to a younger person? However, although Venelana's intimacy with Lin Xiu violated the etiquette of the underworld, Alice did not care too much. On the one hand, Alice does not understand romance between men and women. On the other hand, she just thought it was Venelana's favor to Lin Xiu. After all, Lin Xiu was the one who saved the Gremory family from the curse of single-line inheritance, so it was normal for him to be favored by Venelana. Alice was amazed when she saw Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was also surprised when he saw Alice, because the current Lin Xiu is very different from the previous Lin Xiu. After obtaining the red quality, Eye of Truth, Lin Xiu has the ability to see through all beings below the dragon god level. No, the devil Lucifer is actually a beautiful girl. Looking at the red-haired girl in front of him who looked 90% like Rias, and was simply the demon version of Rias, Lin Xiu's worldview collapsed a little. Lin Xiu knew that Grayfia was a young girl, but he never imagined that the famous demon king Lucifer was actually a grown-up version of Rias. So, it seems that the last time she told me about her infertility was actually a smokescreen. She's not infertile. She's just using this as a smokescreen to hide the fact that she's actually a woman. Wait, in that case, isn't it a bit wrong for me to still call her Surzex? Compared to Sarzex, Lin Xiu felt that the name Sagex was more suitable for her. Mr. Lin Xiu, how about this? Today, we are all your relatives and friends, Sagex said with a smile. She didn't pay much attention to Lin Xiu's gaze. She just thought that Lin Xiu was surprised by their sudden arrival. Sazekas has done a good job of implementing the setting that the girls of the Gremory family are uninformed about the relationship between men and women. But Grayfia is different. Grayfia read something else from Lin Xiu's eyes. Could it be that Lin Xiu already knows Alice's true identity? When Grayfia was lost in thought, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's ears. Fight! Congratulations to the host for triggering the stage-type plot quest, Grayfia's Shackles. Task level, red dot. Task description, the facts are before us. The world the host is in now is indeed different from what the host imagined. Due to the mutation of the demon mother Lilith, the Gremory family inherited some of the demon mother Lilith's self-fertilization characteristics and passed them down all the way. Only when it was passed down to Rias' generation, due to the interference of the world's power, Venelana gave birth to 2 children at different time points. When Venelana became pregnant for the first time, she had not yet self-pollinated, but became pregnant at the right time. The child born from this non-self-fertilization was considered the hope of the Gremory clan, and thus, Chun-Jack's Gremory was born. Sagex, nicknamed Alice, has had great love and ambition since childhood. After seeing the crisis in the underworld, she decided to completely change the underworld. However, given that women being leaders is generally not recognized, Alice chose to debut as a man and started a rebellion. After some twists and turns, Alice and her friends defeated the second generation of Demon Kings. Alice's kindness and courage conquered almost all of her companions, and they all elected her as the Demon King Lucifer. However, Alice also has someone she feels sorry for, and that is Goulet. At this point, Grayfia has been hiding things for Alice's career for too long, and has been suppressed for too long. It's time to help them break free. Quest requirements: capture Grayfia, gold, and help Grayfia break free from the shackles that have been binding her, red. After reading this system task, Lin Xiu's expression became more subtle. Is Surzek's nickname Alice? I don't know if it's a coincidence, but I remember there was also a princess named Alice in the world of the Power of Shadows. Princess Alice also had red hair and looked very similar to Rias. Even the voice actress was. Lin Xiu felt that it was a bit too much to think of him as a voice actor. However, there were so many similarities that he couldn't help but think about it. Anyway, I think it's appropriate to call the current Demon King Alice. When Lin Xiu thought about the fact that the Demon King Alice in this world had a strength close to that of a sub-dragon god, while the Princess Alice in another world was just a unit of combat power, he couldn't hold back. Thus, with an unprecedented strange feeling, Lin Xiu began her first visit with the participation of elders. When answering questions in class, Villain held up the camera and kept taking pictures of Lin Xiu. As expected of Lin Xiu-kun, you answered this question perfectly. Although she had never raised Lin Xiu, Villain was deeply touched. After all, unlike the graceful Lin Xiu, Rias was too reserved in front of the camera, which made her camera unable to show Rias's excellence. Seeing this scene, the teacher wanted to say something. However, when she saw that Villain was Lin Xiu's parent and was taking pictures of Lin Xiu in class, she immediately shut up. Are you kidding me? Lin Xiu is the face of the school. The teacher just hopes that there will be more good things like this promoting Lin Xiu. Recently, the teacher's attitude towards Lin Xiu at school has become better than before. Because, in the recent exams, Lin Xiu, with a greatly improved intelligence after reincarnation, successfully improved his grades to a level that was enough to suppress Sona and ushered in a new era for Jiwang Academy. During the handicraft class, Villain watched as Lin Xiu made a figurine of herself. Looking at the figurine wearing the same exquisite dress as herself, Villain's face gradually turned red because she found that the figurine's figure was the same as hers. However, she was not the most surprised one, but Devil Lord Alice. Lin Xiu made a total of 4 figurines in class and gave them to Rias, Villain, Alice, and Grayfia, the 4 female demons of the Gremory family. Looking at the clay doll Lin Xiu gave her, Alice fell silent, because the image Lin Xiu created is exactly the same as the real her. Looking at the surprised Demon King Alice and Grayfia, Lin Xiu slowly said, I'm sorry, Master Sagix, but I don't like to sculpt men. So, I made a doll of Rias, who may one day inherit the throne of the Demon King, based on my imagination. Please accept it. After saying this, Lin Xiu left first, saying, I don't want to give Rias's doll to her personally. Watching Lin Xiu leave, Alice and Grayfia looked at each other with slightly complicated expressions. Grayfia, what do you think? Alice said slowly, I think Lin Xiujun has seen through your true identity, Alice. Otherwise, his puppet image wouldn't be exactly like you, Alice. No, that's not what I meant. Alice shook her head. The moment I saw this doll, I knew Lin Xiujun knew my true identity. What I want to ask is, do you think that Lin Xiuqun himself does not want to inherit my position, but instead intends to let Rias take over my position? From the very beginning, Alice had been wondering if Lin Xiu had any deeper meaning than just the surface meaning. According to her observation, Rias's strength has increased by leaps and bounds since she was with Lin Xiu, and she is almost becoming a Demon King level existence. Becoming a Demon King before reaching adulthood. If Rias continues to train hard after she reaches adulthood, she can at least reach a level close to that of Seraphil and the others. By then, Rias might really inherit her throne as the Demon King. Of course, her ideal heir was still Lin Xiu. However, she wondered if Lin Xiu's words concealed a hidden meaning. He wanted Rias to inherit the position of the master of the palace. That's why she asked Grayfia this question. At this point, Grayfia was completely speechless. She thought Alice was asking whether her identity as a woman had been exposed, but Alice was actually considering this question. Grayfia sighed. As expected, Alice doesn't understand people's hearts. Grayfia was very aware that although Demon King Alice had great love for the Demon Clan, she had no love for her own wheat. Thinking that Alice had been living like this for a long time, Grayfia felt tired for her. She really hoped that Alice and herself could be liberated. The visiting day ends. Villain happily held her clay doll in her arms and returned to the underworld with Alice and Grayfia. Lin Xiu went to the old school building and gave the Rias doll he made to her. Rias happily placed the clay doll on her desk, so happy that she even forgot about the important matter she wanted to tell Lin Xiu. But fortunately, she has a very reliable queen. Akino looked at Rias, who was overflowing with happiness, smiled helplessly, and walked forward. Lin Xiujun, although it's a bit rushed, you have a pleasure today that you must make time to go to. Just now, Rias received a message from the heavens, saying that they hope to give me a very important item. A very important prop? Lin Xiu asked knowingly. Yes, that's right, a very important prop. An important item said to represent the celestial realm's commitment to a peace treaty. Zhu Nai spoke mysteriously, because even she didn't know what the heaven would give to Lin Xiu. As for Lin Xiu, his acting strangely was actually an act. Now that the heaven is under his control, he certainly knows what the heaven is going to give him. It was none other than the holy sword of blessing that the heavens had collected with great difficulty. Originally, the holy sword Excalibur was divided into 7 pieces, of which the 2 most powerful were the holy sword of blessing and the holy sword of domination. According to Lin Xiu's estimation, the quality of the blessed holy sword should be close to the gold level. As for the holy sword of domination, Lin Xiu estimated that its quality was exactly gold. Otherwise, in the original story, it would be impossible for Wally and his companions to use the holy sword of domination to control the god-slaying wolf Fenrir. Of course, if it was just a gift of a holy sword, Lin Xiu would definitely not be asked to go in person. The blessed holy sword itself is not important. Xiu also does not value the so-called blessed holy sword. There are 2 things that really matter. First, giving the holy sword of blessing can express the heaven's friendship towards Lin Xiu, improve Lin Xiu's image in heaven and the church, and enhance Lin Xiu's status among the 3 forces. Second, the messenger who delivers the holy sword of blessing is very important. The envoys who delivered the holy sword of blessing were carefully selected by Lin Xiu and the heavenly realm, and were considered Lin Xiu's main course. That was a main dish that Lin Xiu had wanted to eat for a long time. I almost forgot about this. Rias finally came back from her excitement at the sight of Akino's size, remembering that they and Lin Xiu seemed to have some serious business to attend to. Zhu and I'll leave Lin Xiujuan to you. You must bring Xiujuan to the designated location on time. After explaining the mission to Akino, Rias turned to look at Lin Xiu again. Mr. Lin Xiu, I believe this meeting with the Celestial Realm will be very important. It may even affect the Celestial Realm's attitude towards the 3-party talks. I hope you have a safe journey. Although Liyasi got Lin Xiu's chess piece, now only Kuan Xiu knows that he has already dominated the heaven. Therefore, Leah solemnly gave Lin Xiu instructions and blessings. Don't worry, Rias. The 3-party peace talks will definitely be facilitated. Lin Xiu smiled mysteriously, took Junai's hand, and left the old-school building. Akino hadn't expected Lin Xiu to actually take her hand and subconsciously glanced in Rias's direction. The agreed time was in the evening, so there was no need for Lin Xiu to take her hand and leave at noon. Could it be that Lin Xiujuan wants to date her? Seeing that Rias's expression didn't seem to change, Aino hurriedly broke away from Liayu's eye contact. Rias looked at Lin Xiu and Akino holding hands with a hint of anticipation. Xiukuan, are you finally taking action against Akino? Let me see how much my favorite Xiujun really understand about girls' hearts, right? If possible, Rias certainly hopes that Akino can serve Lin Xiu with her to enhance her competitiveness. The best-case scenario is that all her relatives are with her, so that she doesn't have to pick a time when her relatives are not around to be intimate with Lin Xiu. As time passed, Rias gradually changed her mind. On the one hand, facing so many beautiful girls, Rias felt a little overwhelmed. On the other hand, according to Lin Xiu, due to the evolution of her bloodline, the bloodline that Lin Xiu had advanced with great difficulty could no longer allow her to become pregnant. She had become stronger, but she had lost the qualification to get pregnant. Rias was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. So, since she had chosen to support Lin Xiu in finding more people to support his bloodline evolution, Rias thought it would be better to keep the benefits within the family and eat up the beautiful girl around her first before considering other things. Lin Xiu certainly didn't lie. The succubus bloodline rewarded by the system could indeed be advanced through intercourse with the opposite S*X. The more bloodline there was, and the higher the quality, the faster it would advance. Requesting flowers. However, to do so would require a huge number of people of the opposite S*X and Lin Xiu had never expected to advance through this method. The reason he said this was just to win Rias's support. Lin Xiu knew that even if he didn't say so, the understanding Rias would definitely agree after a little struggle. But in order to make Rias feel better, Lin Xiu still used this more acceptable explanation. Holding Zhu Nai's hand, Lin Xiu walked out of Zhu Wang Academy. As Lin Xiu activated her own succubus bloodline, Akino's sister island, who already had some feelings for Lin Xiu, gradually became flushed. However, since the succubus bloodline can only make people aroused and does not force mating, Himejima Akino still maintained basic rationality. Lin Xiujuan, your hands feel very nice. But holding a girl's hand without her permission is very rude. If it's between people of the opposite x of the same age, this would only happen if they like each other. Having said that, Himejima Akino did not push Lin Xiu's hand away and still maintained contact with Lin Xiu. 0.0. Lin Xiu naturally noticed Zhu Nai's reaction and replied with a smile. Really? Seeing how you were competing with Rias for the chance to favor me, I thought you had a crush on me. As for me, no matter how Akino feels about me, I like Akino. With Lin Xiu's experience and thick skin, he can easily say to a girl, you just have a crush on me. Lin Xiu likes this sentence very much, because the expression of this sentence is both clear and vague, which can well confuse the mind of the young girl who is talking to him. Hearing this, Zhu Nai smiled helplessly. Lin Xiu, and the reason I said that at that time was to help Rias clarify her own feelings. My experiments have proven that she will resent my closeness to you. In other words, she likes you. That's why Lin Xiu and Rias's relationship will become increasingly distant. Isn't that right? Zhu Nai's argument made sense, but unfortunately, Lin Xiu didn't buy it. In other words, Akino, you are happy to help Rias do things that are inconvenient for her to do? Lin Xiu asked back. Zhu Nai pursed her red lips. Without a doubt, this was an unanswerable question. She felt that if she said yes, Lin Xiu would most likely say something like, Rias can't have children. Since you two have such a good relationship, why don't you help her have a child first, Akino? With a sigh, Akino's gentle smile carried a hint of helplessness. Lin Xiujuan, I actually like you very much. I don't dislike your greedy behavior of wanting to get all the pretty girls. If I'm not mistaken, Yuuma and her church companions have already established a substantial relationship with you. As for Kitty and Gasper, you've already helped them resolve their initial concerns. I guess when you finally resolve their issues, it's time for you to eat them. As for me, you probably want to help me untie the knot in my heart, just like you did with Yumi, Kaneko, and Gasper, right? I'm sorry. The knot in my heart will never be untied. However, I am willing to accept Lin Xiujuan and stay by your side with Rias. So, Lin Xiujuan, could you please stop trying to pry in my mind? Zhu Nai, on the condition of being willing to sacrifice herself, asks Lin Xiu not to pry in her heart anymore, because she doesn't want to get hurt anymore. If Lin Xiu is playing gal game at this moment, an option will most likely pop up in front of him. Option 1. Accept Akino's advice, stop prying into Akino's mind, and marry Akino that night. Azuna's favorability increases slightly. Option 2. Reject Akino's suggestion and continue to explore Akino's mind. Azuna's favorability will decrease slightly. As a real man, Lin Xiu's choice is of course option 2. No, I refuse. Azuna, problems must be faced before they can be solved. If you keep avoiding them, you won't be able to truly move towards the future. Whether it's you, Kaneko, Yumi, or Gasper, everyone has a past they don't want to face. Since everyone has chosen to move forward, Akino, you shouldn't stand still either. Lin Xiujuan. Zhu Nai's voice suddenly became much louder, interrupting Lin Xiu's words. At this moment, the tenderness in Zhu Nai's eyes diminished a lot, leaving only pure helplessness and sadness. Lin Xiuquan, you should have heard about me from Rias, right? How do you plan to help me move on from my past? Help me become stronger, and then beat up Baichio? Or attack the Himejima family and bring those who plotted against my mother to justice? Either way, it doesn't make any sense to me. I just want my mother to be resurrected. This, with a soft sound, Zhu Nai's crystal tears fell to the ground, revealing her turbulent mood. Originally, she had hidden these things deep in her heart, but now, the softest part of her heart was exposed by Lin Xiu in the most direct way. At this moment, Zhu Nai finally expressed his true thoughts. It doesn't matter whether Baiqiu is her real father or not. Baiqiu has never been her real father anyway, so naturally he has never fulfilled his father's responsibilities. It doesn't matter what the Himejima family is. Baiqiu has already killed those who are chasing Himejima Shuri. Do they still need to attack the Himejima family to force the Himejima family to surrender? The only person she really cares about is her mother, Himejima Yuri. It was her fault. If it weren't for her, my mother's already sad fate would have been even worse. If she had not been born, even if her mother had lived a miserable life, she would not have ended up dead. Since her mother could not be resurrected no matter what, she could only rely on time to heal the scars in her heart. That's why she asked Lin Xiu not to try to pry into her heart, because Lin Xiu's snooping would only make her remember the things she had tried to forget. It would only make her remember that she was the one who killed her mother. Lin Xiujuan, I'm glad you're willing to accept such filth. I said, I am willing to accept Lin Xiujun and be his partner like Rias. So, Lin Xiuquan, since resurrecting mother is impossible, please don't try to solve my problem the same way you solve the problems of other followers. Okay. Zhu Nai looked at Lin Xiu, her beautiful purple eyes constantly filled with tears, which was both touching and heartbreaking. Looking at such a charming Zhu Nai, Lin Xiu slowly said, Akino, what if I say there's a possibility of resurrection? Huh? Himejima Akino was stunned. What did Lin Xiu just say? Looking at the surprised Akino, Daishio repeated it again. Azunai, what if I told you that even if your soul dissipates and falls into reincarnation, your mother, Zhuli, still has a chance of resurrection? 14. Behind Lin Xiu, the wings of the 10 rose fallen angels spread out, and a sky full of black feathers lingered around Zhu Nai. Knowing 2 pieces of bombshell news at the same time, Nai's brain was a little overwhelmed. If she wasn't mistaken, the fallen angel aura emanating from Lin Xiu was different from those fallen angels who had fallen from angels. Instead, it was very similar to her and her mother. Lin Xiujuan is also a born fallen angel. What's going on? Isn't Lin Xiujuan a pure-blooded Leviathan from the demon clan? How come he has fallen angel wings? Wait, looking at it this way, isn't Lin Xiujuan like me, possessing both the filthy bloodline of a fallen angel and the filthy bloodline? After realizing this, tears welled up in Akino's eyes. Lin Xiu used the fallen angel's wings to completely wrap herself and Akino, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Akino's eyes. Azuno, you are right. I have awakened the power of the angel. To be precise, it should be said that I mutated and developed the power of a fallen angel. Not only the power of the fallen angel, but even my demonic power is the result of mutation. You should have noticed that it's not just me. Rias, Kaneko, Gasper, and Yumi have all seen significant improvements in their strength recently. This is because they've all been affected by my mutant existence. I am the biggest singularity in the world. With me, nothing is impossible. Even resurrection from the dead is possible. Lin Xiu calmly narrated the facts. MB Zhu Nai did not say anything to question her. She just silently gave Lin Xiu a look of trust. Since Lin Xiu said he could do it, she would firmly believe in Lin Xiu. From the time she knew Lin Xiu until now. Although Lin Xiu was very fickle and could easily fall in love with beautiful girls, but he had never broken his promise. Moreover, she witnessed with her own eyes the resurrection of Yumi Kiba's dead companions. If it's Lin Xiu, maybe it really works. In the black sphere formed by the black wings, Zhu Nai took the initiative to hold one of Lin Xiu's hands and looked at Lin Xiu, who was much taller than her. Mr. Lin Xiu, could you please close your eyes for a moment? Lin Xiu knew what Zhu Nai wanted to do. Although he didn't like this kind of gratitude reward, he never had the habit of refusing things that were delivered to his door. Whatever can be obtained must be obtained first. Even if it is more of a gratitude nature now, Lin Xiu will gradually transform it into more of a feeling nature in the future. Tis, a soft sound. Akino stood on tiptoe and offered the girl's red lips. Feeling the scent of Akino, a woman who belonged only to her, Lin Xiu opened her eyes, one hand holding Akino's slender waist, and the other gently lifting the back of her head. The touch of her soft, silky black hair entered Lin Xiu's mind, and Lin Xiu began to attack with great aggression. Akino was very unfamiliar with the kiss and responded a little clumsily. However, due to Lin Xiu's superb kissing skills, Akino quickly got over the awkwardness and responded passionately. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiu released Junai, whose eyes were moist and whose body was exhausted. Thanks to the help of the succubus bloodline and Lin Xiu's superb skills, Akino's first experience was very wonderful and left a deep impression. The only problem was that Lin Xiu's deep kiss was a little too direct and too aggressive. Originally, Junai was planning to give Lin Xiu a cold look. After all, who would kiss a girl so violently the first time? But she found that she didn't even have the strength to roll her eyes at Lin Xiu. She could only snuggle in Lin Xiu's arms and feel Lin Xiu's breath. Holding Junai, Lin Xiu's ears flashed with the light of the communication array. Since it was agreed to resurrect Zhu Li, Lin Xiu immediately began to make preparations. In order to gather the materials for summoning the spirit, Lin Xiu contacted a girl who had given him her contact information at the last engagement ceremony. "Hello, is this Miss Seekvilla from the Grand Duke's family? I'm Lin Xiu." The girl Lin Xiu contacted was named Seekvera, the next head of the Agar's house. Seekvera's appearance and temperament are somewhat similar to Sona's. Both are cold-hearted girls wearing glasses, and both are the next heads of pure-blooded demon families. In the underworld, the 4 great demon kings have the highest status, but in addition to the 4 great demon kings, there are 3 other families that also have a leading position. The 3 families are the King's House, Ball, ranked first among the 72 demons. Grand Duke, Agars, ranked second among the 72 demons. Nobleman's House, Visago, ranked third among the 72 demons. Seekvera-san is the next head of the Grand Duke's family. Only the next female head of one of these 3 families and the 4 Demon King families could be awarded the title of Princess of the Underworld. Currently, there are 3 top female demons in the Underworld who can be called Princess of the Underworld. They are Lucifer's sister, Rias Gremory, the sister of the Demon King Leviathan, King Nasidi, and the next head of the Grand Duke's family, Seekvera Agars. In terms of status in the Underworld, Seekvera is even higher than Rias and Sona. After all, Rias and Sona couldn't inherit their older brothers and sisters' Demon King titles, but Seekvera could truly inherit the title of head of the Grand Duke's family. Even if we only talk about strength, Seekvera is the best. Back when Rias and Sona were still high-ranking demons, Seekvera had already become the highest-ranking demon. Now, relying on her own strong strength and excellent management skills, Seekvilla has begun to gradually take over the family business of the Grand Duke. Grand Duke Agars owns the resource exchange platform with the largest number of goods and customers in the Underworld. According to data, more than 30% of the transactions in the Underworld are conducted through the Grand Duke's trading platform. Lin Xiu approached Seekvera to get the resources he wanted. "Master Lin Xiu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Since they were not very familiar with each other, Seekvera-san used the name Lin Xiu-sama respectfully. Normally, with her status, she wouldn't have to be so reserved when facing Lin Xiu. However, considering that this was the first time Lin Xiu had approached her for a collaboration, she felt it would be better for her to act professionally. "Yes, Miss Seekvera-san, I do have something important that I would like to use the Agars family's platform for. May I ask, with the resources of the Grand Duke, how long will it take to help me find the soul-restoring grass, the netherworld Ganoderma, and the my saliva flower?" Lin Xiu has learned a lot from the endless knowledge of the God of the Bible. The soul-returning grass, the netherworld Ganoderma, and the ambergris have the ability to temporarily recall the souls of the deceased from the underworld. Considering that the 10,000 worlds reincarnation pool needs the body and soul of other people to resurrect them, and Jidao Julie's soul has already entered reincarnation. Before resurrecting her, Lin Xiu must find out where her soul is. These things? Let me check for you. Sigvera hadn't expected that it would be so easy to connect with Lin Xiu. She immediately tried her best to help Lin Xiu find relevant information. Nowadays, Lin Xiu is arguably the most popular figure in the underworld. Strong strength, top-notch looks, and still being a minor. If he continued to grow, everyone knew that he would at least be able to obtain a seat as a Demon King, either the position of Leviathan Demon King or the position of Lucifer Demon King. However, the most important thing was that he was able to ignore the special physical condition of Shengli and the fact that he had married multiple wives. After realizing that the underworld means the future of the demon clan, a large number of pure-blooded demon families are thinking about how to join Lin Xiu's interest group. If nothing else, just to be able to share Lin Xiu's bloodline that can ignore holy power, marrying a pure-blooded family descendant is worth it. Sigvera was no exception. Of course, she didn't want to give it to Lin Xiu yet. As the next head of the Grand Duke's family, Sigvera-san cannot marry outside the family. She simply intended to build a good relationship with Lin Xiu. Some requests could only be made after she had established a good relationship with Lin Xiu. Lin Xiujuan, what are you going to do? Junai came back to his senses and looked at Lin Xiu with excitement and disbelief. Could it be that Lin Xiujuan is doing this? Yes, this is a necessary step to resurrect Zhu Li. Lin Xiu looked at Junai's trembling purple eyes and nodded. There's no way. Himejima Yuri is already dead. Since there was no way to determine which underworld Zhu Li was in, Lin Xiu could only use methods other than conventional methods to summon the soul. Of course, in addition to using Lin Xiu's method, there are other means of summoning spirits. In the original plot, the kitten, with the help of his companions and the calico cat Elder Senku who knew his mother, contacted his deceased mother, Nekamatari Toma, who was in the Western Paradise, through the mirror Yukai Megai mirror. However, when we don't know which underworld the target is, it is more convenient and quick to use Lin Xiu's method. Sigvera responded quickly. Master Lin Xiu, the soul-returning grass and netherworld Ganoderma are relatively easy to find. If we work hard to help you make the connection, we should be able to trade them within 10 or 2 days. As for ambergris, that's a bit more difficult. Ambergris is extremely rare and can only be cultivated in special lands by powerful dragons of at least the Dragon King level. However, most dragons are free and undisciplined, either wandering around or sleeping, and few Dragon Kings have the energy to cultivate ambergris. As far as I know, only the magic dragon Saint Tannen can cultivate ambergris. Is that really the case? Lin Xiu nodded. He had read relevant information about ambergris and knew that its rarity was even higher than that of the soul-returning grass and the netherworld grass. In fact, with his current strength, he can also cultivate ambergris. But considering the time and efficiency issues, it is undoubtedly more appropriate to look for ready-made ambergris. Then, Ms. Sigvera, could you help me contact Tanning? Lin Xiu asked again. This, Sigvera-san paused for a few seconds. Master Lin Xiu, I only know of the existence of ambergris, but I have never seen one in person, nor have I seen any records of its trading on the Grand Duke's trading platform. I'm afraid this isn't something you can buy casually. Sigvera was very tired. Lin Xiu had finally approached her to seek cooperation, but she was unable to meet Lin Xiu's needs. Is that so? Then please, Ms. Sigvera, help me trade the soul-returning grass and the netherworld Ganoderma. As for the ambergris, I'll get it from Tanning myself. Will they go to Tanning to get it? Master Lin Xiu means Sigvera-san suddenly thought of a possibility. I can go directly to Tannin. Sigvera breathed a sigh of relief. She had just thought Lin Xiu was going to knock on her door. Well, if you, who possess the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, come and ask for it, Lord Tanning might indeed agree to a deal. Since that's the case, let's put the matter of the ambergris aside for now. Sequela, in the name of the Grand Duke, guarantees that I'll help you trade for the soul-returning grass and the phantom fragrance within one day. Sequela keenly grasped the meaning behind Lin Xiu's words. Lin Xiu dared to say it so easily, which meant that he at least had the possibility of seizing it by force if the negotiations broke down. In other words, Lin Xiu's strength has improved during this period and has reached the Super Demon King level. It was precisely because she realized this that Sequela chose to open a fast track for Lin Xiu, shortening the transaction from several hours to just 10. Okay, then I'll leave it to Ms. Sequela. Master Lin Xiu is serious. Helping demons solve problems is the purpose of the Grand Duke's establishment of a trading platform. Ms. Sequela, we are of the same generation, yet you address me as sir. Isn't that a bit too much? Lin Xiu knew that Sequela had probably helped him get a backdoor, so he treated her quite friendly. Then, Lin Xiu's opinion is, Sequela was very happy. Lin Xiu was willing to say this, which meant that the backdoor she opened for Lin Xiu today was not in vain. Miss Sequela, you could just call me Lin Xiu. That's what my friends all call me. Yes, Lin Xiu. As for me, you can also just call me Sequela. As a courtesy, both of them changed the way they addressed each other to a more intimate name. Just like that, in a harmonious atmosphere, Lin Xiu hung up the communication array with Sequela. Lin Xiu, what we're going to do next is... Zhu and I looked at Lin Xiu. Because she had already kissed Lin Xiu passionately, and because of the absolutely trustworthy temperament that Lin Xiu displayed, Zhu and I had completely regarded Lin Xiu as her backbone. Lin Xiu glanced at the time. It's still a little while before the agreed time. Let's go to the underworld first, and then go to the shrine after we come back. So, Lin Xiu, you must have a way to quickly reach the underworld. Zhu and I had seen Lin Xiu use spatial powers to cross space, but she didn't know that Lin Xiu's spatial powers could cross the big world. She just thought that Lin Xiu used some quick teleportation technique or footwork. However, although Zhu and I didn't know, she firmly believed that Lin Xiu had the means to quickly reach the underworld. Without a way to arrive quickly, the two would have no chance of catching up with the heavenly forces. Since Lin Xiu has said this, he will definitely be able to do it. Now Junai firmly believes in Lin Xiu. Yes, Akino, take my hand. Junai smiled and stretched out his hand, placing his slender white hand in Lin Xiu's broad palm. The next moment, the two of them disappeared from the spot. Underworld. The territory of the evil dragon, Saint Tannen. A large number of dragons are living carefree lives. Either sleeping, practicing, or eating, it can be said that he lives a very comfortable life. And at this moment, outside the territory, the shadow of a red dragon rose into the sky, shocking all the dragons in the territory. Because this is the dragon soul of a celestial dragon. This is Drake's dragon soul. Has the host of the current Dragon Emperor arrived? After realizing this, Tanning flapped his wings immediately and came to the source of the breath. At this time, Lin Xiu was observing the ambergris from a distance. The dragon-shaped plant growing on the land where the earth veins and dragon energy are most concentrated is undoubtedly the legendary ambergris. As recorded in the knowledge of the God of the Bible, ambergris is not a simple product of dragon power catalysis, but a fusion product of dragon power and sister power. Bang! With a heavy thud, Tan Ning landed in front of Lin Xiu. The moment he saw Tan Ning, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. Bite! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot quest, Ambergris and Earth Veins. Quest level, Gold. Task description. Ambergris is the result of the resonance between the flower of the Earth Vein and the powerful power of the Dragon Clan. In addition to enhancing the quality of medicine and making the medicine produce a wonderful sublimation effect, it also plays a vital role in improving the Dragon Clan's bloodline. In the world of Akame / the host has collected a large number of dangerous dragon species. However, due to the size limitations of the world itself, it is difficult for all dangerous dragon species to break through the shackles of the Super Demon King level. Even if the strongest East Daxia Sea Cloud Dragon has a strength that is infinitely close to the main God level, it is only infinitely close and cannot break through that natural barrier. In fact, the Infinite Dragon God and the Red Dragon God Emperor in the DxD world are also facing a similar situation. However, compared to the Infinite Dragon God and the Red Dragon God Emperor, who can only rely on themselves to break through for the time being, the dangerous species in the world of killing the Red Eyes can also rely on the spiritual medicine of the top world to break through. With the help of the ambergris of the DxD world, the dragons of the Akame slashing world can break through the shackles of the main god level. With enough ambergris, the host can even cultivate a legion of all god level dragon type dangerous species. Quest requirements: obtain ambergris and cultivate it to 100 plants. Note: low-level world. Theoretically, the strongest person is the highest level demon or below. Most of the daily world, low-level martial arts world. Intermediate world. Theoretically, the strongest are at or below the Super Demon King level. The Akame slash world, the Black Bullet world. Advanced world. Theoretically, the strongest person is at or below the main god level. Bloodthirst attack world, God Killer world early stage, Suching world, Bone King world, Rio world, Earthly wrong world. Top world. Theoretically, the strongest are at or below the Dragon God level. The Late God Slayer world, the Shadow of Power world, the Reincarnation world, etc. Super world group. Theoretically, the strongest is at the level of Evil God, 3 digits, or below. Zhao Zhao Zhao. Yexi world. Theoretically, the strongest person in the world is in the single digit or less. Box Garden. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. He originally thought that this trip was just to collect materials for Himejima Yuri's revival, but he didn't expect it to trigger a good system task. Just as the system said, the super dangerous army in his world of killing Akame is very strong, and most of them have a strength of Super Demon King level after using chess pieces. If Lin Xiu really took out all this family wealth, he alone would be able to match one of the 3 major forces. However, the upper limit is still a little bit off. Now, the existence of ambergris completely makes up for this shortcoming. Lin Xiu seemed to have seen himself commanding a legion of dangerous god-level creatures in the future. Sure enough, it was cool to have one's strength reach the main god level, but bumping into main god level subordinates was another kind of cool feeling. Anyway, under the effect of multi-mind communication, Lin Xiu's strength has been steadily improving, so he certainly doesn't mind spending some time and energy to cultivate his own power. The flower of the earth veins, plus the original power of the dragon race. Taking a look in the direction of the ambergris, Lin Xiu saw through the essence of the ambergris at a glance. As described in the knowledge of God in the Bible, ambergris gathers the essence of dragon veins and dragon clans and represents the power of the earth. That a bit insightful. Tan Ning didn't expect that Lin Xiu could see through the essence of ambergris at a glance. The contemporary Red Dragon Emperor Lin Xiu, I wonder what brings you to me? Tan Ning asked directly. In the eyes of the vast majority of nobles in the underworld, Lin Xiu's identity as Leviathan is greater than his identity as Red Dragon Emperor. But in the eyes of Tan Ning, the Dragon King, Lin Xiu's identity as the Red Dragon Emperor is obviously more important. After exchanging greetings, Lin Xiu got straight to the point. Mr. Tanning, I came to you this time to borrow your ambergris. Ambergris? Impossible. Without any hesitation, Tan Ning directly rejected Lin Xiu's request. Why? Lin Xiu asked calmly. For the future of the dragon race. Lin Xiu shook his head helplessly. He had already guessed why Tan Ning said that. He could only say that Xiu's vision was too low. Seeing that Lin Xiu didn't seem to accept his statement, Tan Ning continued. The dragon race must have dragon apples to survive. After the great changes in heaven and earth, the land where dragon apples can be grown has been greatly reduced. This place in the underworld is one of the few places I can make my own. Ambergris is exactly what I prepared for my successor, to prevent me from falling due to some circumstances and to prevent my territory from shrinking rapidly after my death. I must train a successor who can reach the level of a Dragon King to inherit my title. Tan Ning gave Lin Xiu a lot of face and told him the reasons why he was unwilling to make the deal. Lin Xiu remained calm after hearing this, because he knew that was what Tan Ning was thinking. Really? Then, Lord Tanning, how long have you been cultivating this ambergris? Lin Xiu asked. 500 years. When saying this, there was a hint of pride in Tanning's tone. In his opinion, he was awesome for spending so much time cultivating the ambergris and being so dedicated to the Dragon Clan. If I tell you I have a way to quickly grow 10 ambergris plants within 10 days, would Lord Xiu be willing to temporarily hand them over to me? 10 plants in 10 days. Are you kidding me? A stream of fire came out of Tanning's huge dragon nose. He was really angry. What did this young man think of all the hard work he put in over the years? Cultivating 10 plants in just 10 days? Do you think you're selling them wholesale at the market? I'm not kidding. I've seen a special method in ancient books that can utilize the effects of the Red Dragon Emperor's cage to cultivate medicinal herbs. Of course, Lin Xiu couldn't say that he saw the relevant knowledge in the knowledge base of the God of the Bible. He could only make up an ancient book. What ancient book? Who wrote it? And who verified it? If it's not accurate information, I won't agree. Tanning's attitude became very stiff. Lin Xiu was silent. He certainly could not have said that he had learned it from the knowledge of the God of the Bible. In ancient times, the God of the Bible once considered cultivating the infinite dragon god and the red dragon god emperor so that they could transcend the shackles of the dragon god level. Cultivating and purifying ambergris was the strategy of the God of the Bible at that time. Unfortunately, he failed. Simply increasing the dragon's bloodline power would not be enough to complete the promotion. After clarifying this, the God of the Sutra developed a deadly poison targeting the dragon clan Fallen Dragon Samel. Samel's strength is not strong, not even at the main god level, but he possesses the terrifying power to restrain all dragons. Even the infinite dragon god Orpheus at the dragon god level will be powerless in front of Samel. Today, in the entire world, only Lin Xiu knows the truth about Samel. Samel was not created simply to restrain dragons. On the contrary, Samel was created to help the dragon race evolve. If the infinite dragon god and the red dragon emperor god can withstand Samel's venom and achieve coexistence and integration with Dragon Killer, they will definitely be able to reach a new level. The coexistence and fusion of completely opposite energies is itself an extreme and a symbol of a brand new future. Lin Xiu is the only person in the world who knows the ways of the God of the Bible and intends to put the ideas of the God of the Bible into practice in the future. Lin Xiu estimated that even if he took out a specific ancient book, Tan Ning would still question whether it was authentic and valid, because in Tanning's eyes, he is the best in cultivating ambergris. A person who considers himself an academician would never allow an undergraduate to question his research results. Of course, the reality is quite the opposite. According to the current situation, Lin Xiu, who inherited the knowledge of the God of the Bible, is an academician, and Tan Ning, who conducted independent research, is an undergraduate, even a private undergraduate. Tanning, you can't believe that it's actually a junior like me, right? Lin Xiu asked with a sigh. As soon as the words fell, Tanning immediately replied impatiently. Isn't that a matter of course? I've been cultivating ambergris for 500 years. Even if you've read some ancient books, you can't possibly have more practical experience than me. Tanning's words make sense. It's a pity that this world is unreasonable. Lin Xiu sighed, his eyes gradually becoming firm. Since you refuse to believe me no matter what, then I have no choice but to speak to you using the Dragon Clan's way of speaking. Oh, the Dragon Clan's way of talking? Hearing this, Tanning's already ferocious eyes instantly became even more aggressive. Lin Xiu, you mean you want to fight me? No, not a fight. Lin Xiu shook his head. I just want to tell you with facts that whether in cultivating ambergris or in your own strength, you are not as strong as you think. That's all. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden Hand. Red Dragon Emperor's Armor. Boosted Gear Scale Mail. Green spiritual energy surged into the sky, and Lin Xiu's entire body was instantly covered in red armor. Under Lin Xiu's amazing dragon energy and spiritual power, Tan Ning's dragon king-level momentum was instantly suppressed. This is a god-level aura that surpasses the super demon king level. How is this possible? Just by using the Forbidden Hand, one can reach god-level combat power. This means that the artifact user's body strength has reached at least the level of a demon king. And it can't be a low-level demon king. How long have you been awakened? How is it possible that you have grown stronger so quickly? Tan Ning's huge dragon eyes were almost popping out of his head. What a joke. How long after awakening? He's already become a god-level being. Where did this pervert come from? However, what surprised Tan Ning even more was yet to come. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In Lin Xiu's body, with the demonic power that carries all the ways as its foundation and the immortal power as its source of support and guidance. The two completely opposite energies of Xi and Guang have formed a perfect balance. Under the continuous rotation, a hint of chaotic aura emerged. After the holy light and dark light were balanced and initially merged, a dark golden light ball emitting a chaotic aura was formed. Under the guidance of the white immortal power, the dark golden ball of light extended downward, while the demon bloodline, carrying 10,000 paths, expanded upward. If holy light is sacred and dark light is corrupted, then after the initial fusion, it represents the light of chaos. Then, the demonic bloodline that manifested the rules of the world due to Lilith, the mother of demons, itself represents the darkness of chaos. The world was originally chaotic, but due to contact with the devil, the darkness of chaos was produced. The son of the world was originally the pinnacle of holiness, but after his bloodline degenerated into an angel, he became extremely corrupt. These two, respectively, explain chaos from the perspectives of integration of all paths and fusion of yin and yang, and pointed out to Lin Xiu the direction he should move forward. The integration of opposing forces is the only way to transcend the world. Originally, the God of the Bible refined the poison of Samuel in order to extract the ultimate antidote to the Dragon Clan. If it weren't for the modified fate and future, the God of the Bible would probably have taken a similar path. Now, Lin Xiu, leveraging the system's characteristic of no conflict between any powers within the host body, has developed the Chaos Fusion method, which was originally only available to peak-level Lord Gods and only Dragon Gods. After slightly suppressing the Light Bloodline to achieve a balance with the Demon Bloodline, Lin Xiu completely integrated all of his bloodlines. Click! The shackles that had kept him at the God level were shattered. Lin Xiu, without using Balong and only using Forbidden Hand, successfully shattered the shackles of the main God level. Originally, there was an upper limit for each stage of the artifact. Under normal circumstances, the artifact can exert a power close to that of a Demon King. But if you want to truly use the power of a Demon King, you must develop the Forbidden Hand. The same goes for the Forbidden Hand mode. In the Forbidden Hand state, the artifact can exert a power infinitely close to the main God level, that is the God level. However, if you want to break through to the main God level, you must unlock the Balong mode. The biggest benefit of breaking through the upper limit of the Forbidden Hand mode is that you can use all the energy used to break through the shackles of the Overlord mode to improve your strength, thus reaching the peak of the main God level. Tan Ning, I don't care whether you intend to take on the task of helping the dragon race continue its race. I just want to say that as a Dragon King, your vision is too narrow. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me, because I will use my strength and the truth to let you know your 500 years have truly been wasted. Swoosh! The next second, Lin Xiu flashed in front of Tan Ning. Bang! Possessed by the camel's incarnation, Lin Xiu unleashed a divine kick, sending Tan Ning flying dozens of kilometers into the air. Bang, 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 bang. In the air. Every time he was kicked, Tan Ning's body would fly upwards for a distance. Every time he flew out, Lin Xiu would use Vamina's power to chase him out and give him another kick. One kick, and another kick. As if it were endless, Lin Xiu sent Tan Ning directly to the top of the underworld. At this moment, below, a group of dragons were looking at the battle situation of their Dragon King in surprise, among whom there were several powerful dragons that had reached the Dragon King level. The Dragon King level is different from the title Dragon King, who is truly recorded in history and is confined to his own title. The equivalent of the Dragon King level is the Demon King level, and the Dragon Kings, who have their own titles, have all reached the Super Demon King level. Just like the 4 Demon Kings in the underworld today, there are many masters of the Demon King level in the underworld. As long as they are the original 4 Demon Kings, the 3 major families, or some mutated bloodline, it is easy to cultivate to the Demon King level. For example, the direct descendants of the old Demon King faction, the successive heads of the Gremory family, the next head of the former Great King family defeated by Serorg, the current next head of the Grand Duke family, Seek Veriquin, etc. As long as they practice diligently, most of them can achieve Demon King level strength. However, to possess limited titles, such as for Demon Kings or Emperor, most of them require Super Demon King level strength. These Dragon King level dragons were all chosen by 023 Tanning as his successors. Although they had not yet reached the level of having a title, they were still at a pretty good level. But now, these Dragon King level dragons could only watch Tanning get beaten, looking as if they didn't dare to take any action at all. On the one hand, before receiving Tanning's order, it was really embarrassing to engage in a group fight, not only for themselves, but also for Shoko and Sho. On the other hand, in the face of the pressure from the Heavenly Dragon level, a group of Dragon Kings who had just reached the Demon King level did not dare to make any moves. Not only were they surprised, but even Akino opened her red lips in surprise. She knew that Lin Xiu had easily defeated Kirkbull, the 12-winged fallen angel, but she hadn't expected that even then, Lin Xiu hadn't used her full strength. And now, for her, Lin Xiu is willing to fully demonstrate this strength. After realizing this, Junai looked at Lin Xiu with ripples in his eyes. Rias, is this why you fell in love with Lin Xiu-kun? Indeed, this sense of security and being cared for is truly heartwarming. Although Akino is not the type to rely on her man, there are still many ripples and fluctuations in her heart. As expected, the people of the Gremory family have the trait of treasure hunting. Lias, Lin Xiujun, this is the most precious treasure you have ever found after spending all your luck in this life. But I'm sorry, now you may need to share some of your treasure with me. Akino felt a little sorry for Rias, but it was only a little. Anyway, Lin Xiu had been separated a long time ago, and the fact that he married 2 wives at the same time was proof of that. Not to mention, Akino also realized that Rias actually wanted to match her with Lin Xiu. When Akino thought about the fact that the always arrogant Rias was willing to take the initiative to help Lin Xiu find a woman, she could imagine the pressure she was facing. As she thought about it, Akino recalled the scene she and Kaneko had seen that day, the scene of Rias, Lin Xiu, and Ravel. There were Ravel's followers lying on 10 large beds. When she thought about herself being added to this big bed, Akino's purple eyes became moist and her body gradually became hot. As he was thinking, Junai suddenly noticed a familiar figure. That lady, has she come here too? I didn't expect that she would care so much about Lin Xiujun's affairs. The person Akino saw was called Seek Vera-san. After learning that Lin Xiu was planning to talk to Tanning, Seek Vera had a bad feeling. Therefore, she planned to talk to the former Dragon King, Tan Ning, on behalf of the Grand Duke, and try to reach an unprecedented deal before Lin Xiu arrived. Who would have thought that Lin Xiu, who was far away in the human world, would arrive earlier than her? Not far away, a girl with long blue-gray hair and glasses, who had a noble temperament, had just arrived and opened her red lips in surprise at the scene in front of her. That giant dragon that was constantly being kicked and had its wings broken, is that Lord Tanning? Seek Vera had expected Tanning to lose, but she hadn't expected him to lose so miserably. Most demons don't know how big the difference is between the levels above the Demon King. After all, To them, all the demons above the Demon King are the same, and they are all big figures that must not be offended. But Sikh Vera was different. Coming from a Grand Duke family, she quickly realized how powerful Lin Xiu was. Mother once said that the current 4 Demon Kings are extremely powerful, at least as powerful as the original 4 Demon Kings. Among them, Demon King Lucifer has completely surpassed the original Lucifer, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Now it seems that Lin Xiu Jun is no less capable. If I didn't have the responsibility of being the next head of the family, if the next head of the family wasn't unable to marry, I'm afraid I would want to marry Lin Xiu Jun like other female pure-blooded demons, right? It's a pity I still have the responsibility of being the next head of the Grand Duke's family on my shoulders. Unlike Rias, Sikh Vera had no intention of letting the current head of the family hold on for a while longer. Although she was indeed quite satisfied with Lin Xiu and recognized her excellence as a partner, she really couldn't give up her position as the head of the Grand Duke's family. The battle here is basically a foregone conclusion. I have to go back and take care of Lin Xiu Jun's affairs. After taking a quick look at the battle situation and greeting Akino and Tannen's dragons, Sikh Vera left the scene. The other side, on the battlefield between Lin Xiu and Tanning. After kicking dozens of times, Lin Xiu felt that simply kicking was a bit boring, so he took out some of the more novel equipment in the 10 Kings' judgment. Tanning was kicked so hard that his whole dragon was in a bad state. He only recovered after Lin Xiu temporarily stopped attacking. However, just as he let out an angry dragon roar, a huge iron ball appeared in front of him. Dragon Emperor Qin Guangxiu. Sai Lu's Qin Guang Ball is just a simple heavy object, while Lin Xiu's Qin Guang Ball contains multiple techniques such as crushing, attraction, and gravity. As Qin Guangxiu approached, Tan Ning discovered that it carried a powerful gravity spell, which directly shattered his idea of dodging first and then counterattacking. In that case, asterisk at our caret percent, asterisk caret our caret. Tanning opened his mouth, and all sorts of wondrous runes swirled around him. Using the dragon language magic unique to the dragon race, a blazing meteorite the size of a giant Qin Guang ball flew out of Tanning's mouth. Bang! The blazing meteorite, wrapped in dragon breath, collided with Qin Guangxiu, scattering the meteorite, but Qin Guangxiu was also pushed back a little by the meteorite's explosion. Taking advantage of this period of time, Li Ning wanted to distance himself from Lin Xiu. Success! As soon as it flapped its wings, hundreds of small missiles flew over, bypassing the meteorite fragments. Red Dragon Flying Ballistic Bullet. Bang, 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 bang. Countless small missiles seemed to have eyes, flying towards different parts of Tanning. Looking at the missile flying towards his reverse scale, Tanning felt like he was in trouble. The reason why the reverse scale is called a reverse scale is because it is an extremely important scale that protects the dragon's reproductive organs. Given the dragon's level of evolution, their reproductive organs would certainly not be exposed. Almost all dragons' reproductive organs were protected by their reverse scales. Tanning's current situation is the human equivalent of someone trying to set off a giant firecracker around your P*** through your pants. Although he was very unhappy, Tanning hurriedly used magic to protect his body. True dragon body. A golden light flashed, and Tanning's defense was greatly improved. The already strong dragon scale technique was even more covered by the Vajra technique that had just been used. Under Tanning's special care, his reverse scale area was covered with several layers of Vajra technique. Bang, 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 bang. After the missile exploded, Tanning's dragon body was damaged and blood was flowing from many parts of it. But fortunately, he protected his reverse scale. Kid, some things can't be done just by having strength. After being kicked dozens of times by Lin Xiu, Tan Ning was already furious. Adding to that the missile aimed at his reverse scale, Tan Ning was even more furious. Indeed, the Dragon Clan will submit to the strong. But that was after they defeated me. Isn't the God of the Bible strong enough? Ere Tianlong attacked the God of the Bible, even when his own battle was interrupted. It is the nature of the dragon race to constantly challenge the strong and constantly improve themselves. %E asterisk caret R caret E asterisk at R caret. The Dragon King Sigh. The Dragon King Sigh is the most powerful breath that only a Dragon King level being can use. Each Dragon King would make improvements to this most basic move that suited him or her. Therefore, this move was the killing move that best suited the dragon's body structure and innate abilities. Looking at the ever-increasing Dragon King power in Tan Ning's body, Lin Xiu shook his head. Many things can't be accomplished simply by having strength. I certainly know this, and what I'm teaching you now is exactly this. Dragon Emperor Taishan Cannon. A huge turret appeared behind Lin Xiu. Me, Dragon Star Bishop. Although Lin Xiu does not have the chess piece transformation ability of Hyudo-Issei, he has developed a similar ability based on his own research on chess pieces. Abandon most of the power to maintain armor and accelerators, and concentrate all of your own strength on the artillery attack. Boom! As the artillery shells flew out, a silver-golden glow appeared on Xiu's body. Under Lin Xiu's control, this layer of silver light gradually spread to the energy beam cannon that was ejected. I swear here, I don't allow anything in this world that I cannot cut apart. This sword can cut and slice through everything on Earth. It is an invincible blade. The torn silver hand has the ability to transform anything into a sword. In the later period of God Slayer, Tony transformed the meteorite into his own magic sword. In Lin Xiu, he turned the light cannon into his own magic sword. What? After Tanning's light cannon was easily blocked, what greeted him was not a direct attack from the light cannon, but a slash from the light cannon magic sword. Swoosh! The light cannon demon sword tore through space, tore apart Tanning's dragon wings, and tore apart most of Tanning's dragon body. Dragon blood splashed, and scales fell off. Like a bird with broken wings, the ancient Dragon King fell from the sky. Standing under the sky of the underworld, Lin Xiu looked down at the fallen Tan Ning. After confirming that Tan Ning had lost his combat capability, Lin Xiu turned his gaze to the sky again. Beyond the sky of the underworld is not outer space, but the underground of the human world. This is the place where demonic and dragon powers converge. The dragon territory in the underworld corresponds to Kyoto in the human world, which is also the territory of Yasaka, the nine-tailed fox general in the original story. Just as described in the knowledge of the God of the Bible, it must be a place where dragon veins converge, where powerful monsters grow, in order to create an environment suitable for growing ambergris. Gods, dragons, demons, beasts, and all kinds of powerful native life forms complement each other and constitute the power flow system of the DxD world. How to conform to the heaven and earth, and then guide and control it, is the key to achieving transcendence. Since Lin Xiu has completed the complete strategy for both worlds, he may be the one at the forefront in this regard. Nine-tailed fox Yasaka. For a yokai like the nine-tailed fox, who thrives and lives on dragon veins, it's only natural that they have a deep connection with the dragon clan. But, from the looks of it, it seems this territory won't last long. If the dragon vein dries up, the nine-tailed fox that lives with it will probably lose its future. Rather than that, it's better to... After thinking about it for a while, Lin Xiu took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. In Tanning's territory, with blood all over the sky, Tanning's huge dragon body fell from the sky and landed near the core area where ambergris was planted. During this period, a large number of demon-level dragons flew towards Tanning. However, they all crashed into a transparent shield. Since this shield reached the Super Demon King level, they could not break it even if they tried their best. A Demon King-level Blue Thunder dragon lowered its head towards Akino and pleaded in a low voice. Ms. Akino, could you please discuss this with Master Lin Xiu? The Tanning territory is willing to pay any price. We only hope that Lord Lin Xiu will not engage in any more fighting with Lord Tanning in the core area. If any more fighting breaks out and hurts ambergris, then everything will be over. In response, Akino just smiled and shook his head. Mr. Lei Long, I believe that Xiu Jun has far more knowledge than you and me, so you should not worry about the safety of the ambergris. Junai already has the consciousness of being Lin Xiu's partner and will only support Lin Xiu's decision because she completely trusts Lin Xiu. Lin Xiujun must have his reasons for letting things develop to this point, and she shouldn't interfere with Lin Xiangjun's actions. At this time, in front of Tan Ning, Lin Xiu walked towards the ambergris calmly. Ambergris, as its name suggests, perfectly combines the characteristics of dragon and flower. Rather than looking like a flower, it is more like a small golden dragon coiled into the shape of a flower. Stop! If you pick it before it's ripe, most of its medicinal properties will be lost. Tan Ning stopped Lin Xiu and mentioned Tai Huang's dragon blood. Oh, really? Lin Xiu stretched out his hand towards the gorgeous ambergris, and a strange liquid of 3 colors, golden, dark golden, and blue-purple, flowed out his hand. Boost, 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 boost. Transfer. The enhanced 3-color blood dripped onto the ambergris. Eng, 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 eng. The one who made this dragon roar was not Lin Xiu, nor was it Tan Ning, but the ambergris that was madly absorbing dragon power and demon power. Watering with dragon blood? Success on the first try? Tanning found it hard to accept the reality. Watering with dragon's blood can indeed promote the growth of ambergris, but it requires extremely strict conditions. It must be done on the 15th day of the 1st lunar month and the 15th day of the 7th lunar month every year to have a certain success rate. He also failed many times before he succeeded once. How could Lin Xiu succeed in one go? I've said it before, my knowledge of ambergris far exceeds yours. Lin Xiu certainly knew that ambergris could only be watered at specified times. However, this is actually because those 2 days are the time when the demonic power is at its strongest in the year, and the resonance between the ambergris and the demon race will reach its highest point. If dragon blood is injected at that special time, the ambergris will be able to absorb dragon power and demon power to the greatest extent. But for Lin Xiu, the situation is different. Lin Xiu, who possesses this spear that penetrates the world, has been able to influence the world in a small range after reaching the main god level. Just now, Lin Xiu first covered the world around the ambergris flower to make it the most suitable environment for absorbing demonic power, and then injected blood. The next second, Lin Xiu moved forward into the air and took out a golden droplet from the ambergris. Normally, a whole ambergris flower is needed to activate the spell, but with the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, a single drop of liquid is enough to unleash the medicinal power of a whole ambergris flower. Oh, I almost forgot about this. After casually picking up a mature ambergris flower and throwing it to the place with the strongest dragon energy in the Akame-chan world, Lin Xiu turned to look at Tan Ning. Eng, 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 eng. Dragon Eater. The true Red Dragon Emperor's dragon soul flew out of the cage, and the red dragon opened its mouth, completely swallowing Tanning's body. Soul taken, dragon's soul swallow completed. Using the same method he used to control the East Dasha Sea Cloud Dragon, Lin Xiu also brought Tan Ning under his control. The next second, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission, Ultimate Dragon. Task level, red dot. Task description. In order to transcend the world, you must first reach the limit of the current world. To reach the limits of the current world, one must have a deep understanding of and the ability to influence the world's infrastructure. Dragon and Beast are already the pinnacle of power in the DxD world. If you want to transcend the DxD world, you must obtain the power of Dragon and Beast that can build the foundation of the world. The Celestial Dragon and the Dragon King are the foundation of the Dragon History Crystal. When devouring a dragon god-level being is impossible, devouring the Heavenly Dragon, the Dragon King, and the Evil Dragon is undoubtedly the best option. Quest requirements. Use the Red Dragon Emperor's cage to devour the 2 Celestial Dragons, the 6 Great Dragon Kings, and at least 6 Evil Dragons. Note, the 2 Tianlong are: the Red Dragon Emperor Draig has been killed, and his dragon soul has been made into the mythical cage of the Dragon Emperor. White Dragon Emperor Arubian, already killed, his dragon soul was crafted into the artifact, White Dragon Emperor's Wings of Light. The 6 Dragon Kings are the demonic dragon Tiamat, Super Demon King level, a beautiful woman with long straight blue hair, wearing a neat dark blue trouser suit. She is the only female member of the 5 Dragon Kings and holds the title of the strongest Dragon King. She is one of the underground referees and true managers of the current ranking game. The Black Dragon King Vritra, Super Demon King in Indian mythology, the nemesis of Indra, the god of heaven, has his soul split into 4 parts. Hennesidi has collected the main part of it. Golden Dragon Lord Fafnir, Super Demon Lord level, a golden dragon famous for collecting treasures. He signed a contract with Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels. The Dragon Boy of the West, Si Yulong, Super Demon King level, the white dragon horse that Tang Monk rode when he sought Buddhist scriptures, and the youngest of the 5 Dragon Kings. The End Dragon, Jormungandr, Super Demon King level, Loki's creation, the largest Dragon King, usually sleeps lazily in the sea, and it is said that he will only get up and move around at the end of the world. Dragon Saint Tanning, Super Demon King, one of the original 6 Dragon Kings. Because the dragon race requires dragon apples grown in a special area of the underworld to survive, in order to continue the dragon race, Tanning reincarnated as a demon and resigned as Dragon King. He has now been successfully subdued. The 6 evil dragons are Grendel the Sinful Tyrannosaurus, Super Demon King, a 15-meter-tall, black-scaled, silver-eyed dragon giant. He loves battle and slaughter. His blood is blue. His scales are arguably the toughest of all extinct dragons. He was slain by the first hero, Beowulf, and resurrected by the Scourge. Treasure Tree's protector dragon, Ladin, Super Demon King, resembling a tree grown into a dragon. It has a large rift where it appears to have a face, and the glowing red holes within are its eyes. It specializes in enchantments and barriers. It was killed by the first-generation hero Hercules after he poured Hydra venom into its mouth. It was resurrected by the Misfortune Group. Nidhogg, Super Demon Lord, a greedy dragon from the Nordic ice realm, possessing the power of resurrection. In the original story, he assaulted Orpheus, who offered no resistance to Issei's parents' capture, and was subsequently slain by the Crescent Moon's dark dragon. The Mad Dragon, Yamada no Orochi, Super Demon King level, that devours spirits, an evil dragon with 8 heads. Even if its heads are cut off, it can regenerate and attack with the severed heads. Its venom is very dangerous, and its aura is pitch black. Half of its soul is in the Taian Kanjian sword, and the other half is in the execution platform of the Purple Flame Priest. Apep, the primordial dark dragon, heavenly dragon class, a slender, snake-like dragon over 100 meters in length. Its abilities include controlling darkness and shadows, and releasing black water that consumes and corrodes all matter. In the original story, it was defeated by the dragon deified Hoda Issei during the Battle of the Evil Dragon, Real Zhao. The forbidden dragon of magic source, Ari Dahaka, dragon class, a 3-headed black dragon that can use thousands of magics and has destructive impulses and self-destructive tendencies. He began to pursue pure destruction, fighting powerful opponents and finding satisfaction in encountering unusual objects. He once fought against the army of the god Zoroaster, but was nearly sealed away by Tito. In the original story, he was defeated by the Demon King Wavali in the battle against the evil dragon. The Crescent Moon's dark dragon, Crone Kiwak, dragon level, the strongest evil dragon created by the demon god Barol, the Dream Dragon, the dragon in charge of war and death. Originally just an ordinary evil dragon, he relied on his own training to become a dragon-level existence. His long-cherished wish is to witness the future of the Dragon Clan and to withdraw from the evil tree after it attacks the heavens, a new terrorist organization formed by Li Zevim after absorbing the remnants of the Disaster Group after the defeat of the Hero faction and the Old Demon King faction. After the mission of the Ultimate Beast, will the next step be the Ultimate Dragon? It seems that the evolutionary direction of the Sekuriai's gauntlet, the ultimate dragon beast, is not given in vain. But Sona has actually already obtained 3/4 of Ritra's sacred weapon. It seems that I have given her quite a stimulus. If that's all, Sangna is still a long way from realizing his dream. The gathering of the younger generation of demons from the underworld will be held soon. Sona should be able to show off the results of his training then, right? The next second after Lin Xiu took the ambergris. Boom! With a soft sound, a slight tremor occurred in the upper reaches of Tanning's territory. The original form of the ambergris flower is the earth vein flower. As expected, if the earth vein flower is disturbed, this earth vein will also be affected. But fortunately, the impact is not serious. As long as the dragon energy is replenished within a certain period of time, it will be fine. As long as the dragon energy is replenished, this earth vein will be able to produce another earth vein flower. It's just that, when watering the ambergris, the dragon king level dragon energy is useful, but when replenishing the dragon energy, the dragon king level dragon energy is not enough. I wonder what measures the nine-tailed fox General Yasaka will take. Just as Lin Xiu said. At this time, Kyoto, a beautiful golden woman wearing a golden kimono and with a gorgeous figure slowly stood up and looked at the ground with worry. What's going on? Why did the ley line suddenly decline? The earth veins are extremely important to the nine-tailed fox clan. The nine-tailed fox can even fight in conjunction with the earth veins. If the value of the nine-tailed fox is 1, then with the dragon vein of Kyoto, the value of the nine-tailed fox can be raised to 5. In the original plot, Cao Cao took a fancy to the power of the nine-tailed fox Yasaka that could combine with the Kyoto earth veins, and imprisoned it to prepare it as the best tool to summon the Red Dragon God Emperor. In fact, a mere nine-tailed fox was not qualified to summon the Red Dragon God Emperor. Cao Cao actually valued both the dragon veins of Yasaka and Kyoto at the same time, and used the nine-tailed fox that was compatible with the Dragon Clan and the earth veins of Kyoto as sacrifices to summon the Red Dragon God Emperor. In short, Kyoto's dragon veins are extremely important to the nine-tailed fox clan. After realizing that something might be wrong with the earth veins, Yasaka immediately began to investigate the cause. However, after searching for a long time, Yasaka still couldn't find the reason. There is no way. The monsters and demons in Kyoto have always kept to themselves. Yasaka didn't know that the reason why the dragon veins were strengthened on the 15th day of the first lunar month and the 15th day of the 7th lunar month was because Tan Ning was pouring his essence and blood. Tan Ning also didn't know that the reason why the demonic power increased on the 15th day of the first lunar month and the 15th day of the 7th lunar month was because in addition to the full moon, the sister monsters in Kyoto were also performing sacrifices. Dragon veins are indeed important, but Tanning would not take the initiative to explore the connection between the dragon veins of the underworld and the dragon veins of the human world, and the nine-tailed fox Yasaka would not have thought that the dragon veins of the underworld would affect Kyoto. But now, the problem has become so serious that Yasaka has to worry. There's nothing wrong with Kyoto's dragon veins. They've simply weakened considerably. However, just because they're fine for a short period of time doesn't mean they can continue like this. The nine-tailed fox lineage needs the help of the Kyoto dragon vein to give birth to the next generation. If the dragon vein continues to weaken, the 10 veins of the nine-tailed fox will be cut off in my next generation. After realizing the seriousness of the problem, Yasaka began to frantically search through ancient books, looking for a solution. A day later, after reading through all the ancient books related to dragon veins in Kyoto, Yasaka sighed helplessly. No, there is still no way to resolve it. Although this crisis is not a crisis that will break out immediately, it is definitely urgent. Yasaka felt terrible when she thought that the nine-tailed fox lineage might be cut off in her daughter's generation. In the end, Yasaka only found some very vague descriptions in ancient books, saying that if the dragon veins in Kyoto undergo unidentified changes, it may be related to the underground medicine. It's related to the underworld. The underworld is currently divided into several parts: fallen angels, demons, and Hades each occupy a portion of the underworld. Of these, the demons have the largest territory, followed by the fallen angels. As for Hades, due to his base in Hades, the underworld itself, his territory is the smallest. The underworld connected to Kyoto is the domain of the demon clan. Keki, in other words, if we want to find the final cause, we have to contact the demons first. Thinking of this, Yasaka got a headache. Currently, the demon clan is negotiating with the fallen angels and angels who were once its enemies. If the negotiations are successful, Kyoto will be able to make contact with the demon forces. In the original plot, Yasaka actually only considered concluding a peace treaty with the three forces after the Loki expedition ended and the Norse gods joined the peace treaty. Now, before Odin reaches the three major forces, there's a great risk in contacting them. Just as Yasaka was hesitating, a crow-like dog came to her door and knocked, saying, "Lord Yasaka, there's some big news coming from the underworld." "Oh, what's the news? I can't explain the details, so please check it yourself." Master Yasaka. Soon, Crow Tengu handed over the latest newspaper. The current Red Dragon Emperor defeated Dragon King Tannen? Are the younger generation's strength growing so fast nowadays? Yasaka was quite impressed by this junior named Lin Xiu, because not long ago, she saw the news about Lin Xiu's marriage robbery. At that time, Lin Xiu's strength was only at the Demon King level. She didn't expect that he would become a top-level Super Demon King so quickly. Since the battle situation was not leaked, Yasaka naturally classified Lin Xiu's strength as that of a Super Demon King. After all, main god-level existences are extremely rare, and their meaning is completely different from that of a Super Demon King. Being able to become a Super Demon King so quickly is already quite impressive. There's no way this junior named Lin Xiu could have directly skipped the Super Demon King and God-level stages and instantly become a main God-level being, right? Yasaka had no idea that soon he would be forced to invite this junior to help solve the problem of Kyoto's dragon vein. She didn't even know that Lin Xiu was actually the culprit who caused the problem with the dragon vein in Kyoto. The other side, long before Yasaka was still reading ancient books, Lin Xiu had already conquered the underworld dragons. Lin Xiu first transplanted the ambergris to the imperial capital of the Akame-slashing world, and then gathered the dragon energy of the entire imperial capital and a large number of super dangerous species connected to the earth veins to create an environment similar to the Tanning territory. Then, Lin Xiu used the dragon blood of the Red Dragon Emperor and the knowledge of the god of the Bible to make the ambergris grow rapidly in the best environment at all times. Finally, in just one day, Lin Xiu successfully cultivated a second ambergris plant. Moreover, this is a day in the world of Akame/DxD world. In just less than 5 hours, Tan Ning watched Lin Xiu bring back the second ambergris. This is... The facts were before his eyes, and Tan Ning could not help but be excited. This is the ambergris that you have cultivated for 500 years, but has never produced any fruit. Lin Xiu replied calmly. Eng. Looking at Lin Xiu's 2 ambergris flowers, Tan Ning let out an excited dragon roar. "Master Lin Xiu, you are the son of all dragons in the underworld." Tan Ning was of course very excited. He believed that with Lin Xiu's ability, he could even cultivate ambergris, not to mention the less difficult dragon apple. As long as the production of dragon apples and ambergris can be increased, the number and quality of dragons will be greatly improved. How could he not be excited? Not only Tanning, at this time, a large number of demon-level dragons also gathered in the huge ancient venue. After seeing Lin Xiu take out the second ambergris, the dragons, who had already been conquered by Lin Xiu's strength once, were completely convinced. That's all. Unbeknownst to everyone, Lin Xiu subdued all the dragons in Tanning's territory. After leaving an ambergris flower to the excited Tan Ning and arranging a task, Lin Xiu returned to the human world. At this time, the human world was approaching dusk. Under Zhu Nai's guidance, Lin Xiu was brought to a big mountain. There's a long staircase in front of the mountain, and the rows of torii gates on the stairs highlight the uniqueness of this place. Apparently, this is a path leading to a shrine, according to the requirements of the heaven, or in other words, according to Lin Xiu's previous request, the handover of the Sword of Blessing will take place at the Junai Shrine. Azuno, is this where you live? The scenery is indeed very pleasant. Yes, Lin Xiu. Once upon a time, my mother and I lived together in a shrine. Later, after coming here, I decorated this place exactly like her shrine in order to commemorate her. Akino smoothed down the police officer's black hair and replied gently. Because of Lin Xiu, Junai can now talk about his mother calmly. Because, for her, her mother's death is a thing of the past. As long as Seek Verikuin gathers the other two ingredients, Lin Xiu can revive her mother. Lin Xiujuan, thank you so much for liking me and for everything you've done for me. Holding Lin Xiu's hands in front of her favorite shrine scenery, Junai held Lin Xiu's head and gave her a girlish kiss. Akino kissed deeply and passionately, letting Lin Xiu move in and out of her mouth, capturing her fragrant breath full of Yamato Nadeshiko's characteristics. Due to the effect of the succubus blood, even though Lin Xiu took over while kissing, Junai still looked like a lovely girl ready to be taken advantage of. Lin Xiu believed that even if he asked for Junai here, Junai would not refuse. However, Kun Xiu is not so unromantic. Besides, Lin Xiu had already booked someone to sleep with for today, so she couldn't accompany Junai for the time being. A full half hour. It was not until the agreed time was almost up that Junai was released by Lin Xiu. Because Lin Xiu's movements were a bit rough, the knot that Junai originally used to tie her ponytail fell off. Fortunately, Lin Xiu had helped countless beautiful girls with their hair, and soon, Lin Xiu helped Junai tie the knot again. Shukuan, you're really skilled. Did you learn this from Rias? Junai still smiled, not complaining at all about Lin Xiu's skill. It's not just Rias. I've practiced braiding hair with many people. You won't be able to develop any skills just by braiding one person's hair. Lin Xiu replied truthfully. Really? Lin Xiu-jun, you're really honest, but also really greedy. However, considering that greed is the driving force of human progress, I fully approve of Lin Xiu-jun's greed. After witnessing Lin Xiu's use of facts to subdue the Dragon Clan, Junai had no opinion on Lin Xiu's greed. It's normal for someone like Lin Xiu to have so many beautiful girls. So, greedy Lin Xiu-jun, can you answer a question for me? What's the problem? Junai, just tell me directly. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. Okay, Lin Xiu-jun, I'll be frank then. Junai once again put her arm around Lin Xiu's neck, looked directly into her eyes, and said with a soft smile, if I'm not mistaken, Lin Xiu-jun, you're planning to attack Mother, right? Junai said this. The noisy wind in the mountains stopped instantly. Because Junai's speech was so explosive, Lin Xiu showed a hint of sudden realization after a few seconds. In these few seconds, Lin Xiu considered all the possibilities and figured out the real reason why Junai asked this. Junai, why do you ask that? Lin Xiu did not answer Junai's question, but asked Junai another question with a smile. Why am I asking that? Junai pursed her red lips and rolled her eyes at Lin Xiu too, helplessly. She knew it, and Lin Xiu knew it too. When Lin Xiu didn't directly deny it, the answer was already obvious. Lin Xiu-jun, didn't you leave for a while to cultivate the ambergris? During that time, I asked Rias some questions. Oh, Rias actually answered questions related to my resurrection ability. Lin Xiu was very confident in his control over the harem and knew that Rias would not speak casually. She certainly won't answer all my questions casually. I have to say, Xiu-jun, your training of Rias was quite successful. Only after witnessing the intimate scene between me and Lin Xiu-jun did Rias agree to answer some of my questions. Rias told me that Lin Xiu-kun needs the bodies and souls of the dead to revive the dead. Lias also told me that after resurrecting Yome's companions, Lin Xiu-jun dispersed or sent all of Yome's male companions back to their original homes, and took all the female companions into Shangzhou. At that time, I was thinking that since Lin Xiu had his own selfish motives when he resurrected Youme's companions, then did Lin Xiu have any selfish motives when he resurrected my mother? The answer is undoubtedly yes. Azunai answered directly for Lin Xiu. I believe that Lin Xiu must be trying to use this incident to improve my favorability and even wants to get my resurrected mother. These are all Lin Xiu's selfish motives. But I don't mind. Having said this, Akino smiled with relief. The breeze blew through Akino's long hair and moved her shrine maiden skirt, making it look particularly charming. Under Lin Xiu's gaze, Zhu Nai slowly said, I don't mind what Lin Xiujuan's selfish motives are. I only mind what facts Lin Xiujuan has achieved. I don't mind whether Lin Xiujuan has any thoughts about my mother. I, Sung-yi, don't mind whether Lin Xiu truly likes me personally and my mother. The next second, Zhu Nai clasped his hands together, forming a virtual human-shaped image. Lin Xiujun, this is the image of my mother that I created based on my own memories. As you can see, my mother and I are over 90% similar. After giving so many premises and speaking so much from my heart, the next question is what I really want to ask Lin Xiujuan. As he spoke, Zhu Nai slowly sent the image in his hand forward, and the full picture of the image in his hand was completely revealed in front of Lin Xiu. Lin Xiujuan, do you like my mother who looks very similar to me? Can you protect my mother and prevent her from suffering similar hardships again? Lin Xiujuan, can you help mother to be happy? A tear fell from the corner of Akino's eye. She no longer wanted to see her mother being bullied, looked down upon, or even hurt or killed. Seeing this, Lin Xiu gently held Zhu Nai in his arms. He had thought about confronting Akino, and he had also thought about using some method to semi-force Akino to accept the facts. But he didn't expect that before he took action, Zhu Nai had already known and accepted the fact. Slowly wiping away Zhu Nai's tears, Lin Xiu gently lifted Zhu Nai's chin and looked at Zhu Nai's tearful purple eyes. Since Zhu Li and Zhu Nai look so similar, it's natural for me to dislike them. Since I like Zhu Li, I will naturally not allow the person I like to be hurt. Since I like Zhu Li, I will naturally do my best to make her feel happy. Zhu Nai chose to confront Lin Xiu, and Lin Xiu responded with truth, because Lin Xiu knew that Zhu Nai had understood and accepted it, and even planned to promote this process. If Zhu Nai doesn't accept, Lin Xiu can only give up the arrangements made by the church and reach a fait accompli with Zhu Nai first. As for Zhu Li, Lin Xiu's original plan was to resurrect her in the Akame killer world first, tell her that she had been reincarnated into another world, then cultivate feelings with Zhu Li, and finally confront Akino after the established facts were achieved. Although it seems a bit despicable and extreme, there is no doubt that the success rate of doing so is extremely high. Of course now, it seems unnecessary to do so. After getting Lin Xiu's answer, Zhu Nai wiped away her tears and smiled with relief. Okay, in that case, Lin Xiujun, how about we make a pact? What agreement? Lin Xiu asked knowingly. As agreed, I will help you gain Mother's true love. But correspondingly, before Mother completely falls in love with Lin Xiujuan must not show any signs of intimacy between you and me in front of Mother, because I want to completely make up for Mother's regrets. Zhu Nai believed that if it was Lin Xiu who had given so many beautiful girls a home, he would definitely be able to give her mother a home. Her mother has been suffering since she became pregnant. Even if she herself was unhappy, she couldn't let her mother be unhappy. I couldn't do this before because I was limited by reality, but now that I can do this, Bao Nai is willing to do his best. Okay, if this is what you wish for, Akino, I will try my best to make it happen. Lin Xiu held Zhu Nai in his arms, feeling the mountain breeze, and didn't move anymore. At this moment, Lin Xiu clearly realized that he was in a real world. Many character settings in the original plot are credible, but due to differences in some details, the plot will also undergo subtle shifts and changes. Akino was like that. In the original plot, although Akino missed her mother and felt sad and nostalgic for her mother's passing, she definitely did not have such a strong sense of guilt and desire for atonement as she does now. Lin Xiu had already guessed why Akino's sense of guilt and desire for atonement were so deep. Because she believed that she was the culprit behind Himejima Yuri's death. Because of Lin Xiu, the Jidao Zhuli in this world has no relationship with Baiqiu, and did not give birth to Junai with Baiqiu. Akino's situation is similar to that of Takagi Yuriko and Miyamoto Rei, and her pregnancy was completely a matter of fate. Because fate had destined Himejima Akino to be born. When the time came, Zhuli became pregnant with Chun for no reason. It was not until Zhuli was killed that Akino learned the truth from the people of the Himejima family. It turns out that her mother was born a fallen angel. It turned out that her mother became pregnant with her without having any relationship with another man. It turns out that it was because she was pregnant with her that Ili left the Himejima family, who were planning to have her have an abortion in order to protect her daughter. After knowing the truth, Junai, who could have attributed it to the outside world, could only put all the blame on herself for killing her mother. If it weren't for her, even if Himejima Yuri was a born fallen angel, she could still live alone in the Himejima family as before. If it weren't for her, Himejima Yuri would not have chosen to escape from the Himejima family. If it weren't for her, Shima Zhuli would not have been killed. Akino had always held this thought. Therefore, Akino has always wanted to atone for his sins. Today, when she saw the aura of a born fallen angel in Lin Xiu, which was very similar to her mother's, Junai felt a sense of fate. Later, Junai learned about Lin Xiu's ability to resurrect others, and also learned that Lin Xiu resurrected others because of his own personal desires. Thus, under the influence of a series of events, Junai's brain completed a closed loop, which ultimately led to Junai's willingness to help Lin Xiu capture Zhuli. Lin Xiu hadn't expected that Junai's strategy progress would deviate so much from what he had imagined. Fortunately, however, this deviation did not lead to any bad consequences. Lin Xiu felt her soul and body tremble when she thought about Akino's plan to help her conquer her mother. Sure enough, I am a big scumbag. Fortunately, Kung Siu had long chosen to accept the fact that he was a greedy person. After helping Junai tidy up her appearance, Lin Xiu took Junai's hand, and the two of them walked towards the shrine on the mountain together. At the Himejima shrine on the mountain, the church members had been waiting for a long time. In the shrine, after opening the compartment, Lin Xiu and Junai met the church members who arrived half an hour earlier. I can only say that the church members are still too disciplined. As for Lin Xiu, she would only arrive 10 minutes early at most. After realizing Lin Xiu's arrival, all church members gathered immediately. Led by the leading nun, everyone made prayer gestures toward Lin Xiu. "Ah, Sir Holy Son." After the prayer, the other church members all looked towards Griselda in the middle. Griselda stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and saluted respectfully to Lin Xiu. Sister Griselda, along with the 4.1 members of the church participating in the tripartite talks, express our sincere respect to Master Weird. Because she was kneeling on the ground, Griselda's white stockings were stained with dust. However, Griselda didn't care. She was simply expressing her devotion to Lin Xiu. Son of God? Has Michael already told you about this? Lin Xiu glanced at the surprised Junai and directly admitted that he was the Son of God. In name, Lin Xiu is already the leader of the heavenly realm. However, as the saying goes, the subordinates of my subordinates are not my subordinates. At this stage, Lin Xiu only has direct command over high-level angels such as Michael. Although the heaven and the church are nominally the superior and subordinate institutions, the angels are not very good at operating forces. So many powers are controlled by the church. In the original plot, the church did not send anyone to the tripartite talks, and only Michael, a high-ranking figure in heaven, attended. But this time, at Lin Xiu's request, the heaven realm also asked the church to send a large number of high-level personnel. Accepting the blessed holy sword was just a pretext. Lin Xiu's real purpose was to sub. Yes, Master Michael has already informed the church that Master Lin Xiu has been recognized by Master God and has become a son of God who will inherit Master God's legacy. Griselda replied respectfully. After the ceremony, General Gu Litong handed the holy sword wrapped in white cloth to Lin Xiu. Sir, this is the blessed sword. With this blessed sword, as long as we collect the last sword of domination, Excalibur will be able to see the light of day again. Yeah, I know. Lin Xiu nodded. The next second, 5 rays of light flashed behind Lin Xiu. The holy sword of destruction, the holy sword of mimicry, the holy sword of sky flash, the holy sword of dream, and the holy sword of transparency. The 5 holy swords were suspended behind Lin Xiu, naturally releasing a friendly aura. A calm command seemed to drive the rules of heaven and earth, and the 6 holy swords gradually moved closer. Under the purest golden holy power and the fiercest dragon emperor flames, the 6 holy swords were reforged into one holy sword. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the King's Sword Excalibur semi-finished product, gold. This semi-finished product is already rated gold. If it is fused with a holy sword of domination, even if it doesn't reach the red level, it will still be rated gold. However, as for the gold quality, there is still a lot of room for improvement. If it were an ordinary person, they would have to wait until they had collected the holy sword of domination before trying to fuse the original Excalibur. But with Lin Xiu, not only was Excalibur, which was originally a single entity, but even other holy swords with different specifications and styles could be successfully integrated into one. Ding! A reward that can be fused has been detected. Items that can be fused. Holy Sword Prototype, Demon King Slayer Holy Sword, Durandal, etc. Is the host fused? Fusion. Ding! Fusion function activated. Fusion subject. Holy Sword Prototype, purple. Fusion materials. Demon King's Holy Sword gold. Excalibur, gold, Durandal, gold. A large number of holy swords in heaven, blue to purple. Bite. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Holy Sword of the Savior, red. Holy Sword of Savior, red, the fusion product of the prototype of the Holy Sword after absorbing a large number of holy swords. It is dominated by Esther's consciousness and possesses the terrifying power to save the planet. When used, in addition to using and amplifying the power of the fused holy sword, it can also absorb power from the planet and all sentient beings. The higher the recognition from the planet and sentient beings, the greater the increase. In Lin Xiu's hand, a platinum holy sword was gradually melted and forged, extremely gorgeous and sacred. Wang. Lin Xiu grasped the holy sword, and the holy sword seemed to respond to Lin Xiu, blooming with an unprecedented holy brilliance. In this holy light, all the church members present entered into prayer mode again. O Lord, it took a full half-minute for the holy sword's brilliance to subside. Lin Xiu glanced at the church members whose loyalty had increased significantly and nodded with satisfaction. The reason why he forged the holy sword in front of these church members was to increase their faith in him. If you want to be treated as a god, or the Son of God, you always need to show some magical qualities. He could see that although these church members called him the Son of God and showed respect, they did not have the fanaticism that believers should have. How can this be possible? Believers should look at their gods with fanatical eyes. Respect is respect, but what Lin Xiu wants from the church is not respect and some kind of sexual faith. What he wants is the fanatical belief of everyone. In order to change their attitude towards him from respect to crazy belief, Lin Xiu needs to show some extraordinary qualities. In the world of Akame / Lin Xiu had studied the so-called dragon energy and national destiny, and knew that both dragon energy and national destiny were essentially very similar to the power of faith in the DxD world, both being a combination of human heart and environment. The difference is that dragon energy and national destiny belong to the Emperor and the Empire, while the power of faith in the DxD world belongs to the gods. In terms of the purity and strength of faith, the power of faith is much higher than dragon energy and national destiny. After all, the people in the world of Akame Killer believe that the Empire is simply following old rules, and they just hope that believing in the Emperor can bring them a better life. But the believers in the church are different. In the church, there are a large number of believers who are willing to sacrifice their lives for God. What Lin Xiu needs to do is to transfer this faith in the gods to himself. Seeing Lin Xiu display his miraculous ability to instantly forge the holy sword, all the church believers looked at him differently. A young girl wearing purple stockings couldn't help but come forward in praise. The Holy Son is truly worthy of being called the Holy Son. He managed to perfectly fuse the holy swords together without even using alchemy. I believe such a holy son will surely carry on the legacy of the god. The girl's name is Lin Xiu. She has a very unique black and white mixed hair color. Combined with her heroic face and purple tights, she is very conspicuous among the group of casual people. Of course, the most important thing is that Lin Xiu knows this girl. This girl with black and white gradient hair color also has a role in the original plot. This person is Lin Xiu, the user of the god-destroying tool Purple Flame Priest Disc, and one of the church members I requested Michael to personally visit. Before arranging this contact with the church members, Lin Xiu specifically gave Michael a list, including all the female church members that he had an impression of in the original plot. However, judging by the current plot progress, Lin Te should not have obtained the Godslayer tool yet. At present, the Purple Flame Priest Disc that Deshur should own in the future is still in the hands of the villain A Shun and Fallen Angel. Saint Linty, please observe your etiquette. Griselda glanced at Linty and said calmly. Although Griselda's voice was not loud, the effect was extremely obvious. As soon as she heard Griselda's words, Linty stuck out her tongue awkwardly and stood upright by the side. Griselda is a very authoritative parent figure to most church members. Including Zenobia, a large number of young people have been cared for by Griselda to varying degrees and have a foster mother-like affection for her. Of course, Griselda's influence is limited to the younger generation. For example, masters of the same generation or older generations are far beyond Griselda's influence. This is why Griselda is the leader and not anyone else. Other church leaders are still waiting and watching. Although there is no detailed description in the original plot, it is obvious that the heaven had very little control over the church at the beginning. It was not until the tripartite talks were concluded that the heavenly realm significantly increased its control over the church. The reason for the increased control is also very realistic. High-level angels have obtained the technology of demon chess pieces. After acquiring the technology of the demon chess pieces, the angels developed their own cards. High-level angels turned all those church members who had no specific affiliation but were only nominally superiors and subordinates into their followers, thereby greatly improving their control over the church. Normally, Lin Xiu should put an end to this kind of subordinates forming cliques. But angels are different. They are absolutely loyal to God and the Son of God. Therefore, this top-down subordinate management system can better consolidate the power of the church. However, in the original plot, even when a large number of high-ranking officials were reincarnated by angels, an armed coup still occurred in the church. In the church, the Pope has the highest status and ranks first. The second highest cardinal is Theodore Cerezo. The third highest ranking cardinal is Vasco Stratata. The cardinal deacon is ranked fourth, Everard Christodi. Among them, Theodore, who ranks second, is the most outstanding miracle child and the youngest cardinal. Ranked third, Vasco is Durandal's former user. He possesses power greater than Kirkball's and once severely beat up the fallen Angel Kirkball. It was precisely because he could not defeat Vasco that Kirkball sought the power of the Holy Sword. Although Vasco had given Durandal away, he still had a replica of the Durandal that was personally given to him by the Pope. Evard, ranked fourth, is the master of all church warriors and the former holder of Excalibur 580 UR, holding a replica of Excalibur. There is no doubt that they are all extremely outstanding. However, the situation at the end of the original plot is that, apart from the Pope, the second, third, and fourth most important figures in the church conspired together, summoned the church's warriors, and launched a fake coup. The reason they launched the coup was very simple. The church was dissatisfied with the policies of heaven. It's fine if you reconciled with the demons and fallen angels. But later in the story, Injia actually chose to reconcile with the vampires. This radical reconciliation policy deprived the warriors of the meaning of fighting and left the church warriors confused and angry. As a result, they chose the most inappropriate path of an armed coup. Of course, in Lin Xiu's opinion, if the blame is to be shared, the seraphim should also take part of it. After all, the seraphim are creations of God. For them, it is good enough to be able to barely maintain the system left by the God of the Bible. It is too difficult for them to understand people's hearts. Lin Xiu's current situation is quite similar to the original plot. Originally, the church had already identified Lin Xiu as a blasphemous demon and an absolute heretic. But the Seraph of Heaven told them that such a blasphemous demon had actually become the Son of Heaven. It was precisely because Lin Xiu knew the development of the church in the original plot that he took the initiative to let Michael identify those who were loyal to him first. Those who are here now are all church leaders who recognized Lin Xiu. The remaining senior executives were either not firm enough or did not approve of Lin Xiu from the beginning. They all needed to be corrected when Lin Xiu was too strict. Okay, Griselda, don't be too harsh. It's normal for young people to be energetic. This should be everyone in the church who agrees with the Heaven Realm's decision, right? Lin Xiu took a quick look and saw that they were basically nuns and saints. Also, those who launched the armed coup were church fighters, and most of the church fighters were men. Yes, Lord Saint, according to your instructions, the Michaelites gathered all the church members who were reluctant to accept orders without them at the church headquarters. Grihin replied respectfully. So, those people are gathered in the Vatican. Lin Xiu is not a demon who would do something evil like destroying the church. However, education and rectification are still necessary. Yes, they are indeed in the Vatican now, Griselda replied respectfully. Okay, very good. In that case, let's follow the process. Lin Xiu glanced in the direction of the Vatican, then turned to look at the nuns and saints. Yes, nodding respectfully, Griselda took out a list of names, which contained all saints and nuns who were completely loyal to heaven. Milana, according to the order, you're the first to be baptized by Master Lin Xiu. Griselda looked behind her at a nun with long ash-blonde hair. Milana, full name Milana Shadalova. Sister Milana has a delicate and fair Russian face, and her blue eyes with a hint of gray look very smart. Coupled with the long gray-gold hair lying under the veil, she shows the temperament of a nun while retaining the touch of a girl. Lin Xiu had an impression of this nun named Marana, because, in the original plot, Marana is Gabriel's Ace of Hearts, and Griselda is Gabriel's Queen of Hearts. After the development of the angel cards, all of Gabriel's holy messengers, reincarnated angels, were female, as the Seraph of Hearts governed the suit. Among them, Queen, Griselda, and Ace, Marana, were the most prominent. In the original plot, Marana is a master of the power of light, and has practiced various ways of using it, even shooting spears of light from the ground. Even the highest-ranking demon would melt instantly if hit by Delarna's defenseless attack. Considering that it can easily throw a fallen angel cadre-level ultra-giant spear of light, there is no problem in considering it as a cadre-level, demon lord-level existence. And this is just the effect after using the angel card in the original plot. 813 Lin Xiu's special chess piece has a stronger effect than the angel card, and the improvement will be greater. Sir, Marana is honored to be the first nun to be baptized by you. Kneeling in front of Lin Xiu, Milana put her hands in a prayer position, extremely pious and respectful. Lin Xiu slowly extended his hand and handed out a card that had undergone a transformation and was now golden in color. The golden card was engraved with the emblem of the Ace of Hearts. This was clearly a move Lin Xiu had made after careful consideration. The Demon Clan's reincarnation props are chess pieces, and the Heavenly Realm's reincarnation props are also chess pieces. Doesn't this make it seem like Lin Xiu is plagiarizing the demon chess pieces? Although it is indeed plagiarism, it is definitely impossible to deny it. After a little thought, Lin Xiu deliberately modified the appearance of the unconventional chess piece, making it appear golden and holy. Of course, in essence, the angel card given by Lin Xiu is just a deformed product of the unconventional chess piece, and the root has not changed. On the one hand, although Lin Xiu's strength has reached the main god level, his time and experience are not enough to support him to develop his own chess pieces in such a short time. On the other hand, his special chess pieces are much more powerful than the so-called demon chess pieces and angel cards. Why would he use junk instead of luxurious items? Finally, considering that these nuns and saints were extremely loyal to the heaven and directly accepted the fact that the heaven sent new saints, Lin Xiu also had to give some benefits to these first batch of people who surrendered. Click! After flying out of Lin Xiu's hand, the golden card turned into countless fragments and poured into Mirana's body. Milana maintained a prayer posture, with holy golden light continuously radiating from her body. Finally, as if reaching a certain limit, the radiance on Mirana's body instantly intensified. 14. 12 pure white wings sprouted from behind Mirana, and the holy white feathers danced in the sky. Mirana, who was originally a cadre-level existence, directly became a 12-winged angel. Although they had been mentally prepared, the holy nuns were still surprised by the facts presented to them. The Holy Son, Lin Xiu, indeed possesses the power to transform believers into angels. Furthermore, since the person who was reincarnated was a 12-winged angel, everyone's faith level soared to the highest point. They originally thought that being reincarnated as an angel with 8 or 10 wings was already very outstanding. But who could have imagined that this saint's son could actually be reincarnated as a 12-winged angel? Reincarnation as a 12-winged angel, in their opinion, that was something that only gods could do. But now, 10 newly born concubines like Lin Xiu have done it. Faced with such ironclad facts, the devotion of all saints and nuns to Lin Xiu rivals that of the God of the Bible. This is simply a miracle. Sir, the Holy Son is undoubtedly the successor of Sir God. I believe that under the leadership of the Holy Son, this world will become a better place. Our Lord Saint, please grant us your mercy. In the following time, Lin Xiu roughly reincarnated a few saints and nuns who looked pleasing to the eye, but did not reincarnate all of them. The main reason is that Lin Xiu doesn't have enough chess pieces. The second reason besides the main reason is that Lin Xiu doesn't want the favor he gives to seem too cheap. If only a few saints and nuns were chosen to reincarnate, the remaining saints and nuns would severely poo themselves, thinking that they might have done something wrong, and thus become more pious. After absorbing the pure power of faith and preserving it, Xiu took out a platinum-colored holy spear. After obtaining this spear that pierces the world, Lin Xiu carefully studied the specific effects of this weapon and developed many uses that did not exist before. Originally, there was only one use for the spear that penetrates the world, which was to fix the possibility of the world and block all world lines, thereby ensuring that Lin Xiu could kill the evil god of the DxD world who had the ability to control world lines. But now, Lin Xiu has developed some new uses for it. Although it was a bit of an overkill compared to the original purpose of blocking all possibilities in the world, it must be said that these 10 guns against the world were quite useful in practice. The vibrations of the Holy Lance spread rapidly, merging the surrounding world into one. Let's go to the Vatican and take a look. I will announce my existence and the truth of the Son of God to those people. Goodbye. The next second, Lin Xiu took a step forward. With just one step, Lin Xiu and all the saints and nuns around her completed the space transfer at the same time. Normally, if Lin Xiu wants to take someone away, he needs to make contact with the other person first. However, under the influence of the spear that penetrates the world, the surrounding space is regarded as part of Lin Xiu, thus achieving the miracle of contactless transmission. As soon as he arrived in the Vatican, Dacio was enveloped by a surge of green spiritual energy. Awakening to the principle of seizing supremacy from the gods, the second celestial dragon. Infinite laughter, worry, and fantasy. I will become the red dragon overlord, and you will sink into the red lotus purgatory. Juggernaut Drive Balong. Before, just by using Tyrant Dragon, Lin Xiu's strength was able to break through the limit of God level and reach the main God level. Now, after using Tyrant Dragon, the energy originally used to break through the shackles was completely used to increase strength, allowing Lin Xiu's strength to suddenly surge to the pinnacle of the main God level. Explode. World. Smash the rules. This moment is a new life. Explosion. Create the world creation explosion. With Lin Xiu as the center, the explosive magic of the Xian gun version continued to spread. In an instant, the entire Vatican was enveloped in it. However, this explosive magic is not just a destructive magic bullet. Just as Lin Xiu said, this explosion magic shatters the world rules within the area covered by the explosion magic. At this moment, within the area covered by the explosive magic, the old world rules have already collapsed. New world rules are taking shape. What kind of world rules will be formed depends entirely on Lin Xiu's thoughts. A few minutes ago, the Vatican, the church warriors summoned by Michael, are holding a meeting. They really couldn't figure out why Michael would summon them at this time. Shouldn't Michael be busy dealing with the main party's talks? However, since they finally had the opportunity to get together, everyone also carefully exchanged their views on Lin Xiu, the Holy Son. After some discussion, the church warriors came to a unanimous conclusion. That is, wait and see, and make a move after the talks between the three parties are over. If the peace talks are successful, they will be asked to give up what they said about the demons and fallen angels, and then bring up the topic of the Son of God to discuss it together. Generally speaking, although the church's warriors may have some impulsive tempers, they're not evil people. They just hate evil and cannot accept the ideals they have always practiced being trampled upon. If he were truly an evil person, he would have betrayed the church long ago and lost his way, and no one knows which force he would have joined. However, their peace did not last long. Soon, they felt a burst of unprecedented, terrifying energy. It was the energy fluctuation when Lin Xiu used Tyrant Dragon. This is the power of dragon. As a cardinal, Theodore was the first to stand up and look up into the sky. Although Theodore was young, he was the most gifted of the miracle children born from the union of angels and humans, so he became the second in command of the church at a young age. This energy even surpasses the divine level. How was it possible? On the other side, Ivard, known as the Mr. Warrior of the church, also stood up. As the teacher of the church warriors, Ivard was not only powerful, but also trained a large number of church warriors. Whether it was Irina, Zenobia, or Linty, they all received Ivard's guidance to some extent. This is the power of the Red Dragon Emperor. In other words, it's the power of the Holy Son. Finally, a sturdy, muscular, bald old man looked up into the sky. His name is Vasco. He was the user of the previous generation of Durandal and the one that Kirkbowl hated the most. Of course, in addition to this, he also has some more powerful titles. For example, the strongest warrior in Vatican history, the father of church warriors, the strongest human candidate, and so on. Although Vasco is ranked third in the church and second among the three, in terms of strength, he is the strongest among the three. Something's coming. Vasco subconsciously took out Durandal II, a replica of Durandal, and prepared to defend himself. Zitto, this exploding ball of light, ignored all their reactions, passed through their bodies, and enveloped the entire Vatican. Since Lin Xiu's Genesis explosion is a rule-based skill rather than a destructive skill, the church's warriors did not suffer any damage even though they were covered. After more than 10 seconds, the three of them roughly confirmed the situation and rushed out of the church together as soon as possible. High in the sky, Lin Xiu, surrounded by a group of angels, slowly descended. Looking at the faces of these angels, the church warriors were surprised to find that these angels were all familiar faces. Sister Marana, she actually became a 12-winged angel. How is that possible? She could have been an angel, but why would she be a 12-winged angel? It said that only gods can be reincarnated as 12 winged angels. What about that? Hmm? This is Holy Sword user Zenobia and Holy Sword user Irina? Aren't they out on a mission? Wait, there's also the witch Asia. Wasn't she deemed a witch and then expelled? How can an expelled witch be reincarnated as an angel? Witnessing the unbelievable scene, the already chaotic mood of many church members became even more confused. All along, they have been taught by the church that demons are evil, fallen angels are evil, people who are expelled are evil, and we fight for the gods and the people. But now, after experiencing events such as the blasphemous demon Lin Xiu became the son of God, and the witch Asia became an angel, everyone's faith shows signs of collapse. Fortunately, the church's warriors still have the belief that we fight against evil for the sake of God and mankind, and there is no sign of them venting their anger because of losing their faith. In the original plot, it was precisely because of the reconciliation between the heavens and the evil race of the past that the church's warriors could not find the enemy and even lost their last faith. So they launched an armed coup in confusion and anger. Although confused and unable to accept it, the facts are before their eyes, and the church warriors can only find relief on their own. Behind Lin Xiu, Griselda, who had been serving beside him, took the initiative to step forward and introduce the important figures of the church to Lin Xiu. Sir, this is Master Vasco Strata, the former holder of Durandal and the leader of the church, Grihin introduced. Out of respect for Vasco, Griselda put Vasco in front. Vasco Strata was the person Lin Xiu cared about the most among those present. At 87 years old, he can already be called a grandfather. However, his body still looks very young, with strong muscles but a wrinkled face of an old man, exuding a strong masculine personality. To Zenobia, Irina, Yumi, Rint, and all the other warriors from the church, Vasco is like a leader. As a secretary priest, he advocates the importance of institutions for the training of warriors and is a key figure in the church led by warriors. In addition, he is the original owner of the Holy Sword Durandal, which is held by Zenobia, and is now regarded as a legendary warrior who is considered the most powerful among pure-blooded humans. Now, Vasco Strata is already known as a legendary warrior, and in the future, he will become the strongest human health supplement. Unlike other candidates for the strongest human, Vasco is not a reincarnation, nor has he acquired the blood and power of other races. This alone is enough to demonstrate its power. The moment he saw Vasco, Lin Xiu felt that the Holy Sword of Savior seemed to have a slight fluctuation. Lin Xiu knew that the Holy Sword of Savior had set its sights on the Durandal II in his hand. Not only did it affect Vasco, Lin Xiu's Savior Sword also caused a slight fluctuation in Avard who was standing beside him. Apparently, Esther was not only interested in the Durandal on Vasco's body, but also in the Excalibur II on Avard's body. Greetings, Saint's son. I am Vasco. I sincerely hope that the church and the heavenly realm will find a more prosperous future under your leadership. As soon as Vasco said this, the expressions of Daedalus and Avard beside him changed immediately, because Vasco's words undoubtedly acknowledged Lin Xiu's status. Griselda noticed the two people's reactions and continued calmly. This is Lord Daedalus, the privy bishop of the church. If the pope steps down, he will most likely become the future pope. Oh, really? The future pope? Lin Xiu glanced at Daedalus. Perhaps because his reaction just now was a bit obvious, Daedalus shifted his gaze a little guiltily. I dare not. Lord Saint, I am only doing my best to fulfill my duties. As for the pope and the law, it will be decided jointly by Lord and the heavenly realm. Since he had been discouraged since Vasco, Daedalus spoke very restrainedly. Although he did not recognize Lin Xiu's identity from the beginning, he at least called him Sir Holy Son. After confirming Theodore's attitude, Griselda looked at Avard, the last one standing. Sir, this is Master Avard Custodius. He is the former bearer of the Sword of Kings and the warrior master of the church, having taught a great many of the church's warriors. Really? You've worked hard to teach so many warriors, Avard. Lin Xiu gave Avard a gentle smile. From beginning to end, Lin Xiu maintained this gentle smile. However, They felt an astonishing sense of oppression from Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's smile is not the kind of smile that appears to be a smiling tiger, but secretly plotting sinister plots against others. Lin Xiu's smile was like the smile an adult would give when watching a child playing. It was gentle yet carried an unquestionable authority. Your Excellency, Holy Son, thank you for your kind words. It is my responsibility to train warriors for the church. Under Lin Xiu's gaze, I've also expressed his respect for Lin Xiu. Although he felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart, Daedalus and Vasco had already expressed their opinions before him, so Avard was forced to agree. Well, he is indeed the teacher of the church warriors, but Vasco is the father of the church warriors. Vasco was the first to express his friendship, so Avard could only agree. Seeing this, Vasco smiled with relief. In any case, it will be good if there is no conflict. Being able to reincarnate so many people into angels, Lin Xiu has proven his identity and strength. If they still had any rebellious thoughts towards Lin Xiu after learning that she could be reincarnated as an angel, they would have defected from the church long before this. However, even in this situation where the overall situation has been decided, different voices still emerged in the church. A young man in gorgeous clothes walked forward slowly, smiling and extending his hand to Lin Xiu. Master Lin Xiu, are you interested in a duel with me? Requesting flowers. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows and looked at the young man who was extending his hand to him. I am Dulio, the strongest exorcist in the church. The young man replied in a soft voice. Although he was clearly talking about challenging someone, Dulio's voice and expression were very gentle. Obviously, he had no opinion about Lin Xiu, the Holy Son. However, as the strongest exorcist in the church, he must stand up at this moment. Dulio? Are you the owner of the Brilliant Sky, Thunder Prison? Lin Xiu remembered the identity of this young man. Dulio, the wielder of the second most powerful god-destroying weapon, Brilliant Sky, Thunder Prison. He is the strongest trump card in heaven, the first among the reincarnated angels, the candidate for Seraph, and the captain of the DxD team. The reincarnated devil's chess pieces are from chess soldier to queen, and the reincarnated angel's chess pieces are playing cards AK. After Dulio's reincarnation, his class is Joker, and he belongs to the Special Forces group. Because when he goes out alone, he is the King Bomb. In the original plot, Dulio once went to the underworld with Devil Lucifer and Akai's Tobio to threaten Hades, the god of the underworld. After the evil dragon incident, Dulio captured the captain of the anti-terrorist team, DxO Squad. The vice-captain was the legendary Sun Wukong. Not the handsome monkey from Wally's team, but the real first-generation Sun Wukong. The first generation of Sun Wukong, an unquestionable god-level combat power, and standing at the pinnacle of god-level combat power. He is believed by many gods to have the ability to fight against lower-level gods. The fact that he was able to surpass the first-generation Sun Wukong despite not having an advantage in age or status, not only because the first-generation Sun Wukong was unwilling to be the captain, shows how powerful Dulio is. Overall, Dulio is a powerful god-killer who is very capable and can easily handle any situation. Even Cao Cao, who wields the Holy Spear of Dusk, will be defeated in a head-on confrontation with Dulio. After all, most of Cao Cao's combat power lies in the Holy Spear. When facing an opponent like Dulio who can use large-scale forbidden spell-level moves with just a raise of his hand, Cao Cao will be extremely passive. It can be said that Dulio represents the top combat experience of the heaven and the church. The fact that he stood up alone is of great significance. Dulio stood up not to show off his strength to the Holy Sun. Dulio stood up to fight one last battle on behalf of the warriors of the church. Dulio may seem frivolous, but he actually has a very broad heart. After returning to the church by chance, he discovered that the people in the church have become extremely fragmented due to policy changes in heaven. At times like this, someone must unite people's hearts. In addition to Lin Xiu's external efforts, someone else is also needed to initiate the process within the church. As the strongest exorcist, he is the best person to exert power within the church. That's right. Dulio didn't stand out to win. He stood up in order to be defeated by Lin Xiu. Because only in this way can the resentment of other church warriors be vented, and only then can they let go of the past and move towards the future. After Dulio stood up, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound in his head. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission, Church Conquest. Quest level, Gold. Mission description. Although the heaven issued doctrine to the church and recognized the host's identity as the Son of God. However, the church's warriors, saints, and nuns have been deeply brainwashed by their faith, and their extreme ideas are difficult to correct quickly. Although some saints and nuns were the first to recognize the host and reach the host side, in fact, there is still a considerable number of saints and nuns remaining on the church side. Although brainwashing these church members can be conquered, it will block their hearts and faiths, erase their creativity and motivation, and make them lose their original firm beliefs, turning them into puppets. Of course, this is acceptable when recruiting people as tools, but when it comes to church members who need strong internal motivation to drive themselves, brainwashing them is equivalent to destroying their faith and their future possibilities. Task requirements. Transfer the faith of most of the church's senior members in God to yourself. Conquer the church. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. Isn't this what he is going to do now? Isn't it just brainwashing, but transferring these people's beliefs to me? Indeed, brainwashing is effective, but physical brainwashing through violence is far less effective than spiritual brainwashing through faith. For villains like Himejima Tongdi, brainwashing is a good option. After all, villains use all sorts of devious methods to increase their strength, and there's no question of a future or faith. However, if we brainwash those who have become stronger through normal exercise and their own spiritual and 22 beliefs, it is equivalent to erasing their future and beliefs. They should transfer their faith to me and then go to a more valuable place to shine. Lin Xiu thought of his two copy worlds. Lin Xiu had only conquered these two worlds, but had not yet maximized their utilization. In addition to the value of the copy world itself, the life living in the copy world is also valuable. If he could convert all of them into his believers, he should be able to gain a huge amount of faith experience. As his strength improved, Lin Xiu also discovered some wonderful uses of the power of faith. The human heart is worthy of awe, and is also worthy of being driven and utilized. Most gods in the pantheon use the power of faith to amplify themselves, which is why they place great importance on spreading their own myths. Although Lin Xiu would not make the foolish move of binding himself to his followers, he would also actively collect faith to help him achieve convenience and escape. After making up his mind to expand the scope of the church's faith, Lin Xiu turned and looked at the other three people. Would you three like to come together? I have a lot to deal with every day, so my habit is to solve all problems at once. Walu, Vasco, and Ivard never thought that Lin Xiu would actually invite them to join them. Ha ha ha, great. Lord Saint is worthy of being called Lord Saint. I am willing to learn from you. Vasco was the first to set an example again. He had seen through Lin Xiu and Dulio's thoughts and planned to lend a helping hand to them. His thoughts were similar to those of Lin Xiu and Dulio. The church warrior group, which was already disunited, really needed to be reorganized. In this case, please give me some advice, Master Saint. Dai Walu and Ivad also saw what Lin Xiu was planning to do. However, now that Dulio has expressed his stance, it means the overall situation has been decided, and they have no intention of struggling. Just like that, several elemental halos flew out from Dulio's body. Vasco took out Durandal too, Didro stretched out his angel wings, and Ivar took out the Sword of Kings too, and they were ready to go. Looking at the people with different expressions, Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. I think there's some misunderstanding. Your real opponent this time is not me, but you yourselves. Pa! Lin Xiu snapped his fingers lightly. Ka ka ka. The next second, the rules of heaven and earth moved according to Lin Xiu's thoughts. Several inexplicable auras gradually became dense. A few seconds later, several virtual images that looked exactly like them appeared before them. Defeat the church's warriors? Are you kidding me? Lin Xiu is the son of the church and the heavens, not the enemy of the church. Why would he do such a stupid thing? Wouldn't it be too cheap to fight against the church's warriors as the Son of God? If Lin Xiu really wanted to use violence to suppress the rebellion, he wouldn't have used Genesis Explosion in the first place. Dulio frowned at first, then relaxed. It's simply a miracle. Daidwalu's face was moved. I can feel that the shadow opposite is not an illusion, but a being with strength completely equal to ours. Ivar could not hide his surprise. It seems that the Son of God intends to give us a trial. Vasco concluded. Vasco's words directly compared Lin Xiu and their battle to a trial. On the one hand, comparing it to a trial can further strengthen Lin Xiu's position as a superior. On the other hand, doing so can also greatly resolve conflicts. Regardless, even if it's for the sake of uniting people, fighting is never a good look. Comparing it to a trial will help unite people to the greatest extent possible. Vasco was surprised to find that from the very beginning, the situation was under the control of the Holy Son Lin Xiu. He understood that the Holy Son Lin Xiu did not want them to see him as the one who inherited the heavenly realm, but rather as the next generation of gods. He admitted that after seeing Lin Xiu perform such a miracle, he was also shaken. Are you kidding me? The Holy Son Lin Xiu could actually easily create a puppet that was completely equal to their power? Who else could accomplish such a miracle if not a god? Vasco suddenly felt that it was a bit impolite to just call Lin Xiu Lord Holy Son. Your Excellency, the Holy Son is worthy of being called the Holy Son. I'm afraid only you can perform such a miracle. Dulio looked at his own copy, and he actually saw the same Godslayer gear on his copy. Judging from what Lin Xiu said, there's no doubt that his clone should be able to exert the same combat power as the original. When he thought about the successor of the God of the Bible, Dulio's usually calm mood began to fluctuate. Boom! Dulio was the first to attack, flapping his 10 elemental wings composed of the 5 elements of wind, thunder, fire, water, and light, and rushed towards his own clone. Since Dulio has not yet been reincarnated as an angel, he does not have angel wings and can only condense wings with the power of elements. Boom! Across from him, his clone performed the exact same action, also extending the elemental beauty of the king. The wind howled, the thunder roared. Starting with Dulio, all the church warriors began their own trials. Lin Xiu calmly observed these church warriors. Judging from the sight of them fighting, they all seemed to enjoy fighting. Yes, the church trained them as fighting machines from the beginning. In the future, we can only let them continue fighting and then gradually change their minds during the battle. Want to fight? Want to fight evil? Lin Xiu's men have plenty of places to go to fight evil. Whether it is going to the world of Apocalypse to fight against the zombies that appear from time to time, or going to the world of Akame Kill to fight against the dangerous species that threaten the people, or preaching to those people who have no faith yet. Lin Xiu was not afraid that these church warriors were too energetic, but was actually afraid that their energy was not enough. Because, although the Apocalypse world and Akame/world were not as large as the DxD world, they were two fertile, untapped territories. Taking over the faith of these two worlds would at least double the faith of the heavenly realm. Originally, Lin Xiu only intended to use these 700 worlds to train some of his own subordinates. However, after gaining knowledge of the God of the Bible, Lin Xiu changed his mind. The purity and use of the power of faith are far stronger than the so-called dragon energy in national destiny. Considering that Lin Xiu will inherit the throne of God in the future, it is necessary for Lin Xiu to establish his own kingdom of God, in addition to inheriting the legacy of the God of the Bible. If you want to establish the kingdom of God, you must have your own missionary organization. Although Lin Xiu's subordinates have good management capabilities, they're still not as good as the DxD World Church, which has been operating in this field for many years in terms of missionary work. In general, the kingdom of God that belongs exclusively to Lin Xiu begins with the complete conquest of the church in the DxD world. Just like that, Lin Xiu walked in the holy city of Vatican while watching the warriors undergo the so-called trial. As they walked, Lin too provided guidance to the senior warriors who were undergoing trials. The church has a lot of warriors, but only a few can rush back to the Vatican in a short time. Nowadays, there are actually a large number of low-level church staff scattered around the world. However, as long as the headquarters is taken over and churches around the world are required to take turns to make pilgrimages to the Vatican, control can be extended to all parts of the world. This is not right. Your weakness is your lack of speed, but your excess holy power. You must surpass your original self to pass this trial. Warrior, how about trying to slow down a bit? Don't think about how to hit the opponent, but also think about protecting yourself in the battle. Fighting with yourself is much easier than fighting monsters before. There are many differences. Like a spring breeze, Lin Xiu brushed through everyone's heart, leaving an indelible impression in everyone's heart. Looking at Lin Xiu, who was giving instructions, Griselda finally couldn't help herself and took the initiative to ask, "Sir Saint, if possible, please arrange the same trial for me. Please also give me some guidance." Griselda looked at Lin Xiu with a determined look. She really longed for Lin Xiu's guidance. She was very devout in her faith and could not accept that Lin Xiu gave trials to the church warriors but did not give them trials. Although she and the nuns and saints she led were indeed the first group to join Lin Xiu, and it was normal for them to have some privileges, Griselda still could not accept it, because, in her opinion, she still has many shortcomings. Otherwise, Lin Xiu wouldn't have reincarnated so many nuns and saints, but not her as an angel. That's right, Lin Xiu reincarnated many nuns and saints at will. Theoretically, even if Griselda, as the team leader, is not the first to be reincarnated, she should be among the first group to be reincarnated. However, Griselda was not qualified to be among the first batch of reincarnations. The Holy Sun clearly took out the angel card, but he took it back after touching her. In this situation, Griselda naturally couldn't think that there was something wrong with Lin Xiu. Since Lin Xiu is fine, then the one with the problem can only be her. It must be because her awareness and faith were not strong enough that Master Lin Xiu did not include her in the first batch of reincarnation list. In this case, even if it's just to gain the approval of the Holy Sun, Gulahida must participate in this trial. Griselda's speech attracted the attention of a group of saints and nuns. Obviously, these saints and nuns who were not on the first list of angels also realized that their awareness and faith were not enough. "Sir, the Holy Sun, Sister Griselda is right. Please give us trials and guidance. Sir, please guide us so that we can better implement your and God's ideals. Our Lord Holy Sun, please give the lost lambs compassionate guidance." Looking at the nuns and saints who were frantically seeking guidance, Lin Xiu first nodded, then shook her head helplessly. Those who knew him thought he was in the DxD world, while those who didn't thought he was in the Hypnotic X-Guidance world. However, if you think about it carefully, what he is doing now seems to be similar to what the male protagonist in that world does. He also used tools to change and control other people's thoughts, but the tools he used were called religion and faith. They were things that made people submit and believe from the bottom of their hearts. They were far more advanced than simple hypnosis. Of course, the prerequisite is that there must be an organization to help spread the faith. The power of an organization is strong. Anyone who is in an organization with extremely high purity will gradually be assimilated by the organization. They really believed that Lin Xiu didn't give them chess pieces because they were not pious enough. Little did they know that, apart from the characters Lin Xiu knew who were all given as pawns, Lin Xiu gave the saint and the nun Lin Xiu just based on their liking. However, Lin Xiu couldn't say that the direction of their efforts was wrong. If they can become more devout, they will receive more feedback from their belief system, and their temperament will become more transcendent and sacred. If you become more beautiful and attract more of Lin Xiu's attention, the probability of being reincarnated as an angel will indeed increase. The same principle applies to conducting trials. If they successfully complete the trial and defeat a clone with the same strength as themselves, their strength will most likely be improved, and they may even be able to advance to the next stage. If one's strength advances to the next stage and the origin of life changes, one can become more charming, and the probability of being reincarnated as an angel by Lin Xiu will also increase. Judging from the reasons and results alone, The idea of these saints and nuns that they could increase their chances of being reincarnated as angels by becoming more pious and sincere and completing the Son of God's trials is quite valid. Okay, since this is your wish. Lin Xiu waved her hand lightly, and a large number of phantoms of saints and nuns appeared in front of her. Lin Xiu would naturally not let go of such an opportunity to do something stupid. Soon, the participating saints and nuns also engaged in a battle with their own copies. Lin Xiu continued to walk in the Vatican, practicing his previous ideas and giving kind guidance to the believers who were at a disadvantage. Several hours passed. The sun outside has already set, but the sun in the Vatican is still shining brightly. Before Lin Xiu came to the Vatican, it was around 6 in the evening in Fusang. The time difference between Vatican and Fusang is 6 to 7 hours, which means that when Lin Xiu arrived in Vatican, it was noon in Vatican. But now, even after several hours, the time in the Vatican has not changed at all, because this world has completely become Lin Xiu's territory. Relying on his own strength standing at the pinnacle of the main god level, Lin Xiu destroyed the old world rules of the Vatican and implanted his own new rules. It can be said that now, in the Vatican, Lin Xiu is an absolute existence. He possesses the same omnipotent power as the gods in the Bible. As long as Lin Xiu can do something, in this area, Lin Xiu can turn it into reality with just a thought. Theoretically, Lin Xiu could even create a new world in this area. Of course, there is a limit to everything. If the strength used by Lin Xiu when using Tyrant Dragon is 10, then the limit of Lin Xiu's ability to speak and act is probably around 2.5b. Although he can't really do what he says, when facing some opponents who are not strong enough, Lin Xiu can act like a real god who can do everything. Considering that Lin Xiu's current strength has reached the pinnacle of the main god level, that is to say, no matter what, as long as he is covered by the creation explosion and his strength has not reached the intermediate main god level, he can only be at the mercy of Lin Xiu. Obviously, none of the church members have this ability. Therefore, they can only try their best to pass Lin Xiu's trial. After a few hours, everyone completed the trial. Many church warriors failed the trial, and many church warriors passed the trial. However, regardless of whether they passed or not, their faith in Lin Xiu had already reached its highest point. When the first stage of the trial was declared over, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt tone. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, Conquering the Church. Task requirements. Transfer the faith of most of the church's senior members in God to yourself. Quest level. Gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Myriad Worlds Reincarnation Pool, Advanced Version Gold. The Reincarnation Pool of All Worlds, Advanced Version. The advanced version of the Reincarnation Pool of All Worlds, Purple, can not only absorb the dead with flesh and soul to resurrect them, but also awaken the reincarnation. Reincarnation. The target can be reborn into the most suitable race for them. While the strengthening effect and potential limit-breaking effect are far less than those of the special chess pieces, it still has a significant improvement effect on humans. Most importantly, it can break free from the limit on the number of special chess pieces, allowing unlimited reincarnation. There's no limit on the quantity. Yes, this way I can be more free when I reincarnate as a believer. Although Lin Xiu has a large number of chess pieces, he has even more followers. Considering that Lin Xiu still needs to give chess pieces to the heroines of the DxD world and the future copy world, Lin Xiu does not have so many chess pieces to give to believers. Now, with the evolved reincarnation pool of all worlds, the problem of the relatively insufficient number of chess pieces has been completely solved. After subduing the church's high-ranking officials and a large number of senior warriors, Lin Xiu prepared to temporarily leave the Vatican. Before leaving, Lin Xiu was conveying his instructions to Gao Kong in the Vatican. For the next period of time, let the secondary churches around the world send people to the Vatican in batches for pilgrimage. After the pilgrimage, everyone must battle against their own shadows, complete the trial of the Holy Sun, and pursue their own breakthroughs. Of course, in addition to this, everyone in the Vatican can undergo trials regularly to become stronger as quickly as possible. By the time he finished speaking, Lin Xiu had already inserted the Spear of the World into the Vatican, turning this area into a semi-permanent territory that had been carved out. It could be considered a small kingdom of God. Because Lin Xiu had released the tyrant dragon state, the upper limit of the holy spear that pierces the world had been reduced to its inherent super demon king level. Although it cannot deal with powerful enemies at the main god level, it is no problem to deal with some daily things. If there really is a problem with the holy spear that pierces the world stationed here, Lin Xiu will be able to know it first. It can be said that Lin Xiu's move announced the end of an era. Starting today, the Heaven Realm will end its long-standing contraction strategy and begin expansion again. Then there's the matter of what I promised you about the church going to another world to preach. The reconciliation of the three major powers is a foregone conclusion and cannot be changed. This is my will and the will of the late god of the Bible, Noma. However, the church has always taught its warriors to fight evil and maintain peace. To ensure they don't lose the meaning of life, I found them new jobs. They can go to other worlds to preach. Lin Xiu did not say this at the beginning, but only said it after he understood the situation. The reason is simple. The will of God cannot be disobeyed, and the will of the Son of God cannot be disobeyed either. Giving this condition before completely conquering the church would inevitably make people think that the Son of God was cowardly, which is why he chose this solution to avoid conflict. After learning that the Son of God had actually traveled to another world and even saved people in that world, the way the church's top leaders looked at Lin Xiu gradually changed. Because this is a miracle that even the God of the Bible has not accomplished. The thought of so many people still needing the mercy of Lord God and Lord Holy Son ignited the enthusiasm of all church leaders and church warriors. After the meeting, everyone was very happy. Only one person showed a lonely expression. That person's name was Griselda, Sister Griselda of the church. The reason for her frustration was simple. After the trial, the Holy Son Lin Xiu selected some church members to be reincarnated as angels. Griselda was confused and frightened because she was not chosen as an angel twice in a row. Hadn't she already successfully defeated her own clone? Why did the Holy Son still seem to think she wasn't doing enough? Why did the Son of God still reincarnate some saints and nuns into angels even though they couldn't defeat their own copies? Griselda didn't know why. She just bit her red lips and returned to Juong Town with Lin Xiu with unprecedented frustration. After arriving in Juong Town, Griselda's nightmare still did not end. Because this time, Lin Xiu directly bypassed her and took dozens of reincarnated angel saints and nuns, saying that he was taking them to another world to preach. When Grace thought that the Holy Son might have some opinion of her, and she was unaware of it, she felt terrible. Of course, she would not question the Son of God and felt that there was nothing wrong with his decision. The Son is right. The Son is always right. If that's the case, then there must be something about her that has not satisfied the Holy Son. So, after Lin Xiu left with a large group of saints and nuns, Lady Galixiang sat on the sofa in deep thought. Zenobia noticed Griselda's arrival and noticed that she seemed to be in a bad mood, so she took the initiative to talk to her. "Sister Griselda, is there something on your mind?" There was no response. Griselda seemed not to have heard Zenobia's words. She continued to sit calmly on the sofa, her hands in a prayer position, thinking deeply. "None. Sister Griselda? Oi, Griselda." Zenobia called out several times before Griselda slowly opened her mouth and said, "What on earth am I doing that fails to satisfy the Holy Son?" Although Griselda opened her mouth, it was obvious that she did not hear what Zenobia said and was just talking to herself. In that case, don't try to trick me into using a killing move. Zenobia glanced at Irina, then turned to look at Griselda, as if she had made up her mind. The next second, Zenobia opened her red lips slightly. "Griselda! Mother! Mother Griselda! Mom? What mom?" Griselda finally reacted to Zenobia's shocking words. Turning to look at Zenobia, Gray's eyes instantly turned cold when she found that it was Zenobia who called her mother. Hey, Seeing Griselda's reaction, Zenovia's smile instantly turned awkward. She had always called Griselda sister or sister Griselda, and this was the first time she called her mom or mom Griselda. Zenovia, who was used to being criticized, felt a little scared when she thought that Griselda would criticize her harshly. Zenovia was right. The look Griselda gave her at first was indeed one that indicated she would definitely discipline her severely. However, the next second, Griselda seemed to realize something and her expression gradually softened. The reason she reacted this way was because Zenovia had become a 10-winged angel and was one of the first angels to be reincarnated. She had not been reincarnated as an angel and had not been recognized by the Son of God, so she seemed to have lost the qualifications to discipline Genoa. If she had been reincarnated as an angel, it would have been easier. As an angel, she could still use her previous status as an elder to educate Zenovia. But now, Griselda had fallen into a spiral of self-doubt and naturally didn't dare to criticize Zenovia, who had already been recognized by the Son of God. Taking back her criticism, Griselda sighed and asked, "Zenovia, who told you to call me mother?" I just think that if it's like this, you'll be taller than Gratang," Genovia said with a pout. "Why do you think I'd be happy to be called mom?" Griselda was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. As a nun, she has vowed to dedicate her life to God. There is only one situation in which she would feel happy when someone calls her mother, and that is when the Holy Spirit comes to the world and she is surrogate mother. At other times, how could a young girl like her be happy to be called mom? Huh? No way. Zenovia was stunned. "Griselda, wouldn't you be happy if someone called you mom?" But when I called Lin Xiu and dad, he was obviously very happy. "Irina? Question mark. Zenovia." After hearing this, even Asia, who had been busy in the kitchen, poked her head out. Hearing the conversation unfold like this, Asia felt she should do something. If she didn't take action, with Zenovia's stupid personality, she would definitely reveal some big news about Lin Xiu. After thinking for a while, Asia took off her maid outfit, changed back into her nun uniform, and walked towards Janovic and the others. While Asia was changing clothes, the conversation on the other side had entered the next stage. "Zenovia, what did you say? How dare you call the Son of God, Dad? How dare you do that? Do you still have any sense of being an angel?" Griselda stood up angrily and criticized in a condescending and harsh voice. Obviously, Griselda misunderstood something and interpreted this action as a unilateral act by Zenovia. Zenovia felt very aggrieved about this. But it was Lin Xiu who asked me to scream like that. When I screamed like that in bed, Lin Xiu was so happy. In bed, Griselda frowned, as if she understood something. After taking a look at Zenovia, Griselda admitted that although Zenovia was a clumsy fool, her figure and appearance were indeed top-notch. Most importantly, her willingness to undertake a mission with a very high mortality rate like retrieving the holy sword shows that she has a strong faith. Laughs. "So, Jernadvi, you have been chosen to give birth to the next generation of saints?" Griselda looked deeply saddened. She had never imagined that Zenovia, who often messed things up and was practically useless except for her ability to eat and fight, would actually take on such a heavy responsibility as bearing the Son of God. However, perhaps it was precisely because of Zenovia's holy nature that the Son of God chose her to be the Holy Mother. However, the next second, Zenovia's answer made Griselda confused again. "Virgin Mary? No, I'm not a Virgin Mary. Because it's not just me. Ellie and Asia called me that too." Griselda found that she really couldn't understand what Zenovia meant. She could understand Lin Xiu having intercourse with the angel. Given the past events of the Lord God, she also felt that Lin Xiu needed to establish a successor as soon as possible. But what the hell are the three heirs? Could it be that the Holy Son is casting a wide net to ensure the birth of the next generation? But how come the Saint's son's behavior looks a bit like sinking in a lust? No, it's impossible. How could it be possible? The Holy Son must have his reasons for doing this. Although she was a little skeptical, Griselda quickly convinced herself. Requesting flowers. Zenovia, who told you to say such a thing? Irina covered Zenovia's mouth with her hand, her face flushed. She suddenly regretted accompanying Zenobia to comfort Griselda. If she had known earlier, she would have let Zenobia come alone. So what Genovia said is true. Seeing that Irina's words and Zenovia's words corroborated each other, Griselda sighed again. 2. She remembered that before being recognized as the Holy Son, Lin Xiu already had 2 wives. With such a past record, it seems normal for the Holy Son to be somewhat obsessed with lust. No, how is that possible? This is the Holy Son. This is the Holy Son who went to another world to save lives without them knowing. How is it possible? How is it possible that someone would be so obsessed with? Well, Griselda admitted that Lin Xiu might really be the kind of person. At this time, Asia finally changed her clothes and joined the battlefield. That's right, Sister Griselda. What Zenobia said is true. We are indeed both angels serving Lin Xiujuan and his companions. 0. Asia smiled as she sat across from Griselda, her white silk legs raised. Despite her innocent appearance, she managed to exude a hint of femininity. Is that really the case? Griselda's eyes were slightly downcast. Sister Griselda, you seem to have an issue with the fact that Lin Xiujuan has many partners? Asia asked with a smile. No, that's impossible. I believe that it is absolutely necessary for the Holy Son to give birth to the next generation of Holy Sons. Otherwise, if the Holy Son were to suffer the same fate as the God, the heavenly realm and the church would once again fall into chaos. I see. Asia smiled and shook her head. She knew that Griselda had only convinced herself on the surface, and there must still be some resentment deep down. In that case, Sister Griselda, how about you come and observe tonight? Asia lowered her crossed white silk legs and extended her hand to Griselda with a smile. Griselda frowned. What did Asia say? Let her go and watch tonight? She admitted that she was very interested in the intercourse between the angel and the Son of God. She wanted to see how Zenobia, who had been reincarnated as an angel, could remain undead during intercourse with the Son of God. The only problem is, Lord Aisha, I am not trusted by Lord Saint's son. I am afraid Lord Lin Xiu will not agree to my presence. So Griselda, you're actually worried about this? Asia smiled gently and took a sip of black tea leisurely. Don't worry, Saint's sister Griselda. Lin Xiujuan will definitely agree. Why? Griselda demanded. Because if Lin Xiujun didn't agree, he wouldn't have brought you home. You, me, Zenobia, and Irina, we're all special people in Lin Xiujuan's heart. That's why we were brought home by Lin Xiujuan, Asia explained with a smile. Is that so? Griselda nodded, not quite understanding. Seeing Griselda's confused look, Asia immediately used her killer move. If I tell you that Seraph Gabriel, Angel Marana, Holy Sword Master Linny, and others will be coming to Lin Xiu's house tonight, will you accept that you're special in Lin Xiu's eyes? Griselda. What did she just hear? Griselda. What did she just hear? Seraph Gabriel, Angel Marana, and Holy Swordsman Linny? They've already been reserved by the Son of God for tonight. Lady Asia, are you telling the truth? Griselda opened her red lips in surprise. Of course it's true. Asia continued smiling. So, Sister Griselda, you don't have to worry about not being qualified. Since you are staying at Lin Xiujuan's house, it means that Lin Xiujuan likes you very much. And it also means that Lin Xiujuan intends to make you his partner. Since you have so many questions in your mind, why don't you ask Lin Xiujuan in person tonight? Okay, thank you for your guidance, Master Asia. Griselda nodded, her eyes determined. Just like that, night came. Griselda had dinner early and was then locked in the closet by Asia. After dinner, Lin Xiu started to engage in regular entertainment activities with AI Xia and others. Considering that there were other people staying at home tonight, Xiu chose to feed the rest of the family first. Asia's choice was undoubtedly correct, although it was not easy for her to integrate into the team of the silver-haired Saint Olivetan. After 447 debuted as the church trio with Irina and Zenobia, the time Lin Xiu spent on them did increase significantly compared to before. After finishing his meal, Lin Xiu glanced towards his room and saw Griselda hiding in the closet. This is a gift from me to Lin Xiujun. Asia smiled and looked at Lin Xiu, and before Lin Xiu responded, she took the initiative to kiss him with her red lips. Just like that, surrounded by Asia and the other two, Lin Xiu was warmly welcomed back to her room. Since today's theme was maids, Asia, Zenobia, and Irina changed into white silk-made outfits early in the morning. Lin Xiu had a lot of fun holding 3 pairs of delicate and silky white silk jade feet. Not only Lin Xiu, Asia, and Zenobia, but Irina as well were also surrounded by a sense of freshness and excitement. Because they all knew that in the closet, Sister Griselda, who was like their mother, was watching them. Generally speaking, among the 3, Asia is the most gentle and caring, Irina is the most shy and cute, and Zenobia is the most open and cooperative. But today, Zenobia, who is always enthusiastic and tireless, is unusually shy and looks like she is completely unable to express herself. Lin Xiu really liked Zenobia's cute contrast, so he pretended not to know but secretly adjusted his stance and posture. Finally, with Lin Xiu's adjustments, his head and feet were perpendicular to the wardrobe, and Zenobia, who was sitting on him, was facing the wardrobe directly. Zenobia sat down and observed the gap in the wardrobe. She seemed to see Griselda's motherly eyes that were both loving and strict through the gap in the wardrobe. Under multiple stimulations, Zenobia was defeated extremely quickly today. Under Griselda's gaze, Zenobia's eyes soon rolled back and she trembled. Inside the closet, Griselda felt a surge of heat all over her body, and her originally resolute gaze became extremely moist. However, even so, she still remained sober. Seeing this awakening, Lin Xiu smiled slightly and silently used all his strength to stimulate his succubus bloodline. Since Griselda already believed in Lin Xiu, even though they were at a distance, under the influence of the succubus blood, Griselda quickly extended her slender fingers under the nun's long skirt. Tonight is destined to be extremely long. Griselda gradually lost her sense of time until the arrival of the golden-winged seraphim Gabriel, and then Griselda felt her eyes light up. Lord Gabriel's body is so sacred. Gabriel had always been known as the most beautiful woman in heaven. Even Griselda, who always considered herself a beauty, felt a little ashamed in front of Gabriel. As a high-ranking official in the church, Griselda had met Gabriel before. However, meeting him before and meeting him now were 2 completely different situations. Therefore, at this moment, 14 golden wings stretched out from behind Gabriel. This surpassed the 12 golden wings he had before. After the evolution, Gabriel's temperament became more prominent, and his appearance had also evolved compared to before. That was why Griselda was still immersed in Gabriel's appearance even after meeting him. Today, Griselda is stuck in a dilemma. According to Asia and others, Lin Xiu possesses the ability to allow believers and angels to evolve again, and is the most qualified successor to the legacy of the God of the Bible. In fact, Lin Xiu did it perfectly. Logically speaking, the Son of God who has achieved this should be the one who has perfectly inherited the will of the God. However, the Holy Son Lin Xiu seems to like to have believers and angels as his bedmates. Not for any other reason, but simply because of personal preference, Lin Xiu took a large number of saints and nuns into his harem. Before, Griselda thought that Lin Xiu took those saints and nuns to another world to preach. Now it seems that Lin Xiu is planning to eat all those Xian women and Qiao women in the other world. It is even possible that he has already eaten them. Griselda couldn't hold back her excitement when she thought that the Holy Son was actually a person who was obsessed with lust. Griselda couldn't hold back any longer when she thought that even if the Holy Son Lin Xiu was indulged in lust, he would still be seen as the most outstanding successor in the outside world. As expected, is there something wrong with her thinking? Why does everyone seem to think this kind of thing is insignificant? Just like that, under Griselda's gaze, Gabriel slowly bent down, and his wings and jade toes, which were shining with golden light, stretched out at the same time. As a seraph, Gabriel's wings are of a very special color, golden. It was the first time that Lin Xiu saw golden feathers flying all over the sky, and she found it very novel. The golden-haired seraphim kept swinging his waist and flapping his wings, and golden feathers kept falling. Fortunately, angel feathers are a polymer of energy and can be continuously generated as long as there is energy. Otherwise, at this rate of feather loss, no matter how many wings they have, they will not be enough. Is it because Lady Gabriel didn't fall from heaven when she and the Son of God had no evil thoughts in their hearts when they had S***X? Griselda knew that once an angel had intercourse with the opposite S***X, there was a high probability that they would fall from heaven, but this was not absolute. In theory, as long as the angel has no distractions during intercourse, he can maintain his angelic identity. In practice, with the help of the barrier, the heavens have indeed given birth to some miracle children, hybrids of angels and humans. However, Griselda saw Gabriel hugging Lin Xiu so actively, his eyes rolling back from time to time. It didn't look like he was not affected by any distracting thoughts. So, there's only one reason left? It can only be because the Holy Son is a special existence, so as long as they have intercourse with the Holy Son, no matter whether the angels have any impure thoughts or not, they will not fall from heaven. After reaching this conclusion, Gretchen didn't know what to say. She only knew that Gabriel was very powerful and that after evolving into a 14-winged angel, he was the one who lasted the longest. Next, it should be Linny. Griselda shifted her gaze slightly and looked at the girl with a unique black and white mixed hair color. Beside the golden bed, a girl named Lin Tay was covering her eyes with her hands. However, Griselda could clearly see her watery eyes through her open fingers. Obviously, Lin T's behavior of covering his eyes is to try to cover up his own mistakes. Is this the final test? Lin Tay covered her mouth tightly with her hands while rubbing her white and tender feet in black loafers against her purple stockings. Ms. Linty, don't worry. Xiujuan is very gentle. At this time, Asia, who was defeated in the first wave, had woken up and was gently helping the somewhat nervous Linny. Lin Xiu stretched out her hands. One hand gently stroked Lin T's hair of a very special color, and the other hand pinched Lin T's little feet wrapped in purple stockings. Lin Xiu had to admit that the black and white hair color and the unique purple stockings caught his eye. It is not known if it is due to the influence of the divine weapon, but most of the users of the divine weapon, Purple Flame Priest Disc Stand, wear clothes related to this divine weapon. In the original plot, we will not talk about Yakusta, who was the first to use the Purple Flame Priest Disc, Holy Cross. After Yakusta, the second-generation Holy Cross user, Waboga, is a witch who likes to wear purple Gothic Lolita clothes. After Waboga, the third-generation Holy Cross user, Lint Saran, is a reincarnated angel who likes to wear purple silk stockings. Considering the White Dragon Emperor's silver hair, perhaps the user's preferred color is actually related to their divine body? Soon, Linte put into practice what he had just learned from Gabriel. Then, 4.2. Please take care of me, Master Lin Xiu. Linte glanced at the unconscious Gabriel, closed his eyes, and slowly got down. Tilda. The pure wings of Baume spread out, and the toes of Linty's lavender stockings kept tightening and loosening. As the jade toes curled and stretched, the wings behind Linny also kept tightening and loosening. Move. Looking at Linte, who was so cute but still mustered up the courage to bend his waist, Lin Xiu held the part of Lin T's purple silk stockings that touched his waist and thought about a problem seriously. My original idea was that if I encountered Waboga or Yakusta in the future, I could remove the Purple Flame Priest disc from them and transfer it to Waboga. However, since Imperial equipment has evolved into divine equipment, and I possess the complete guide to Imperial equipment manufacturing and possess an absolute understanding of Imperial equipment, my knowledge and practical experience with divine equipment have recently improved significantly. According to the knowledge of the God of the Bible, the artifact will automatically seek out a host with high compatibility. According to the system's theory, the abilities acquired during the original storyline were a matter of fate. If I forcibly change this fate and combine the two destinies, will I be able to better unleash the power of the Purple Flame Priest disc? Lin Xiu looked at his left hand. His left hand houses successive red dragon emperors, or more precisely, successive female red dragon emperors. When the system was awakened, the soul fragments of all generations of red dragon ministers were crystallized and preserved by the system. Not long ago, after gaining a preliminary understanding of reincarnation, Lin Xiu dismissed the souls of the male red dragon emperors and sent them to reincarnation. There has been only one female red dragon emperor throughout history. He remembered that the strongest of the female red dragon emperors seemed to be called Elsa. In the original plot, this strongest female, Sekurudii, and the strongest male, Sekurudii together helped Ise, allowing him to completely get rid of the curse that using Balong would consume his destiny. Before conducting experiments related to overlapping fates on Lin, we can first conduct a pilot experiment on the crystals of successive red dragon emperors. If it succeeds, it will probably usher in a new era for artifact users. Speaking of which, there's been news recently from Himejima that the witch in Oz is plotting something. If I remember correctly, the first user of the Holy Cross, Yakusta, was the second Witch of the East from the Witch of Oz. If the timing is right, I can not only take down the Holy Cross, but also the other god-killing tools and some of the heroines on the dog god side. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Xiu added this matter to his subsequent schedule. As for now, Lin Xiu felt that it would be better to give Lin Te the best first experience. So, Lin Xiu held the girl's slender waist and slowly pressed down. Lin Te's red pupils gradually turned white, and his white wings embraced Lin Xiu like arms, completely enveloping both of them. Just as Lin Xiu said, at this time, Wally's side was in chaos. Originally, he planned to appear during the Kirkbowl incident and fight with Lin Xiu first. However, something strange suddenly happened on the fallen angel's side. Before Lin Xiu captured Jidao Tongdi had already launched the Shuchan incident, abducting a large number of artifact users. Furthermore, the Witch of Ozu also had unusual actions. Then, Vala's adopted sister Lavinia had an accident. Lavinia, whose full name is Lavinia Renee, is the holder of the god-destroying tool, Eternal Ice Princess. Lin Xiu's divine weapon, Momentary Ice Emperor, has an effect similar to that of Eternal Ice Princess, but in a different direction. It can be regarded as the companion artifact of Eternal Ice Princess. Although the frequency of using Eternal Ice Emperor has decreased as Lin Xiu's strength has advanced, it is indeed the most powerful elemental artifact, and it does not live up to its name. Since childhood, Lavinia has awakened the artifact and can subconsciously use the powerful power of ice. But Lavinia's awakening is not a good thing for others. Many people are troubled by the invisible frozen monsters that Lavinia materializes and regard Lavinia as a weirdo. After her parents were killed in an accident, Lavinia was adopted by Glinda, the Witch of the South Kingdom of Oz, and was taught magic and knowledge of artifacts. She realized that the frozen monster was the embodiment of her own divine weapon, the Eternal Ice Princess. A few years later, Lavinia was sent by Glinda to study with Mephisto Ferris, the chief of the Grey Magicians, and to communicate with other magicians. Later, after hearing the news that Glinda was attacked by the Witch of Oz, Lavinia returned to Glinda's residence, but found it empty. Later, in order to find her mentor Glinda, Lavinia has been trying to find information about the Witch of Oz and hunt down the Witch of Oz. Originally, Lavinia should have fought alongside Akizio, Valley, and others during the Hollow Cicada incident. But now, perhaps because Lin Xiu changed the plot, Lavinia met Yakusta in advance. In the original plot, Lavinia was distraught when Yakusta revealed that Glinda was their accomplice and was possessed by Yakusta. The situation is similar now. Lavinia has been possessed by the Witch of Yakusta and is helping the Witch of Oz to carry out her activities. After receiving this news, Vala no longer cared about Lin Xiu's mood and immediately found Azazel to ask Azazel to provide him with information about the Shuchan incident and the Witch of the Oz group. He wants to rescue his elder sister. It's a pity that ideals are full of hope, but reality is very skinny. The Witches of Oz are still easy to deal with. But the Shuchan organization has entered a state of complete contraction and dormancy since being conquered by Lin Xiu. In order to avoid being exposed, Lin Xiu even used spells that could only be used by master god-level masters in many bases, and the fallen angels could not find any trace of the Shuchan organization at all. Finally, Wally even went to the first-generation Monkey King for help. After promising the first-generation son Wukong that he would not destroy the peace at will, Wally successfully obtained the God-level tracking technique, God level, the level between the Super Demon King level and the main God level, and went to track the Witch of Oz. Now, Wally has tracked down a very core location, but has not yet tracked down the most important person. The other side, Lin Xiu's side. Sister Mirana's long, gray-gold hair spread out, and she lost her fighting spirit, trembling and fainting. As Mirana fell, her wings, which had been wrapped around the two of them like a golden sphere, gradually unfolded. Griselda had witnessed Lin Xiu being intimate with everyone present, and knew that she was the only one left after Milana. So after taking a deep breath, Griselda took the initiative to open the wardrobe. "Sir Saint, you should have known I was in the closet a long time ago, right?" Griselda bit her red lips lightly and looked at Lin Xiu helplessly. It was okay once, but every time Lin Xiu turned those people's faces towards her, it was a bit too direct. Perhaps it was Lin Xiu's succubus blood that affected her thinking. Griselda only then realized that the saint's son was almost at the level of a god. How could he not even notice that she was in the closet? Although Griselda is powerful, she is still far from the main god level. I wonder if Lin Xiu is still a long way from being the god of the Bible. But it is also true that the God of the Bible has always been merciful and regards all lives in the DxD world as beings that need his help, and has never used extreme violence. The few times he fought desperately were when he was targeted by the world consciousness and enemies from the future, and he had to do it in order to have a chance of survival. As Griselda walked out of the closet, her full appearance was fully revealed in front of Lin Xiu. The high-class nun's clothing, which is more advanced than that of ordinary nuns, cannot hide Griselda's explosive figure. Just standing there, Griselda subconsciously shows an amazing mature charm. Despite possessing a mature, feminine body that was extremely attractive to men, Griselda possessed a compassionate, holy face, her green eyes filled with a sympathetic desire to redeem the world. Coupled with the white silk stockings she wore beneath her conservative, slender nun's attire, she exuded a sense of both sanctity and a sin-inducing forbiddenness. In terms of appearance, Gabriel was undoubtedly the best. Judging from Lin Xiu's perspective and personal experience, his experience with Gabriel was indeed the best. However, Lin Xiu never seeks all qualities in one person. Gabriel was indeed the most beautiful, her divine aura and forbidden touch leaving a lasting impression on Lin Xiu. However, when faced with other beautiful girls, Lin Xiu would still be touched by their different charms. It is a woman's nature to find the strongest and most outstanding opposite X she can find, and then help him give birth to offspring. It is a man's nature to try to find more women so that he can pass on his genes when he was not sure whether he was the father of the child in ancient times. Therefore, even if the woman is not the best, as long as there is one aspect of her that touches him, men are actually willing to have a relationship with her. The same is true for Lin Xiu. If Amano Yuuma represents first love, Rias represents lover, Irina represents childhood sweetheart, and Gabriel represents sacredness, then Gulizhan is the representative of motherhood. When she was a child, Lin Xiu unconsciously felt an unprecedented sense of sacredness and maternal love. Although he lost the relevant memories after growing up, Lin Xiu is still subconsciously pursuing this feeling. Griselda, there are some things that you don't need to ask me if you already know the answer, right? Lin Xiu. As he spoke, he slowly put down Milana on his body and made room for Griselda. Griselda pursed her red lips and sat down respectfully on Lin Xiu's waist. "Sir, can you tell me why you gave so many saints and nun-angel cards, but didn't give me any?" Before the final stage, Gully needs to resolve her own worries. Does Your Excellency think I'm not pious enough? Or do I harbor doubts about you deep in my heart? And you've noticed this. Griselda looked at Lin Xiu, Liao Nua Zhao, with a rare look of urgency. She was eager for Lin Xiu's answer. No, there's actually no complicated reason. Lin Xiu shook her head. On the one hand, I sense that you still have doubts about me becoming the Holy Son. On the other hand, I don't want you to completely treat me as an object of faith. It is good to believe in him. However, Lin Xiu already has many saints and nuns who believe in him. If there was one more, it wouldn't be very attractive to Lin Xiu. If you don't want me to believe in you, then what do you want me to believe in? Griselda asked in confusion. Griselda, I have already answered your question. I hope to answer the following questions when you undergo the trial. After saying that, he walked aside. On the side, Zenobia and Irina stood up again and came to Griselda's side. Well, if that's what your trial is about, slave. As your believer, I am happy to accept your trial. Slowly, supported by Zenobia, Irina, and Asia, Grayfia slowly landed. As if to tease Griselda, Zenobia instantly shifted her support downwards, applying immense force. Sister Griselda's eyes rolled back uncontrollably, and her toes, tucked into a ball within their white stockings, instantly huddled together. Even though her beautiful eyes were slightly rolled up, Griselda still made a praying gesture, because for her, this is a very sacred thing. However, Lin Xiu took the initiative to hold her hands, pried her hands apart, and forced the two of them to interlock their fingers, which seemed very aggressive. Sir, can you continue to answer my questions now? Griselda took a look at the white silk stockings that were torn open by several square centimeters, and looked at Lin Xiu helplessly. She really couldn't figure it out. Wasn't it a good thing for her followers to believe in her? Why did Lin Xiu seem so reluctant? No problem. Which question do you want to start with? Lin Xiu gently held Griselda's slender, yet voluptuous waist, slightly parted the nun's long skirt, and exposed Griselda's slender thighs wrapped in white silk stockings. The nun's skirt is black, but Griselda wears white tights. The white tights and the black nun's skirt complement each other, further reflecting the sense of prohibition and sacredness. First question, what about the group of saints and nuns that Master Z took away today? Have they already served Master Z? Yeah, that's right. Lin Xiu nodded. This was his plan from the beginning today. After all, the flow of time in Akame Killer's world was much faster than here, so it would save time to go there. After receiving Lin Xiu's answer, Griselda fell silent. Although saints and nuns were originally beings who served the gods and the Son of God, wasn't the service that Lin Xiu understood somewhat different from her own? As she remained silent, Griselda's mind subconsciously recalled the familiar saints and nuns. The thought that they might have behaved in front of Lin Xiu the same way she did now, or even worse, made Griselda tremble physically and mentally. 397. The second question is a follow-up to the previous one. Although her mind was gradually becoming dizzy, Griselda still insisted on asking. Sir, you said you don't want me to treat you as an object of faith. So, what role do you think I'm best suited for? And how should I serve you, sir? Lin Xiu didn't say anything, but just gently signaled to Asia next to her. After Asia got the instruction, she smiled gently and took the initiative to hug Griselda from the side. Originally, Griselda's figure belonged to that of a mature woman, and she was definitely not light. Now, with Asia's weight added to it, the gravitational potential energy was superimposed, and Griselda was almost about to tear the white silk between her toes. The scariest thing is that this is just the beginning. Seeing that Griselda seemed to be a little overwhelmed, Zenobia clapped her hands, smiled playfully, and hugged Asia from the opposite direction. Zenobia, you... Griselda's eyes, which had almost completely turned white, slightly turned back and cast a cold gaze at Zenobia. Zenobia subconsciously let go at first, but the next moment, as if remembering that Lin Xiu was right next to her, Zenobia quickly regained her composure. Humph! Now that she has Lin Xiu's support, she no longer has to worry about Sister Gu Li causing trouble. Griselda's glare didn't last long, because soon The last member of the church trio hugged her from the front. Irina is innocent and cute and isn't very good at this kind of thing, but since Asia and Zenobia are already on top, she has no choice but to join her companions. Under the combined weight of 3 people, Griselda's beautiful green eyes rolled back completely. Her mind went blank, and she no longer had any dissatisfaction with Zenobia. In theory, Griselda should have expressed her dissatisfaction with Zenobia's rebellion at this time. But now, being held by several girls she had taken care of, Griselda really felt some maternal instinct in her heart. Theoretically, nuns cannot marry and cannot be real mothers. But Griselda has taken care of many saints and nuns. She has fulfilled the role of a mother without being called a mother. Now, under the influence of Lin Xiu, Griselda's maternal instinct has been completely aroused. It was at this moment that, through the ability of the succubus bloodline to sense and infect emotions, Lin Xiu input his thoughts into Griselda's mind. So that's how it is. Griselda completely understood what Lin Xiu meant. It turns out that rather than a believer, Lin Xiu wanted a partner with the attribute of maternal. It turned out that Lin Xiu didn't reincarnate her as an angel not because he was dissatisfied with her, but simply because he wanted to take the opportunity to pua her and change her originally stubborn personality and ideas. Judging from the results, Lin Xiu's PUA was quite successful. Griselda, who had always believed that her beliefs were firm and her ideas were sound, now doubted herself to the point that she wanted to understand why Lin Xiu was dissatisfied with her, even offering herself to him. At this moment, Griselda was already trying her best to hold on to the last bit of her rationality. On the one hand, after being penetrated by the symbiote and pressed down by 3 angels, Griselda's physical endurance has almost reached its limit. On the other hand, after learning the true side of the Son of God, Griselda's faith also shows signs of collapse. What supports Griselda's faith now are the real miracles that Lin Xiu has demonstrated. Although Lin Xiu may be a pervert, although Lin Xiu may be indulged in lust, the things he has accomplished and the achievements he has achieved are by no means illusory. Your Excellency, can you answer one last question for me? Griselda's body and mind were about to collapse at the same time, and she also wanted to know the answer to that question. What's the problem? Lin Xiu smiled slightly and tickled Griselda's delicate white silk soles with a playful look, causing her to subconsciously want to pull her soles away. However, due to the weight of Asia and the other 2, Griselda could only move minimally. And because pulling the foot out requires moving the center of gravity backward, Griselda's center of gravity, which was already lowered backward, was lowered even further. This, under Lin Xiu, this evil behavior, Griselda trembled all over. Her red lips opened involuntarily, and saliva flowed from the corners of her mouth involuntarily. It took a while for her to recover. Griselda asked tremblingly, maintaining the last bit of her sanity. I want to know how the god chose you as his son. Griselda knew that Lin Xiu's selection as the Holy Son must have been approved by the God of the Bible. Those overly kind-hearted seraphim would never do anything to disobey the God of the Bible. So what exactly is the true will of the Lord God? And how much of the Lord God's will has the Holy Son inherited? Lin Xiu knew that Griselda was mentally mature. As one of the senior officials who had long known that the god was dead, Griselda, like the other senior officials, had already deceived herself once. They claimed to carry on the god's legacy and let the love of the departed gods spread throughout the world. But in reality, they're simply forced to accept reality. They have simply transformed from fanatical believers into more realistic ones. In theory, no matter what Lin Xiu said, Griselda would choose to accept it. Because if she didn't accept it, Griselda's faith would likely collapse. Having already accepted the death of the God of the Bible, Griselda couldn't accept the fact that the Son of God was a pervert. However, considering that Griselda had already made up her mind and even put on makeup before coming to him, she looked ready to sacrifice herself. In response to Griselda's will, Lin Xiu did not intend to give a perfunctory answer. So, Lin Xiu raised her upper body slightly and wanted to put her forehead against Guli Tang Da's forehead. Rather than a one-sided explanation, I think it would be better for you to witness it with your own eyes. Golden light flickered, and countless streams of information flowed from Lin Xiu's brain into Griselda's brain. Finally, Griselda got the answer from Lin Xiu. An answer that wasn't perfect, but was absolutely true and definitely shocked her. Seventh heaven, the boy who was invited. In order to choose an heir, the god left a will to the four great seraphim, and also left behind the holy pressure. Because of his invulnerability to the holy sword, like many saints and saintesses, he embarked on the journey to the seventh heaven to undergo trials. The difference is that he succeeded. He gained the recognition of the gods, passed the 3 trials of the gods, gained the approval of the Holy Lance, gathered the possibilities of other worlds, and easily defeated the 4 seraphim single-handedly. Now, he is absorbing the knowledge left by the god, hoping to become the god's true successor. The reason why the god chose him as a successor was because he was a powerful invader from another world. They're a group of evil gods with the powerful power to destroy world lines and timelines. The reason why the gods fell is because they suffered at their hands. In order to transcend the limits of this world, he merged the holy power with his other powers, just as the gods hoped that the dragon race would transcend through dragon killing. In order to prevent the erosion of the other world, he is searching for and purifying the village of evolution, a tool that will cause the erosion of this world. Reading the memories of Lin Xiu after he became the Son of Heaven, Griselda was filled with endless shock. There's no doubt that these are the most holy and pure actions, and anyone who sees them will feel that Lin Xiu is doing the absolutely right thing. However, while doing these right things, Lin Xiu also did many evil things. He recruited an evil organization, forcibly possessed a girl with a damaged soul, and brought a large number of saints and nuns with him to open silver handkerchiefs. After opening the silver handkerchief, she now lets Zenobia, who is almost her adopted daughter, hold her and do this kind of thing. It can be said that this is extremely evil. But at this moment, instead of disgust towards Lin Xiu, Griselda's eyes were filled with helplessness and pity. From now on, Griselda no longer looks at right and wrong, justice and evil. What she values is only Lin Xiu himself, nothing else. Sir, please grant me and this world mercy. After praying softly, Griselda took the initiative to release her praying hands and offered her red lips to Lin Xiu under her. Feeling Lin Xiu's demands and needs for her, Griselda felt only incomparable happiness and peace. After getting the real answer from Lin Xiu, Griselda thought that being needed by Lin Xiu was an extremely happy thing. Lin Xiu's memory clearly showed that the god of the Bible was so powerful that even the most powerful red dragon god emperor and infinite dragon god in the world today were severely restrained by his dragon kill. However, such a powerful god of the Bible still died in the cross-world line pursuit of a powerful enemy. There is no doubt that the world they live in is in an unprecedented crisis. If no action is taken, the world she lives in will surely become a vassal of the invaders in the future. The only person who can realize this crisis and is willing to do his utmost to save the world, both in ideal and factual terms, is Lin Xiu. After realizing this, Griselda's eyes were filled with pity and heartache for Lin Xiu. In the past, Griselda's question was, can the Son of God take on the burden of the God and make the heaven and the church develop better? Now, Griselda is thinking about the fact that the Son of God has taken over the burden of God and has the great responsibility of fighting against the other world. As believers, we should support the Son of God with all our strength. It was precisely because she saw the extremely heavy responsibility on Lin Xiu that Griselda changed from being passive to active and took the initiative to serve 637 and worship Lin Xiu. There wasn't much she could do, but if the Holy Son wished to have her be his partner with maternal attributes, Griselda would be happy to share his worries. Lin Xiu clearly felt the changes in Griselda. On the one hand, Griselda became a little too proactive and doted on him, pushing him against her chest, which was an overflow of maternal love. On the other hand, Griselda's already strong faith line became even thicker. It can be seen that after learning the whole truth, Griselda cast aside all doubts and became more pious than before. According to Lin Xiu's original idea, it didn't matter whether Griselda figured it out or not, because he believed that in Lin Xiu's family, Griselda's ideas would gradually change over time. However, since Griselda had thought it through so clearly, Lin Xiu felt that she had to make some response. After finally being released by the extremely proactive Griselda, Lin Xiu took out a golden angel card. Wong. As the golden card fragments merged into Griselda's body, Lin Xiu also started the blood infusion method. Under the effects of the blood infusion method and the special chess pieces, Griselda continued to tremble and sublime. Click. Finally, with the overflowing symbiote added to the mix, Griselda broke free from the Demon King-level shackles and became a 12-winged seraph. That's right, not an ordinary angel, but a 12-winged seraph. This scene made Lin Xiu reveal a hint of surprise. According to the Bible God knowledge base, some seraphim wings are golden because the Bible God bestowed upon them a drop of his own blood. Therefore, most seraphim possess greater combat power than their peers. My blood certainly hasn't reached the level of the God of the Bible. The blood of the God of the Bible is at least red or even colorful. According to my analysis, Griselda's golden wings are probably the result of the dual factors of accepting my blood and faith reaching its peak. Stroking Griselda's golden wings, Lin Xiu suddenly felt the urge to pua other church members. It has been decided that from now on, when performing blood transfusion on the saints, nuns, female warriors, female swordsmen of the church, and female angels in heaven, you can also do some PUA. With Griselda as an example, everyone should be eager to express their faith in the Son of God by evolving into a seraph. After enduring countless blood infusions, the 12 golden wings behind Griselda appeared increasingly sacred. However, Griselda only cared about this matter at the beginning. Later, as time passed and she endured more and more blood infusions, Griselda no longer had any thoughts in her mind. She just held Lin Xiu in her arms, with a maternal glow between her eyebrows. Lin Xiu looked at Griselda, who had become a 12-winged angel, and nodded with satisfaction. After evolving, Griselda's temperament became more holy. The aura of a saint became stronger, and her skin became softer, as white as jade, and seemed to reflect a golden glow. Griselda, you are very beautiful now, Lin Xiu whispered softly into Griselda's ear. Griselda didn't say anything, but hugged Lin Xiu tightly silently, as if she didn't want Lin Xiu to leave her arms anymore. She only knew that listening to Lin Xiu's words and feeling her rhythm made her happy. It was a happiness even greater than the happiness and satisfaction she felt when praying to the Lord. Master Lin Xiu, could you please repeat what you just said to me? Griselda begged. At this moment, she seemed to have turned back into the holy nun who prayed to God. What I just said? Of course. As long as Griselda wants to hear it, I can tell you as many times as I want. Lin Xiu hugged the motherly nun, and a feeling of care and tolerance that she had never felt before surged in her heart. The church is really a good place. This kind of saint with a sacred temperament and unique taste can only be produced in a special building like a church. Griselda, you are very beautiful. I love so much. Especially when you hold me, it makes me feel like I'm back in my mother's arms. Lin Xiu doesn't have a single memory of his mother. Theoretically, even if both parents are dead, even if she was adopted, Lin Xiu should still have some impression of her parents. But in fact, he had never seen his so-called mother since he arrived as a child. In a sense, this can be considered a kind of childhood deprivation, right? So, after feeling Griselda's overflowing maternal love, Lin Xiu hugged her even tighter. The holy nuns of the church were born to redeem the world. However, he was rather selfish and turned the holy nuns of the church into his own private property. Griselda smiled gently and slowly extended her hand to Lin Xiu, who looked like she was in need of love. The holy nun of the church hugged Lin Xiu with one hand and gently stroked Lin Xiu's head with the other hand. Yes, Master Lin Xiu. It is my honor to make Master Lin Xiu feel like a mother. If Master Lin Xiu doesn't mind, you can call me Mom in special circumstances in the future. Griselda had long been prepared to be a maternal girlfriend, so her words were full of tenderness and care, showing the greatest degree of maternal love and doting. Hearing this, Lin Xiu smiled playfully. It seemed that after getting into the role, Griselda couldn't wait to show her maternal nature. What do you mean by special circumstances? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. Like right now. Griselda smiled gently and slowly increased the torque on her waist. She had known for a long time that Lin Xiu would be happy that Zenobia called him daddy in bed. So what better time than now? Then, Lin Xiu called out tentatively. Yes, little Lin Xiu, it's Mom. Griselda showed an unprecedented gentle smile. As she hugged Lin Xiu back, the symbiote went deeper as her body leaned forward, causing the whites of her eyes to roll up. At this moment, Griselda's body was once again surrounded by a golden glow. Lin Xiu first took a breath of cold air because of the sudden change in cavity pressure. Before he could feel it carefully, Lin Xiu was attracted by the sudden appearance of golden light. Because this golden light did not come from Griselda herself, nor was it the light of a seraph. Lin Xiu sensed a strong aura from another world from this radiance. The next second, a female voice seemed to come from the sky, and it became clearer and clearer as time passed. Xiu-chan, can you hear me? Can you hear me? If you can you please reply to me? I am one of the gods who live in a world called DxD. I hold the power of motherhood and breasts. Everyone calls me the Holy Mother. Xiu-chan, if you heard this, could you please reply to me quickly? If you reply within a few seconds, I will give you a warm facial cleanser. Considering that the term breast goddess is a bit awkward, I sometimes refer to her by another name, Weird Mother Goddess. The Virgin Mary? Also, the Milk Goddess. Shit, I'm actually connected to the Holy Mother. Lin Xiu knew exactly who this Holy Mother Goddess was. The Holy Mother, whose real name is Campione, nicknamed the Milk Goddess, is a high-ranking elf god from the DxD world. In the original story, when fighting against the evil god Loki, due to his obsession with breasts, Issei Haidu accidentally established a connection with the Milk Elves, a subordinate of the Virgin Mary, creating the first contact between the two worlds 3.0. Later, he frequently had conversations with the Virgin Mary and took on the bizarre task of collecting 12 heavenly milks to save the world. So, the current situation is, it's either because of my desire for motherhood or because of the extreme motherhood Griselda displayed. In short, it's likely due to the extreme maternal emotions that the Holy Mother Goddess, Kaimun Kapeisai, successfully established a connection with me. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu's expression became more subtle. Whether it was because of her or Griselda, or because of this kind of thing that established a connection with the Virgin Mary, Tu Xiao felt a little unbearable. Within a few seconds, a lot of information flashed through Lin Xiu's mind. Miss Virgin Mary, what do you want to talk to me about? Before the countdown for the Virgin Mary's facial cleanser invitation ended, Lin Xiu sighed and replied in time. Lin Xiu sighed because he was unwilling to establish any connection with the Holy Mother. Establishing a connection with the Holy Mother would mean that the DxD world had been deeply eroded. If the Virgin Mary can contact this place, then the evil gods of the DxD world can't contact this place. After hearing Lin Xiu's response, a very cheerful response came from the Holy Mother. Xiu-chan? Why do you call me Xiu-chan? Lin Xiu asked with concern. Why? Because Xiu-chan is Xiu-chan. The Virgin Mary looked as if it was a matter of course. Lin Xiu was silent. Although the Virgin Mary's nickname is the Milk Goddess, her girlish aura is much stronger than her maternal nature. Xiu-chan is such a shameful name. Recently, apart from Seraflor, only the Virgin Mary would call him that. Miss Holy Mother, can you answer a question for me? What's the problem? Since you can contact this place through some means, can the evil gods of the DxD world also contact this place? It shouldn't be possible for now. Right now, the good god is using various means to intercept them, preventing them from focusing their energy on the DxD world. Oh, by the way, DxD world refers to the world you are in, Shio-chan. After a moment of silence, the Virgin Mary finally realized something was wrong. You know the EXE world, and you know the evil god, right? You inherited Xiaoxing's knowledge. Xiaoxing's knowledge should contain content related to the EXE world. Well, it's good that you know about the EXE world. In short, things aren't looking good in the DxD world right now. Although the good gods are doing their best to stop the evil gods, they may not be able to hold out for much longer. It is necessary to do it as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Execute World 22. Release the core of the world, otherwise... As she spoke, the voice of the Virgin Mary became intermittent again. Miss Holy Mother, I hear your voice is a little weaker. If there is anything you need, could you please speak quickly? If I understand correctly, you want me to clean up the EXE world and put it into the core of the DxD world first. Yes, that's right. Su-chan is indeed worthy of being the god of mercy. In short, the good god is trying to stop. You must clear. Besides that, be wary of evil gods' external timelines. I must maintain the integrity of the timeline of Shio-chan's world. Otherwise, even the god of mercy would not be able to... The voice of the Virgin Mary became weaker and weaker, and soon it became so weak that it could not be heard at all. Anyway, Xiu, please, I'll do my best. Please also. Goodbye. Goodbye. Salala. Although it was still just a few words, Lin Xiu could tell that the Virgin Mary was saying goodbye to him in the languages of various countries. Listening to the slightly strange accent of the Holy Mother, Lin Xiu couldn't help but frown. I have to say, this Virgin Mary is just as lively as in the original plot, worthy of being a deity who likes dragon song. Luckily, the information transmitted was all key words. If it were prepositions or function words, it would be extremely difficult to piece together and deduce. After a few seconds, Lin Xiu figured out the possible meanings of all the blank spaces. In short, apart from the most basic issue of the erosion of the world core of the DxD world, the most worrying thing for the good gods is probably the impact that the EXE world will have on the path to the DxD world through the world line. If the timeline and world line of the DxD world are destroyed, things may become irreversible. Fortunately, Lin Xiu's source of information is not limited to the Holy Mother Goddess Campione. So, after drawing a rough conclusion from the Virgin Mary's few words, Xiu opened the system interface. System, is there any connection between what the Holy Mother mentioned and the system? If so, please tell me all the information related to the system. By now, Lin Xiu has become more and more proficient in using the system. For many questions, as long as Lin Xiu raises them, and they are related to the system will provide answers within its authority. Therefore, nowadays, when encountering any problems, the repairman will first ask the system whether it is related to the system. Ding! There is a certain connection. In order to completely conquer the DxD world, the host must maintain the integrity of the DxD world's timeline. If the EXE world erodes too deeply, it will be difficult for the host to conquer the DxD world and make it their own. Considering that the evil gods of the EXE world had previously attacked the timeline where the God of the Bible resides, there is indeed a possibility that they will continue to influence the timeline, causing chaos in the DxD world. The timeline after the host's birth will not be easily disturbed due to the existence of the system's singularity. However, before the host was born, each era had its own protagonists. If these characters were killed, it would cause a huge fluctuation in the world line, and it would be possible for someone to take advantage of the situation. So, I need to protect the past timeline, but how do we protect them? Should we finish the main storyline of the DxD world first, and then go back to the past timeline to rescue them? Ding! No protection is required under normal circumstances, but if it attacks the past world line again, the system can teleport the host to the corresponding era. Okay, I understand. In other words, there's no need to take any action for now. I'll respond after the EXE world takes action. Okay, that's about it. On the other side, Griselda's side, as the connection with the Holy Mother was severed, the golden light in Gu Li's eyes gradually disappeared. Sir, this is... Griselda looked at Lin Xiu with surprise. Just now, it seemed like some god from another world was communicating with Lin Xiu through her. That person just now is the Holy Mother God from the DxD world. She is considered the opposition to the evil god faction in the DxD world. It's precisely because the good god, the leader of the Virgin Mary's faction, has been obstructing the evil gods that they haven't attacked the DxD world. So that's how it is. Griselda smiled gently and gently rested Lin Xiu's head on her chest. Although she couldn't speak just now, she heard the conversation between Lin Xiu and the Holy Mother, Present Mother. Just as she thought, the Holy Son is indeed the savior of the DxD world. Can other gods directly communicate with the powerful beings in the DxD world like this? However, besides feeling honored and tender, Griselda also felt a little distressed. So, she slowly lay down, allowing Lin Xiu to fit in with her as completely as possible. Sir, I will always be by your side. Although I can't offer you much help, if this body can offer you even a little comfort, it would be my greatest honor. Behind Griselda, Asia smiled helplessly and laid down beside Lin Xiu, holding Lin Xiu's arms against her chest. Griselda's realization, which she has only just realized, was actually something she had already had. The other side, DxD world. As soon as the god of goodness returned, the connection with the Holy Mother God was forced to be cut off. Dragging her gorgeous golden dress floating in the air, the god of goodness returned to her throne. Commune, regarding this communication incident with the DxD world, please inform me of the entire process and outcome of the matter. Yes, Lord Good God. In front of the good god, even the usually lively Holy Mother Goddess restrained her temper. In terms of combat power, the Mother Goddess Commune is far inferior to the good god Leshan Tolash. But in terms of the ability to communicate with other worlds and escape, the Mother Goddess is unmatched. The reason why the good god Leshan Tolash came into contact with the DxD world was precisely because the Holy Mother Goddess Commune had accidentally communicated with the DxD world, which led to the biblical god of the DxD world, and then the two gods established a connection. Therefore, communicating with the other world has always been the exclusive job of the Virgin Mary. Soon, through the data and spiritual light transmitted by the Holy Mother, the good God knew the whole process of the matter. Is that so? That child, was he really chosen by the God of the Bible? The good God sighed, lifted up his long, white, and smooth legs, and let his gold-plated high heels draw a graceful trajectory in the void. Buzz! The next second, as the high heels passed by, the world line and timeline of the entire DxD world gradually appeared in front of the good God. There is no doubt that the good gods also have the ability to interfere with world lines. It is precisely because of the intervention of the good gods that all the invaded worlds have not completely become playthings of the evil gods of the DxD world. Otherwise, with the evil gods of the DxD world's ability to interfere with other worlds, they would be able to mess up the world line of the invaded world before they officially invaded. The benevolent god, Leshan Tolash, has the ability to possess people from the past timeline and thus influence this era. Using this extremely special ability, the good gods can not only hide their identities, but also strike back at the tentacles of the evil gods that are reaching out. But, more than 10 years ago, she suffered a loss in the DxD world, or to be more precise, at the hands of Lin Xiu. The God of the Bible did not simply wait to die. Before her death, the God of the Bible used her already disabled body as a sacrifice to summon the unknown higher dimension she discovered. Then, her wish was answered. An unknown existence descended into the timeline of Issei, Hayuda's birth, and completely replaced the protagonist position with the power of its existence. As a result, the timeline of the entire DxD world was radically changed. It can be said that whether it is the advancement or delay of some plots, or the fact that the Gremory family has only one son for a generation, or even the fact that a large number of maternal characters who were supposed to marry and have children with the opposite S*X become pregnant due to fate, they are all due to the influence of the summons of the God of the Bible. This change severely shocked the good God who had been observing the DxD world line. Originally, the God of the Bible was the most promising ally she had chosen from among the many invaded worlds. She had always wanted to train the God of the Bible into a partner to fight against the evil god of the DxD world with her. But she fell into the trap of the evil gods and was trapped in the past world of other invaded worlds. When she came to her senses, the God of the Bible had been killed, and his fate of death was sealed. In addition to regret, the good God felt the huge changes in the DxD world line. So, out of curiosity, she came to the timeline where Lin Xiu had just arrived. The child that the little saint summoned by sacrificing himself before his death was indeed special, although the exact nature of that child remains to be verified. However, since that child has inherited Xiaoxing's position, I should consider him as our quasi-ally. In order to prevent the evil god from discovering the child before he grows up, I must distract the evil gods as much as possible. The child that the good god was referring to was, of course, Lin Xiu. The reason why she called Lin Xiu that child was because she had indeed taken care of Lin Xiu for a period of time. At that time, the good god used his ability to possess the past, possessed a person who was almost unnoticeable, and then took care of Lin Xiu for a period of time. During that time, the good god had been trying to see something from Lin Xiu. However, she failed. Considering that the time of possession was about to end, she finally made up her mind and decided to scan Lin Xiu's body. Outside, then she was expelled from Lin Xiu's timeline and could never enter again. Lin Xiu was the only person she felt she couldn't understand at all. Although it looks very weak, it is completely unaffected by changes in the world line and timeline. Although he looked very weak, he was able to expel her clone directly from the past timeline of the DxD world after coming into contact with her, making it impossible for her to enter again. Only someone like Lin Xiu is qualified to save the DxD world from the crisis of destruction. Therefore, with Lin Xiu as the only breakthrough point, the good god could only do his best to protect it. The other side, in a church somewhere in Europe, a girl who looked very similar to Irina, with a very similar twin-tail hairstyle, was wearing a 130 centimeters white robe and had her hands in a praying posture. If this girl's hair wasn't black, anyone would probably have difficulty telling her apart from Irina at first glance. The black-haired girl with twin ponytails is named Shido Maki and is the mother of Shido, Irina. In the original story, Irina was born into a church family in Komeo Town, Japan. Her father, Shido Feudo, was a pastor of the Protestant Church, one of the 10 major Christian financial factions, and also worked as an exorcist. After the world line changed, Irina's mother's surname was Shido from the beginning. She became the incarnation of the god of the DxD world, the good god, and became connected with the church and chose to join the church. Normally, a person possessed by a good spirit would not have any memories. But since the good spirit did not leave on its own but was expelled, some memories still remained in Shido Maki's mind. Originally, considering Shido Maki is in her 30s, she should not be called a girl anyway. But, on the one hand, Shido Maki has never had any male partner. On the other hand, because she was possessed by a god, her physical state has remained that of a young girl. Therefore, there is really no problem in calling her a girl. And all of this, it all started 17 years ago. 17 years ago, Shido Maki was pregnant by God. She thought she felt the guidance of God and joined the church. And the reason why she joined the family crest was because she experienced a mysterious event. She had a very long dream. In that dream, she took care of a cute little boy. It was not until she woke up several months later that she realized that what she had experienced was not a dream. So she moved to the boy's home and took care of the child as if he were her own. Later, she was sent by the church CAF to Europe to preach and was given the title of saint in the Nordic church. However, considering that Shido Maki was possessed by a benevolent spirit and had taken care of Lin Xiu, it would not be an exaggeration to give her the title of Holy Mother. After Lin Xiu conquered the Vatican, he ordered all church leaders from around the world to make a pilgrimage to the Vatican. As a saint, although Irina's mother was not a high-ranking official and could not go to the church during the first wave of gatherings, she was also on the second wave of pilgrims' list. So, with an extremely devout faith, Shido came to the holy city of Vatican. Under the guidance of the specially appointed Holy Maiden of Trial, Shido came to the holy spear left by Lin Xiu. Saint Wisteria, this is the holy spear left behind by the Holy Sun. As long as you can pass the test of the Holy Spear, you'll be qualified to serve the Holy Sun. According to the order, if you pass the test today, you'll be able to go to the side of Master Shengzi in 6 months and listen to Master Shizi's teachings. According to the rules and regulations, the trial saint added Shido name to the list of trials in progress, according to the rules. If Shido succeeds in the trial saint will add her to the list of successful trials. Lin Xiu's idea is that there doesn't need to be too many people coming, and a dozen or so people a day is already the limit. If one day can be used as 5 days, and there are more than 10 of them at a time, Lin Xiu can eat them after learning about the life of each saint and nun and having a heart-to-heart talk with them. If he simply ate them, the speed would undoubtedly be much faster. However, Lin Xiu still wanted to discover and feel the charm of beautiful girls with different attributes as much as possible. Moreover, since Lin Xiu initially followed the process of direct physical communication without opening their hearts, according to his observation, if the hearts are opened first and then the physical communication, the probability of the saints and nuns becoming seraphim when they are reincarnated as angels will be greater. There is no doubt that the speed of more than a dozen, or more than a dozen 5 days, is already quite fast. However, even so, with the huge population of the church, the current qualification to serve the Son of God has been put off for half a year. Now, even if Shido passed the trial, she would have to wait for half a year if she wanted to see Lin Xiu. Yes, in order to obtain the qualification to serve the Holy Sun, I will definitely work hard to pass the trial. Shido eyes were full of piety. This is it. The moment she came into contact with the Holy Spear, Shido beautiful eyes widened instantly, because she felt a very familiar aura on the Holy Spear. The aura from the Holy Spear was the same as the one she felt when she was sleeping. In other words, that's the aura of God. Shido feelings were correct. Although the God of the Bible is a genius, he is not capable of creating weapons capable of killing evil God-level beings before he becomes an evil God-level being. The holy lance that pierces the world is not only the hard work of the God of the Bible, but also incorporates a lot of knowledge and power from good gods. Originally, the good God contacted Lin Xiu through the Holy Spear. It's a pity that Lin Xiu has a system on him. After being included in the system, the holy lance that pierces the world no longer has anything to do with the good God. In short, above the Holy Spear, Shido felt the same aura as God, although she worshipped the wrong God, mistaking the good God for the God of the Bible, who says the good God is not God. In a sense, isn't the good God the God of the Bible in the niche of the DxD world? Just like that, by some strange coincidence, Shido accepted the trial of the Holy Spear with an extremely pious attitude. After taking a look at Shido, the trial saint nodded with satisfaction. After the trial begins, a person who is almost identical to you will appear in front of you. What you need to do is to surpass your past self in some aspects. Generally speaking, there are 2 main ways to pass the trial. The first is to defeat your own clone in combat and become stronger than before. The second is to defeat your own copy in terms of faith and become more devout than before. According to the regulations, a saint who fails to pass the trial will be stripped of her qualifications as a saint. Please take this seriously. Before the trial began, the saint of the trial gave a final reminder. Yes, I understand. I believe I can pass the test. With considerable determination, Shido accepted the trial. Buzz, a golden light flashed, and 3 shadows appeared in front of Shido. These three phantoms are Maki's battle body and body of faith, plus the phantom of the Son of God himself. In order to better help the believers pass the trial, Lin Xiu will also set up an image of himself to provide guidance during the trial. However, after seeing the shadow of the Holy Sun, Maki was stunned. Is this Lin Xiu? Saint Maki, who allowed you to call the Holy Sun by his real name. The Saint of Trial frowned instantly. Saint's son? Lin Xiu is the Saint's son, but Lin Xiu is not. Maki Shido's brain was a little overwhelmed for a moment. After joining the church, Maki has been living an isolated life in Northern Europe. At most, she studies techniques with the old lady next door and rarely uses electronic devices. In addition, the church she belonged to was too remote, so she really didn't know that Lin Xiu had become the Son of God. Even Maki only found out about her daughter's mission to recover the Holy Sword before she set off for the pilgrimage to the Vatican. At this time, the Saint of Trial also discovered something was wrong. Wait, Saint Wisteria, you mean to say that you knew the Holy Sun long before he became the Holy Sun? Is that right? Yes, I took care of Lin Xiu for a while when I was a child, and later I joined the church. Except, Maki Shido also noticed something was wrong. Why didn't I report Lin Xiu's information to the church when I clearly felt that it was God's will to take care of him? Could it be that I forgot this very thing? Is it God's fault? Although Maki's idea was fantastic, she was not wrong. In the original world line, Lin Xiu did not have any magical properties, and she had never told the church about Lin Xiu. Later, after the intervention of the good gods, the world line related to Lin Xiu was fixed again. Therefore, even though Maki was extremely loyal to the gods, she never thought that Lin Xiu might have any connection with the gods. Because Maki will not disturb Lin Xiu's life too much. This is a predetermined fate that was completed before the world line was fixed. Even if a benevolent god intervened, there would be no reward. What? You said you took care of the Holy Sun when he was little. Could you please wait a moment? I'll report your situation immediately. Really? How do the people in the Nordic branch of the church do things? After complaining bitterly, the trial saint quickly reported the information about Maki. Although the trial saint is a newly created position, she is directly responsible for the holy spear of the Son of God, so her status in the church is extremely high. Soon, the trial saint received a response from her superiors. Saint Wisteria, the saint's son, has responded specifically to this matter. The Holy Son said that Irina has been reincarnated as a 10-winged angel, a 10-winged seraph of extremely high purity. If you wish to see Irina in her current state, you can visit him anytime. As for the trial, you can take it if you wish. If you don't wish, that's fine. The church will always maintain your position as the saint. After conveying Lin Xiu's meaning, the trial saint looked at Maki, waiting for her reply. I see. Has Irina really been reincarnated as an angel? Maki nodded. Well, since Lin Xiu has become the Son of God, it is normal for him to reincarnate Irina as an angel. However, even with the connection with the Saint's Son, I will still undergo the trial. Changing the subject, Maki's gaze towards the holy spear became softer. After not seeing each other for many years, the little boy she once took care of has grown up and become the legendary Holy Son. Maki's eyes are full of emotion. If possible, she wanted to pass the trial before going to the boy. Okay, I understand. I will arrange the trial for you right away. The trial saint nodded. In fact, she also thought it would be better to try it out first and then go. Although it is not impossible for Maki to become a relative with her energy, it is true that only those who have passed the trial will be generally recognized within the church. Buzz! The golden light was so bright that the light of the holy spear enveloped Maki and the three phantoms, and they flew together towards the small world within the holy spear. The other side, as for Lin Xiu, he had a very busy 2 days. Originally, it took quite a while to test the warriors of the church. Later, when Lin Xiu finished eating those dozens of saints and nuns and returned from the Akame slashing world, It was already late at night. Later, after Lin Xiu dealt with Gabriel, Linty, Milana, Griselda, and other plot characters, it was already dawn of the next day. However, although his life was very tight, Lin Xiu also lived a very comfortable life. The girls in the church gave him an experience he had never had before. It turned out that being served as a god felt pretty good. Compared to a simple partner relationship, Lin Xiu can't say which is better or worse. I can only say that each has its merits. Of course, if Lin Xiu simply had a good experience, then Griselda was obviously a little too involved. Ever since Griselda completed her self-closure, she had harbored an extraordinary maternal love and possessiveness towards Lin Xiu. Until the tripartite meeting began, Lin Xiu had been immersed in Griselda's body. Okay, Griselda, I have to go to Gucci's appointment first. Lin Xiu gently lifted Griselda's long legs wrapped in white stockings. Try to pull out. Griselda subconsciously held Lin Xiu in place, preventing him from leaving. It was only during this rise and fall that Griselda suddenly woke up. Recalling what Lin Xiu had just said to her, Griselda finally remembered that the nominal purpose of their trip to Zhuang Town was for a tripartite meeting. Yes, Lord Saint, I look forward to the day when you completely subjugate the three forces. After saying that, Griselda slowly stood up with a pop sound, walked to the clothes rack, and brought Lin Xiu the clothes he would wear today, as if she wanted to help him tidy up his appearance. No, you don't need to wear this today. The clothes I want to wear today are not with me, but with Grayfia. Lin Xiu raised her hand to refuse. In Grayfia's place? Griselda tilted her head. Yes, at Grayfia's place. Grayfia contacted me so that she could help me prepare all the etiquette before the meeting, just as Lin Xiu said. Before the trilateral talks began, Grayfia came to Lin Xiu's home alone to help him with the etiquette and makeup preparations. After Lin Xiu left a seal on his room, he went downstairs to keep his appointment with Grayfia. After meeting Lin Xiu, Grayfia always felt that there was something different about Lin Xiu. Grayfia's feeling was correct. After Lin Xiu successfully transferred the church members' faith in the God of the Bible to him, although it did not have much impact on the pool of faith accumulated in the heavenly realm, it still had some impact on his own life level and temperament. Furthermore, after meeting Grayfia, Lin Xiu had been fully activating his succubus bloodline, so it was normal for Grayfia to feel that Lin Xiu was a little different. Suppressing the slight throbbing in her heart, Grayfia bowed and entered the standard pre-meeting preparation process. Originally, she should have been helping Alice prepare for the meeting with Demon King Alice. However, Alice asked her to help prepare for the training session. Alice's reasons were very valid. After all, this was Lin Xiu's first time attending such a high-level meeting, and she would also be shouldering important responsibilities at the meeting. Therefore, Grayfia should first tell the inexperienced Lin Xiu some precautions. There is no doubt that Demon King Alice's words were correct. However, Grayfia felt that Alice was planning to push her to Lin Xiu. Grayfia was very dissatisfied with Alice's obvious act of giving it away. She really wanted to get rid of the original shackles. She really wanted to find a real partner. But she doesn't need anyone else to make the choice for her. She admitted that Lin Xiu was very good, and also admitted that she had some reaction when she saw Lin Xiu doing intimate things. However, this does not mean that she becomes Lin Xiu's person. Regarding Demon King Alice's obvious matchmaking, Grayfia strongly condemns it. Besides, she was from the previous era. How could it be right for her to marry the same man as a bunch of other young girls? Look at Rias, look at Ravel, and then look at their families. They are all young people. As a remnant of the old era, there was really no need for her to participate in the carnival of the new era. Lin Xiu also noticed that Grayfia's mood today seemed different from usual. Since there weren't many things that could make Grayfia look unhappy, Lin Xiu only thought about it for a moment and got the answer from Grayfia's expression when she looked at him, which was a little bit longing but more of dissatisfaction. Grayfia, she probably didn't come here on her own initiative. It's likely Alice gave her an order. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Xiu casually start a topic. Grayfia, if I'm not mistaken, the costume you prepared for me is a limited edition outfit that only the Demon King can wear. Just as Lin Xiu said, what he was going to wear today was no longer the quasi-Demon King outfit from before, but a higher standard, raise of the regulations unique to the level of the 4 great Demon Kings in Song Dynasty. Moreover, these weren't just any of the 4 Demon Kings. The Demon King costume Lin Xiu was wearing was a set of rules only worn by the original 4 Demon Kings. In order to show respect and inheritance to the 4 great Demon Kings of the first generation, the current reformist Demon Kings, except for the Demon King Lucifer, who still uses the same regulations as the original Lucifer, the regulations of the other 3 Demon Kings are slightly lower than those of the original generation. But today, Lin Xiu is wearing an outfit that could be described as overreaching. Although Lin Xiu's achievements, strength, and status in the heavens made such an outfit seem unworthy of him and could even be considered condescending. In the eyes of the demons who didn't know the truth, Lin Xiu's current outfit was indeed a bit overstepping the bounds of his authority. Hearing this, Grayfia temporarily stopped helping Lin Xiu tidy up her appearance and looked up and said, Master Lin Xiu is not mistaken. This is exactly the regulation that the first-generation Leviathan should have. The reason I came to help you with your makeup today is precisely to inform you in advance. At today's 3-party meeting, Lord Surzex will propose that you take on an important position. Please accept it without hesitation. So that's how it is. Lin Xiu looked as if he understood. However, in reality, Lin Xiu had already known all the arrangements for the tripartite talks through Seraph and knew what position he would get. Because this position was created for him by Lin Xiu through consultation between the Heaven Realm and Surzex. After conquering the heavens and the church, Lin Xiu set out to conquer the demons and fallen angels. The situation of the demon clan and the fallen angel clan is much more complicated than that of the heaven and the church. If the church was only slightly dissatisfied with the heavens, and the rebellion did not break out until later due to the heavens' violent reconciliation policy, then the demons and fallen angels were in a state of division from the very beginning. The demon clan has the rebellious old demon king faction, and the fallen angels have the fallen of the abyss, both of which are forces dissatisfied with the existing regime and system. Lin Xiu knew that in this situation, gentle actions like conquering the church would not be very effective. Therefore, he set up an organization specifically for himself to facilitate his actions, which should be outside the tripartite organization. In this way, he has sufficient reasons and position to take action against any of the 3 forces. It was precisely because Lin Xiu had wanted to completely subjugate the 3 forces from the very beginning that he did not take the initiative to reveal his identity as the Son of God, because it also does not benefit the integration of the 3 forces. Declaring one's identity as the Son of God is equivalent to declaring that one's seat is completely in heaven. Taking action against the demon clan and the fallen angel clan in the capacity of the Son of God will only accelerate the division of the 3 forces. Therefore, Lin Xiu set up such a structure to make it convenient for him to take action whenever he wanted. From now on, as long as Lin Xiu maintains the existence of this organization and continuously enhances his prestige and power among the 3 factions, if a major crisis ever arises, Lin Xiu will be able to bring all 3 factions under his wing. Soon, with the help of Grayfia, Lin Xiu successfully completed her makeup before the formal meeting. Since we are ready to subdue the demon clan, the several major demon families, especially the demon Lord Lucifer's family, must not be excluded. So, while Lin Xiu was adjusting her look, she asked, By the way, Grayfia, now that I'm the son-in-law of the Gremory family, I should be considered a member of the Gremory family, right? Yes, of course. You are the only son-in-law of the Gremory family, and undoubtedly a family member of Riasuma, Surzexuma, and Venelanisuma. Grayfia replied respectfully. Before, Grayfia was respectful to Lin Xiu, just fulfilling her duties as a maid. But now, after witnessing the achievements that Lin Xiu had made along the way, Grayfia's respect for Lin Xiu came from the bottom of her heart. From defeating Rebel, Theodora, Riser, Laval, etc. at the beginning, to defeating the 12-winged fallen angel Kirkbull and defeating and subduing the Dragon King Tanning. Grayfia has always witnessed Lin Xiu's progress. At this point, Grayfia is convinced that Lin Xiu will become the ruler of the underworld in the future, or even the ruler of the three forces. Well, as a member of the Gremory family, shouldn't you keep everything going on at home from me? After a few seconds of silence, she took the initiative to ask, Master Lin Xiu, I don't quite understand what you mean. Are you saying that your family is hiding something from you? That's it. To be precise, a certain member of the Gremory family, who is also the Demon King Lucifer, is hiding something from me. Lin Xiu said with a chuckle. What's the difference between this and directly naming Alice? After complaining in her heart, Grayfia smiled helplessly and replied, Are you saying that Surzek-sama is hiding something from you? After hearing Grayfia's answer, Lin Xiu stood up and turned to look at Grayfia. Sazix, Grayfia, you're still using my pseudonym, Surzex, in front of me. Don't you think you're being a little too distant? Isn't the name Alice much cuter than Sarzex or Sarzex? Alice. After hearing the name Alice, Grayfia was so scared that she took several steps back. Huh, Alice. Ow, how did you know Alice's real name? Grayfia was truly surprised. Lin Xiu knew Alice's true identity, but how could he know Alice's name? Even within the Gremory family, Demon Lord Alice's real name is strictly confidential information. Except for her, the first Gremory and Vinalana, even the previous Gremory family heads didn't know Alice's true identity. Looking at the surprised Grayfia, Lin Xiu smiled. Have you forgotten? I told you I have the so-called revelation ability, which allows me to automatically obtain some intelligence based on the situation I encounter. Apocalypse ability? You mean the apocalypse ability that predicted that you and Rias would have multiple offspring? Grayfia's brows relaxed in understanding. Yeah, why didn't she think of it? As early as when Lin Xiu made a doll that was exactly in line with the figure of Demon King Alice. She made it clear that Lin Xiu knew Alice's real gender, and even her real figure. Now, he even knew Alice's real name. No wonder Alice placed her hopes on Lin Xiu. She admitted that Lin Xiu was indeed extremely special. Grayfia, if I'm not mistaken, you should be very disgusted with the current situation, right? Lin Xiu said as he approached Grayfia. Grayfia didn't say anything, but just responded with a calm look. However, Lin Xiu observed Grayfia's fluctuating magic and state of mind through the eye of truth. So, Lin Xiu moved closer and pushed Leia into the corner. It's clearly the other person's fault, but I have to bear the consequences of my mistake because of them. It's clearly not my fault, but other demons are spreading rumors about me saying, you can't have children, so you're not married. This world is so unfair. The demons are so powerful, but they just think that the devil Lucifer is stronger and put all the blame on you. Faced with such unfair and one-sided bullying, don't you want to vent your anger and let the truth out to the world? As she spoke, Lin Xiu reached out her hand and lifted up Grayfia's fair and smooth chin, admiring the struggling look in her silver-gray eyes. I do want to, but I won't do it. After a few seconds, Grayfia gave the same answer as always. Haha, of course I know you won't do that. It's okay. I will help you fulfill your wish. So, now I plan to collect some rewards first. As he spoke, Lin Xiu quietly reached behind Grayfia's back and suddenly exerted force, pushing Grayfia into his arms. Return? Wait! Before she could say anything, Lin Xiu took away Xia's red lips. Grayfia showed a hint of determination on her face and took the initiative to open her mouth, ready to bite Lin Xiu's tongue hard. As she opened her mouth, Lin Xiu took advantage of the opportunity to explore inside, and she did bite it. But the result was that it did not cause any harm to Lin Xiu, but instead allowed Lin Xiu to explore deeper, more closely, and more comprehensively. When she was about to take the second bite, she found that she had completely lost the ability to do so and responded to Lin Xiu subconsciously. Overall, Grayfia's performance was very good. With Lin Xiu using all his strength to activate the succubus bloodline, it was already very difficult for Grayfia, who had not yet reached god-level strength, to take the first bite. While still kissing Grayfia, he said, "Grayfia, I really want you, and I like you very much, although it is a kind of liking similar to desire and possessiveness. Who says that this kind of liking is not liking? I know you want freedom, and I'm willing to help you break free from your current situation. However, I just want you to be mine. I believe that as time goes by, no one in the underworld will be able to defy my will. Neither you nor Alice can do that. Grayfia, don't you think your thoughts were too naive from the beginning? You hope that Alice will have a successor so that she can smoothly let go of her responsibilities and you can break free from the shackles. However, given Alice's extremely responsible personality, her successor must possess greater power and ability than hers. Otherwise, she will absolutely be unwilling to abdicate. You can't even control Alice, so how can you control this new heir?" What Lin Xiu said made sense, but unfortunately, adaptation didn't work that way. Speculative talk. Lin Xiu Jun, we're not talking about a virtual heir now, but the real you. What Grayfia meant was that since Lin Xiu existed, the discussion should be based on him, rather than proposing a fictitious successor. In this regard, Lin Xiu could only say that Grayfia still thought too highly of him. "Sorry, I'm not as obedient and gentle as you think. What I'm showing you right now is the real me. It's not all of me, but it's definitely the real me." Lin Xiu, do you think you're a bit too much of a scumbag when it comes to relationships? Grayfia's voice was filled with resentment. She was already feeling a bit resentful about Alice forcing her to help Lin Xiu today, and now that she was forcefully kissed by Lin Xiu, her anger increased even more. Fortunately, Lin Xiu's kissing skills were quite good, and combined with the full force of her succubus bloodline, Grayfia's attitude softened. Otherwise, Grayfia would probably not want to talk to Lin Xiu at all. Scumbag? Of course not. I just think that if you only think about emotional issues when thinking about issues related to me, isn't that a bit too shallow? You've been with Alice for so long, you should know that the higher one's status, the less likely they are to consider emotional issues. Considering that I'm destined to be at the top of the world in the future, I'm pretty lucky that I can choose who I want in a partner. Lin Xiu, do you mean that you want to arrange your own partner among the top leaders of various major forces? Grayfia frowned. That's what I mean. I believe you should attract people to your side by setting up benchmarks among the major powers. While simple rule by force is feasible, powerful resistance will eventually emerge. This kind of silent and subtle penetration method is the most effective. You just need to maintain your strongest posture and attract everyone to you. As for the rest of the ideological work, those people will complete their own self-construction in the process of yearning for you. Grayfia was silent. She admitted that what Lin Xiu said made sense, and that he was indeed suitable to be a leader. As for Lin Xiu saying he likes her, she wanted to deny it, but when she thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true. If Lin Xiu didn't like her, he wouldn't have deliberately provoked Leah when they were already married. If he didn't like her, Lin Xiu wouldn't have deliberately cast explosive magic around her to provoke her during the game. However, her understanding of love was somewhat different from Lin Xiu's understanding of love. Perhaps pursuing the love she understood was indeed a luxury for her. She was already old enough and should give up such naive ideas. Just like that, after some serious thinking, Grayfia decided to stop thinking and enjoy the present moment. Faced with Lin Xiu, who had already completed her self-construction, Grayfia had no choice but to do this, as there was no way to force her to change. Holding the self-deceiving thoughts of "I was forced," Lin Xiu is a scumbag, and I have no choice, Grayfia gradually immersed herself in the close contact with Lin Xiu. Finally, Grayfia even took the initiative to press the back of Lin Xiu's neck and put it in her mouth, as if she wanted to thoroughly feel all of Lin Xiu. Half an hour later, Grayfia had gradually gotten used to the close contact with Lin Xiu, and perhaps she didn't even notice that while kissing her, she held the back of Lin Xiu's head from the opposite direction to make the kiss more intimate and smooth. Finally, it was Lin Xiu who let go of Grayfia, who was a little too involved. Lin Xiu didn't say anything, but just smiled and looked at Guya, who was a little nostalgic. Grayfia did not say anything. While savoring the moment, she felt Lin Xiu's playful gaze, and then silently shifted her gaze away from Lin Xiu. Looking at Grayfia's inconsistent reaction, Lin Xiu smiled slightly and prepared to give Grayfia the final blow. Grayfia, do you know why I took your first kiss? Because you're a lustful scumbag, because you want to control everything that interests you. Grayfia replied calmly. You're right, I'm indeed a scumbag. However, this answer isn't perfect. Smiling, Lin Xiu leaned over to Grayfia again. Grayfia subconsciously closed her eyes first, raised her chin slightly, and prepared to accept Lin Xiu's violent seizure of her. However, after a few seconds, Lin Xiu still didn't eat it. In doubt, Grayfia opened her eyes again. After seeing the playful look in Lin Xiu's eyes, Grayfia bit her red lips lightly, full of resentment. Are you kidding me? When Grayfia thought about how she had subconsciously closed her eyes and prepared to accept Lin Xiu's kiss, she had the urge to bang her head against the wall. Well, since raising her chin was too proactive, Grayfia's brain automatically filtered out the memory of her raising her chin and opening her red lips. Playing with you? Do I look like someone with such a bad taste? Lin Xiu smiled and looked directly into Grayfia's silver gray eyes. Grayfia silently averted her gaze from Lin Xiu. She really had no solution to the situation just now. Lin Xiu was certainly a person with a bad taste, but at this moment, Grayfia really was in no mood to argue with Lin Xiu. Smiling, Lin Xiu finally lowered her head again. Lin Xiu leaned close to Grayfia's ear and whispered softly. The reason I did this is because I just think it's cute that you, Guyenya, are so insincere. Grayfia, don't you think you should show more of your girlish charm? Don't you think you're living a bit too repressed? Grayfia, don't you think that the you who shows a variety of emotions in front of me is the real you? Just as Lin Xiu said, Grayfia has always been suppressing herself, suppressing her girlish side, and suppressing her true temperament. Logically speaking, Grayfia, who has never experienced a man and has never given birth to a child, should not have the same charm of a young woman as in the original plot. However, before Lin Xiu discovered the true nature of Grayfia, he did not notice any difference between her and the one in the original plot. Therefore, Lin Xiu easily came to the conclusion that Grayfia was suppressing herself a little too much. This kind of repression is not only psychological, but also physiological and sexual. It would be fine if there was an evacuation route, but unfortunately, Alice had no ability to give Grayfia relief, either psychologically or physically. In terms of psychological problems alone, Alice's situation is even more serious than Grayfia's. Grayfia's will suppress herself, and so did Alice. In short, through the contact when Grayfia was doing his makeup, Lin Xiu realized that Grayfia had been suppressing himself. That's why he brutally took away Grayfia's first kiss. Faced with Grayfia, who has been suppressed for so long, it is necessary to use violence to free her from her current state. Judging from Grayfia's current condition, Lin Xiu's strategy was very successful. At this time, Grayfia also roughly understood what Lin Xiu meant from his words. As a result, her frown deepened. She originally wanted to say, whether I suppress myself or not, whether I show my true self or not is none of your business. But she found that after experiencing the feeling of being violently seized by Lin Xiu, she could no longer say such words. An unprecedented feeling rose from Grayfia. Although her first kiss was forcibly taken away, Grayfia actually had a strange thought. Maybe this is not a bad thing. Looking at Grayfia's silver gray eyes trembling constantly, Lin Xiu silently delivered the final blow. Grayfia, you should have some feelings for me, right? Otherwise, why were your panties wet before I kissed you? Upon hearing these words, Grayfia's pupils instantly dilated. Lin Xiu discovered. Now, Grayfia really wanted to die in front of Lin Xiu. I'll go change it first. With trembling red lips, Grayfia quickly deployed a magic circle and fled. If even this was discovered, she really didn't have the courage to stay in front of Lin Xiu anymore. However, the next second, Grayfia was surprised to find that although she had unfolded the teleportation array, it was stuck in the middle and had no intention of continuing to operate. While Grayfia was distracted, Lin Xiu kissed her again. While maintaining the verbal battle, Lin Xiu said, "If you feel good today, and if you really need a way to vent, you are welcome to contact me anytime in the future. As long as you look for me, I will definitely have time. As long as you come to me, I will give you an experience no less than today's, allowing you to release your desire to vent and comfort your heart that wants to be close to others." Grayfia had no intention of replying, but just kept responding to Lin Xiu's kisses with her actions, as if she wanted to suck out Lin Xiu's soul. Facing such a Grayfia, Lin Xiu pushed her hard. "Sorry, today's time is up." After being pushed away by Lin Xiu, Grayfia leaned back with a look of surprise. "What a joke!" Lin Xiu actually pushed her away. However, before she had the chance to express her dissatisfaction, the teleportation array under Grayfia's feet that had been stopped by Lin Xiu was activated again, sending Grayfia out of Lin Xiu's home. Seeing Grayfia's somewhat unsatisfied expression when she was pushed away, Lin Xiu smiled with satisfaction. In fact, Grayfia has always been under his guidance and control. Fundamentally speaking, if it weren't for Lin Xiu's full-strength succubus bloodline, Grayfia's panties wouldn't be wet at all. But now, Lin Xiu turned around and said that it was Guya who suppressed it himself. Although Grayfia was indeed suppressed, she was not yet at the point where she would react when in contact with Lin Xiu. What happened today is definitely not enough to take down Grayfia. However, today's events are bound to leave an indelible impression in Grayfia's mind. Considering that Demon Lord Alice also wants to have more contact between Grayfia and me, if we can maintain contact for a while, Grayfia should be able to be taken down quickly. After all, looking at Grayfia's expression just now, if I didn't teleport her away, she would definitely rush over to me again for a kiss. Overall, Lin Xiu was very satisfied with the progress on Grayfia's side. So, in a good mood, wearing the limited-grade Demon King costume that only the first-generation Demon King was qualified to wear, Lin Xiu went to Ju Wang Academy at the appointed time. Walking into the academy, Lin Xiu saw Rias, who was also dressed in a gorgeous dress. As the nominal lords of Komao Town, Rias and Sona both needed to make a report in front of the leaders of the three factions, so they were dressed particularly formally. Holding Lias's hand, Lin Xiu walked into Juwang Academy with her. Shortly after entering the academy, Lin Xiu saw Tsang Na in a light blue dress. From a distance, Tsang Na saluted Lin Xiu, then turned and walked towards the student union room. Normally, she should have come over to chat with Lin Xiu after seeing her, but Tsang Na clearly had no such intention. Through his own eyes, Lin Xiu knew the specific reason. "Oh, you've already collected all 4 Dragon King artifacts?" As expected of Sona, judging from the fact that some of the Dragon King's artifacts still carry the aura of a fallen angel, this last artifact must have been acquired through a trade. In other words, Tsang Na just completed the transaction not long ago and is now trying to suppress and integrate the dragon soul in his body. Indeed, the evil dragon Fodor's dragon spirit must be suppressed as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if something goes wrong during the meeting, it will become a diplomatic incident. Of course, Lin Xiu knew that it was only a theoretical diplomatic accident, and it was impossible to happen in reality. This last piece of the Dragon King's artifact was given to Tsang Na by the fallen angel. The fallen angel will not say anything even if he uses it with all his strength. The other 2 races, the demons, naturally couldn't say anything, and the celestial realm was completely under Lin Xiu's control. Therefore, the diplomatic incident Tsang Na was worried about from Zhao was only a theoretical incident, and it was impossible to happen in reality. Although Kangna didn't say hello, someone came forward to greet her on her behalf. Besides Sona, after noticing Lin Xiu's arrival, a girl with twin ponytails dressed in a pink magical girl outfit came up to her with a smile. Xiu-chan looks so handsome today." The demon girl Seraflor spoke highly of Lin Xiu's demon costume. Who says the devil costume can't be a costume? Seraflu has collaborated with Lin Xiu on many shows, and she has played the villain quite a few times. Who says Lin Xiu is actually a quasi-demon king now? However, whether it was Seraflor, Lin Xiu, or the other participants, everyone knew that after today, Lin Xiu's status would be elevated to a higher level. Seraflor, you look beautiful today too. Although Seraflor was wearing the same pink magical girl costume as usual, Lin Xiu did think that Seraflor was more beautiful. Because Seraflor looks very healthy, with a rosy complexion, making people want to take a big bite of her. Lin Xiu knew exactly why Seraflor looked so good. Because Sena got the complete artifact, and she was happy that her sister was one step closer to her dream. Pretty? Am I not wearing the same clothes as usual? Xiu-chan is really smooth-talking. Is this how Xiu-chan got so many girls to like you? Despite saying so, Seraflor happily put her hands on her hips, her beautiful pink eyes curved into crescents. It was obvious that Seraflor was very pleased with Lin Xiu's words. Although she didn't have much romantic feelings for Lin Xiu, even if she just regarded Lin Xiu as a fellow cos enthusiast, her relationship with Lin Xiu was quite good. However, Xianyasi obviously would not be angry about such things. After a series of events, Rias has completed her sublimation. However, what Rias didn't know was that in addition to accepting Lin Xiu's decision to open a harem, she would also usher in an even greater wave of sublimation in the future. After all, compared to gaining the entire Gremory family, having a harem is nothing. After chatting about some serious matters related to the meeting and some personal matters related to the cosplay activities, Lin Xiu and Seraflor temporarily parted ways. Not long after parting with Seraflor, a bearded uncle came uninvited. Hey, isn't this the Red Dragon Emperor? He actually brought his fiancée to the wedding like this. Should I say you two are in love, or should I say you don't know the rules? Aazelle glanced at Rias, who was almost throwing herself at Lin Xiu, and showed a slightly bad expression. Governor Aazelle, I think you are no worse than me. Who would wear slippers to a meeting? Lin Xiu smiled and hit back directly. I came too hurriedly and didn't have time to change. I will change into formal clothes when the formal meeting starts. Aazelle laughed. Lin Xiu knew exactly why Aazelle said it's too hasty. Because the fallen angel's current condition was indeed not very good. The Misfortune Group and the Witches of Oz seemed to be taking 777 actions against the fallen angels. So from the constantly fluctuating energy in Azazel's body, it could be seen that he had just experienced a battle. By the way, Lin Xiu, can you answer a few questions for me? Aazelle went straight to the point. Now that he was facing a powerful enemy, he was in no mood to chat with anyone. He had his own purpose in finding Lin Xiu. Governor Aazelle, please speak frankly. Lin Xiu raised his hand slightly and looked at Aazelle with a smile. Because he already knew what question Aazelle was going to ask him. Okay, since you're so frank, I'll ask directly. Those female fallen angels who recently returned to the fallen angels headquarters from Juwang Town should all be your people, right? The female fallen angels that Aazelle was talking about were none other than Linali and her group. After conquering Lina Li's 3 best friends and the female fallen angels of Juwang Town, Lin Xiu did not keep them by her side, but let them return to the fallen angels headquarters to continue to shine. At the beginning, Amano Yuuma was actually very reluctant. On the one hand, she didn't want to be separated from Lin Xiu for too long. Even if she could transfer back every day through the chess pieces, considering that she would have to spend a long time working every day at the Fallen Angel headquarters, Amanoyuma was unwilling to do so. On the other hand, when she thought about the fact that Lin Xiu asked her to work for the Fallen Angel clan in order to develop power, provide pawns, and recruit fallen angels loyal to Lin Xiu, Amanoyuma didn't want to go even more. Because she had read the action plan given by Lin Xiu, which required them to recruit only female fallen angels. How could she possibly spend so much time working just to find more competitors for herself? Although Amanoyuma accepted the fact that Lin Xiu would have many women, He would not take the initiative to help Shishio find women. The turning point of the matter still happened to Asia and others. Since she had invited Asia before, after Reincarnation, Amano Yuuma also had a special conversation with Asia. It was at that time that Asia told Amano Yuuma her idea of forming a small group to get more attention from Lin Xiu. Then, the Aohui trio made their grand debut. Now, after Griselda joined, the Church Trio has evolved into the Church Four. In the future, if Shidomaki is added, it is possible that the group will evolve into the Church Five or even the Church Six. Although Lin Xiu will try to treat all harem members equally, complete equality is impossible. Complete equality would be unfair to those who work hard. Asia's words gave Amano Yuuma a great shock. Later, Amano Yuuma approved Asia's discovery through experiments. After she brought her best friends Mathilde and Calvana along, Lin Xiu's average time with them did increase significantly. So, under the influence of what he saw and heard, Amano Yuuma gradually changed his mind and made an important decision. She will work hard under Lin Xiu and ascend to the pinnacle of the Fallen Angel clan as the Fallen Angel Queen. Those female fallen angels were not her competitors, but rather her helpers, helping her gain more recognition and attention from Lin Xiu. After figuring this out, Amano Yuuma quickly returned to the Fallen Angel headquarters and successfully obtained the position of a cadre-level fallen angel with his own wings and some artifact information obtained from Lin Xiu. Aazelle didn't care much about a cadre-level fallen angel. After all, everyone has their own adventures. Even if someone suddenly becomes a 10-winged fallen angel from a low-level fallen angel with low strength, as long as their race is still a fallen angel, he theoretically won't care. However, one cadre-level fallen angel alone is not enough. The key is that Amano Yuuma also brought back a large number of high-level fallen angels. Moreover, these high-ranking fallen angels are all female. After knowing this, Aazelle quickly focused his attention on Lin Xiu and concluded that the changes in Amano Yuuma and others were most likely due to Lin Xiu. That's why he specially visited Lin Xiu before the meeting today. Governor Aazelle, when you say my people, are you referring to the fact that Yuuma was once my partner? Lin Xiu smiled back. Shouldn't I be asking you about this? Not only did they send fallen angels to Kyoto, where Rias and Sona were stationed, but they even attacked me while I was at Ku Academy. Kbi, even if I hadn't awakened at the time, sending a small team to Juwang Town, where 2 high-ranking demons were stationed, wasn't that a serious provocation? Aazelle knew that Lin Xiu would bring up the past, so he spoke slowly. I admit that sending a team to collect artifacts to Juwang Town, where a high-ranking demon was stationed, was wrong on the part of the fallen angels. However, considering that the 3 forces had not yet reached a truce as an enemy, I do not believe that the Fallen Angels' headquarters decision to send out the artifact collection team was a mistake. Compared to such insignificant matters, doesn't Mr. Lin Xiu think that the matter of the old demon lord Leviathan sending a high-level undercover agent to the Fallen Angel forces is much more important? Undercover? Governor Aazelle, you must provide evidence when you speak. Do you mean to say that Shima became my undercover agent after dating me for a while? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. So, you admit it? Aazelle narrowed his eyes. Admit what? Governor Aazelle, what do you think it would benefit me to send my most trusted confidant, a 10-winged fallen angel, to a precarious fallen angel faction? It's because I don't know why you did this that I came to you today. Aazelle sighed. Since he had no evidence and Lin Xiu was unwilling to admit it, he naturally wouldn't insist on it. Lin Xiujuan, I know you don't want to admit that Amano Yuuma and her team are your people. At least you definitely don't want to admit it now. So, I'll just ask you the questions. I already know that the reason why Amano Yuuma suddenly became stronger is because of you. Because just now I was walking around Ku Academy and ran into some of Rias Gremory's followers. Whether in terms of their own strength or their ability to utilize divine weapons, they're much stronger than before. This speed of growth is truly extraordinary. This has happened to so many people around you, so I can only focus my suspicion on you. Now, I just want to ask you 3 questions. First, would you start a war? Second, If the fallen angels encounter any danger after the three forces sign a peace treaty, are you willing to intervene? Third, besides female demons, do you also like female fallen angels? As he said these words, Aazelle stretched out his hand to block Lin Xiu's way, as if he would not let him leave unless Lin Xiu gave a clear answer. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. At this time, he already knew the reason why Aazelle asked this question based on his question. Asking this means that Aazelle will allow Yuuma Amano to continue to stay in the Fallen Angel organization and will also recognize the fact that Yuuma Amano's team has seized the power of the 10 clans of Fallen Angels. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiu slowly replied, "First of all, I certainly wouldn't start a war. Believe it or not, I'm actually a pacifist. Secondly, as you can tell from my Demon King attire, I already know what the leaders of the 3 major factions are planning to do today. Therefore, as long as it's within my responsibility, I will take action. Finally, besides female demons, I not only like female fallen angels, but I also like female angels. Governor Aazelle, are you satisfied with my response?" Pop, pop, pop. After a few rounds of applause, Aazelle slowly spoke. "Lin Xiujuan, I believe that only with such a broad-minded spirit like you can lead the 3 forces towards true peace and prosperity." Aazelle really didn't expect Lin Xiu to say, "In addition to female demons and female fallen angels, I also like female angels." However, this answer did satisfy him. Only young people like Lin Xiu, who are not bound by racial concepts, are qualified to lead the 3 major forces into the future. By the way, can I ask you one last question? Unlike the previous questions, this one is just a personal question of mine. Aazelle smiled awkwardly and looked at Lin Xiu eagerly, as if he was looking at some rare treasure. "What's the problem?" Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. "Can I study your artifact?" Roll. As soon as Aazelle finished speaking, Lin Xiu walked past him with Rias.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.